the Steel Toe Morning Show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. Johnny, just center yourself a little bit there. I screwed with the Zoom input on the OBS there, so I played a little trick on everybody. Welcome to the show. Steel Toe on a Monday, and Johnny is back from his little vacation, and I'm leaving for one after the Thursday morning show. So let's get this thing going. It's a very look, man, it sucks because it's Monday. It feels like it. I know Johnny texted me earlier today. He didn't sleep the best. I slept great. I'm having one of those slept great but feel like shit days. It's just kids all weekend and they're running around and oh my God. And you just can't quite catch up, and then then they don't have school today, so then it's kids all day again today. Oh, it's just, I'm going to like put a bell on them, I think, and just let them run around. I think that might be the way to go. But, hey, good news is you guys have been ridiculous the last week or so. And we're 320 away from Tuesday, for God's sake. Yes, 320 away from Tuesday. So, look, there's two choices we can do here. We can either, hey, just, have a good time today, whatever, or fuck it, knock out tomorrow, and then that puts us 1 week goal free. That would be great. That would be ridiculous.
That would be awesome.
I would love that, but it's ultimately up to you. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo links are in the chat. Memberships, super chats, Rumble rants, etc. Thank you guys very much. Johnny, how are you this morning?
I'm doing okay. Just like I said, I texted you about I didn't sleep so well because of my legs just kept spasming all night last night, and then so that would keep me up, and then one little thing like cats making noises or somebody snoring or whatever would perpetuate the cycle. So just
you're making me tired with how your night went.
Yeah, it was shitty. I was fighting my legs all night. It was a battle.
Who won?
The legs did.
The legs won. All right. Pod yourself up just a little bit, and then we're good to go. Give yourself a little more juice there, and you're good to go. Richard's starting us off this morning with 10 gifted memberships. What a guy. Tridio, Mo Green, Mike McShane, JJ Muscatel, St. G, Susan M., Robert Spahn, Jason Zamarilli, 5-star General Crakes, and Alex Nerio. All getting memberships. Very, very cool. That leaves us $295 away from, again, tomorrow, not today. So many things going on. Not so much personally. More in the news. This is, it'll probably be less of a personal anecdote kind of day, as Gary used to call it at the radio station. But there's just, April and I are getting ready to take off. Vikings didn't play this weekend, obviously. Johnny's got two shows to make people forget about me, Friday and Monday. Now, we have a show, or we have a guest on Thursday. We've got Ethan Ralph joining the program at 10 a.m. Central Time on Thursday. We're going to do Rumble Thursday. You have some people scheduled as well, and you're working on some other stuff.
Well, I'm trying to get Corey and Oz in, but I haven't heard back from them yet. But yeah, Friday, for Friday we're gonna have Jonah Maddox, a good friend of mine. He's gonna be with me on that for second mic. I've got my phone all patched up with my board and stuff, so I'll have a phone line open and things like that. But
okay, all right.
I'm seeing who else I can get for Friday. I've got a couple other people where I'm gonna be sending some. So like, hey, maybe you want to step in for it. But the big thing I want to do with Friday is I want to have if a guest is coming in, I want them to be bringing something. Like, let me know what you want to bring to the show, like what you want to talk about. But I don't want to have a guest on. It's like, yeah, I'm just here to respond to what you do.
Yeah.
And I don't want to just do the news stuff like we do with your show, because then I know how that'll go.
Mr. St. Caesar says Charlie for co-host.
No.
No?
I might let Charlie call in, but I have a what I call a low Charlie threshold. I do low C. So if he does call in, he'll get like one shot, and it's like, you got to convince me that this is worth it. Otherwise, I'll be like, no, see you later.
You don't have a lot of Charlie patience.
No, I don't. Especially with his bit doesn't ever change. It's always the same thing. If he calls in, he just goes, look, I like you. You're really great. I think you're very funny. I'll be like, all right, I've heard all this before. Goodbye.
Yeah, he's kind of a one-trick pony, and that one trick is annoying the fuck out of people.
And it's cool, but like, I need something new.
Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, did I miss where the Charlie bet is now null and void? I won't be taking a call from Charlie.
Actually, the Charlie rule is kind of like the Twitch thing. We're using a weird loophole where it is technically the Steel Toe Show, but it's me. So that's why we'll also be broadcasting on Twitch on Friday. So.
Right. So Steel Toe will actually be on Twitch for the first time in a year and a half. Yeah, for the first time in 18 months. Steel Toe will be on Twitch. We're gonna be back for Monday.
And it's not even ban evasion.
No, Friday and Monday, Steel Toe will be back. Yeah, because a brand can't evade a ban. Only the person can.
It's just the name of a show.
Yeah.
I mean, you're still wholly banned. It's just to bring Steel Toe back to Twitch. We said, F it, we're getting rid of Aaron for 2 days.
And I won't be there. I mean, people were like, oh, are you going to do updates? No, when I leave, I leave. I'm gone. I'm off the grid. I don't, like, post on social media. I don't, like, snap a picture and go, hey, everybody, how's it going? I'm just like, I'm out. I'm done.
I'd much rather have you either proud of or regret your decision on Tuesday. That's the way I look at it. Like, let you open it like a surprise. Like, hey,
honestly, the fact if it gets on the air, I'm happy. There, that's where I'm at. I'll be gone. I'll be drinking. I will not. I'll be like, hey, did it get on? Is it good? Here's what I'll do at like 6:05. Well, it'll be 4:05 for me. If I'm up at 4:05 in the morning, I'll go, did he get up? All right, we're good. It's going to be a banger of a show. It's going to be wonderful. I have ultimate trust that this is going to go well. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says, good morning, Super Spade. How does that even make sense? Put on your stupid hat again. You truly are unfuckable, fatty. Thanks, Hobo. Good morning, buddy. Good to see you. I welcome you to today's program. Cocktiff says Cowpote or Charlie would be a great co-host. You could get Cowpote for sure.
Cowpote would be one I'd totally be willing to give some time to. Like, Cowpote I can have fun with, because again, like, even if it's a bit or whatever, there's new stuff there. Charlie I just get bored with. So
yeah, definitely get in touch with Cowpote. He's going to start rambling about things that you have no idea about. He's going to be like, yeah, it's like the Dave 25 and, he's in the basement and he's heading to jail with the double G, and you're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
But it's the random, like, squirrel seeing a dog nature of Cowpote that sometimes makes him highly entertaining.
I love the fact that Cowpote has 568 subscribers to me is criminal. It should be a lot more than that. Yeah, his latest video, I guess his new thing is train spotting. He just walks on train tracks.
Okay.
He did... Wait, did he have Dave 25 at his house?
That's dangerous.
He has something called Dave 25 versus the Stalker Fake Drama. YouTube Gets Real Dave 25 Sports. Oh, boy. I'll bite. Oh, no, this one's just audio. Shit. I thought we were... No, see, this one's not video. I was hoping he's...
Hey, everybody.
It's all... Oh, he's got the funny voice thing.
It's me, douche, Dave 25.
Yeah. See,
I'm here to talk about a few things.
so this podcast title is titled Dave 25 Podcast, R.I.P. the Carpetbagger Channel, Papa Grizz. So all of these people, Papa Grizz, Dave 25, they all do like 5 views on all of their videos. But they all have this YouTube universe around them where they're all talking shit about each other, and this one sucks.
They're beefing hard.
They're beefing hard, and they're just getting after it. And there's no, I don't get, every time I watch it, I want an explanation. I want like a Twitter note, a community note. I'm like, how can you be beefing? How can this be done over the internet if nobody but you guys are watching it? Like, can't you just call each other and like tell each other that they suck? Like,
you think so?
If you're the only ones watching, it's a group phone call. That's all it is. You just start a little group phone call, and you go, "Hey, yeah, is this Cowpote? Yeah, hi, Cowpote. It's Papa Grizz. Hey, you're a fucking asshole. All right, bye." And there, I just saved you a bunch of time. You know, you don't have to spend time uploading and setting up a live stream. You just give the guy a call, tell him what an asshole he is, and that's it.
And you're done.
You're done. You don't have to do anything after that.
I almost feel like at some point their moms should get together and be like, our kids really need to stop fighting. This isn't good for them.
It really is just a phone call or a text. You don't need to keep doing the videos for 10 people, telling all those 10 people what an asshole these other 10 people are. It just seems remarkably.
Well, at least you're not going out and like sharing that with just random passerbys in the world, you know, like while you're picking up, say, your food.
Oh, yeah. It's not like you're going to, where was it, Wendy's? And in the Wendy's drive-thru, you're sitting there telling the person working the window, like, yeah, Dave 25, he's going to jail. The guy's like, and you know, the nice thing was the Mexican guy at the window was like, oh, yeah, like he's like getting into it. The Dave 25 drama.
Meanwhile, the person in the car behind him is probably losing his fucking mind.
Yeah. They're just like, can I get my food, please? And the other guy's just sitting there going, excuse me, but I'm hearing about Dave 25. Thank you. It's not. I can't find it anymore. I can't find my drive-through Dave 25 Mexican.
It was such a hot video, it got taken down.
I guess it had to be taken down. Yeah. No, I don't have it. Yeah, where he's telling the guy, he's like, yeah, he's going to jail, stalking, and the guy's like, oh, really? And it's like, I just wanted to be in there to tell the guy at the window, like, don't act interested. He's not going to stop. And then he doesn't stop. Thank you to Michael for the $5.50 over there on PayPal this morning. Thank you guys very much. You guys are $2.90 away from Tuesday morning. Thanks a ton for that. There's all the links in the chat. I appreciate you guys contributing to this program. John Kistler says, why were you banned from Twitch? I still have no idea. You were sitting right next to me when it happened.
No idea.
No clue. Don't know what we did. I think we were shitting on Corey Feldman at the time. Before that, there was a Canadian game show host from like the 70s or 80s. And
who was just way too personable with the little girls. And
right. He was being a complete creep with the little girls. And it was like a big Reddit thing. And we were going over the clips. And then we started talking about Corey Feldman and then gone.
Poppity pop pop.
Yeah, no, all our appeals were rejected. And we just had no explanation. They never sent us a reason. We're just gone.
Yep.
And to be honest, there's like a million things they could have done in the 2 years prior to that, but didn't. And then, so whatever they got rid of us for, it's like everything else. It's like radio and all this other stuff. Whenever we get kicked out of something.
So tame.
Yeah, whenever we get kicked out of stuff, we're like, look, we're not saying we don't deserve to be kicked out for some reason. We're just saying that this was so not the reason.
That's why I always feel kind of gaslit. I'm like, all right, hold on. So you're telling me that this thing about the guy who's being a little too with the girls is a problem, but all the stuff I did about the 6 million, that's okay? Right. Wait a minute, what?
Do you know how much, that's always our defense of ourselves whenever we get kicked out of something? We go, do you know how much worse shit we've done? Do you know how much more disgusting this program has gotten? And then they have to remind us, like, yeah, dude, that's not a defense. You can't say, hey, we're way more garbage than that, because then you're kind of making their point. You know, They're like, hey, you're garbage and you're shit for this reason. It's like, no, we're garbage and shit for all these other way worse reasons. And they're like, okay, thank you for not helping us regret our decision. Appreciate it. We kind of walk, you and I, we kind of step on the pointy end of the rake.
Actually, yeah. And then for the last couple of years, I've been there for a lot of the rake snaps, like the MyPillow one. We're like, oh, we're sorry. We're gonna try and tone it down. You know what? Upon further examination, we're just gonna call it quits. All right, if it's over, double down, everyone.
And I was literally in the middle of my apology email to Dawn at MyPillow for doing the pillow biting live read or whatever. Yep. It wasn't even a live read. It was just a bit we did about how MyPillows are great for gay sex, which kind of opens them up to a new demographic, but whatever.
I feel like right now Mike could use the boost.
Mike would be like, can I get somebody to do a biting the pillow queer read? That would where's the guy who did the queer read? Doesn't sound so bad. But we had like Dawn, I'm apologizing to Dawn in the email as she's complaining about the segment we did. And she's like, I want an apology, and then we can, just go back to whatever. And as I'm writing the apology, I get a new email. And the email goes, actually, I'm listening to more of this. We're just done. We're canceling your promo code. And I'm like, oops. And by the way, it was totally that consultant for 101 that sent that to them. Like Lee Arnold has had a boner for us since we left 101. He definitely sent that to them and was like, look what they're saying. So we're just doing some gay humor. Mike would love it.
And then they got their own promo code from MyPillow, and it did so well.
Yeah, it didn't do very well. They don't have it anymore. But at any rate, it wasn't the gay thing that bothered her. It was the fact that we were making fun of Mike
for being crazy about
his
the election.
his election stuff. We were making fun of his election stuff, and she's like, "That's not okay. Do you know how much Mike is doing for this country and?" He's fighting for you and you're making fun of him and blah, 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 blah. And you're just like, oh, Jesus.
We make fun of everyone, one. And two, no, he's not fighting for us. He thought Trump won the election and he fought for that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the rest of us didn't really factor into it. I think it was more about him having a boner for Trump.
Yeah. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, isn't Dave 25 the guy who does overnights on KZRV? I don't think you should be speaking ill of your soon-to-be coworker, Aaron. All right, KZRV, I know this. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor started this bit yesterday where he says we're going to be working at different radio stations. KZRV is 96.7 in St. Cloud. That used to be the Rev, and now it's the River? Question mark? I think it's 96.7 the River. Get it? RV. What? I love that they're staying like a slave to their last two call letters. It's Rev. It's River. They could flip it, I guess, to a Christian station and be the Reverend. But if you're only limiting yourself to the RV thing, you don't really have many formats left you can go to.
You can just leave it as RV.
You could be a travel station and just talk about trips in RVs.
There you go.
But, I mean, really, if you can't if you can't stop being a slave to your call letters, I don't know how much more rebranding you can do. Hobo Chili Recipe says too many hot tub videos. They banned him because he filled the entire hot tub with just himself and his fat was spilling over the sides. Hobo.
What are we talking about now?
Too mean today, Hobo. Too mean. Turtle gifting 5 memberships. It's going to be Peter Sky Parker, 2, 5, and 10. Vaping Dago, Mizzle T Shizzle, and Shenanigans. All getting memberships. Thank you very much. 280 away from Tuesday morning all of a sudden. Holy shit, guys. Thank you very much. Turtle says, thanks for the support from some steel-toe goofballs. Oh, well, appreciate it. My Negroes says, yeah, you getting off radio, you were way worse than just making fun of women. Right. I was way worse than that. In fact, me getting in trouble for the woman thing is almost an insult to all the other really offensive things I did aside from that.
Yeah. There's so much leading up to it, even earlier that week. Like,
right.
Why you guys?
I was a way bigger piece of shit than and we didn't even get into vaccines on the radio. I mean, that really would have been a great era of radio. Could you imagine? Because the FCC is not as picky as YouTube. Like, YouTube was banning people and striking them. They struck us for medical misinformation. Radio didn't. Like, radio just let you say whatever you wanted to. So we could have really...
Because I always heard the FCC won't let me be.
or let me be me. But let me see. They tried to shut me down over COVID-19, but anyway. It would have been a really interesting era, that's all. But they had to pick one of the least offensive things we'd ever done and go, got him. Scarface says they can push reverse mortgages onto boomers so they can buy an RV. Yeah, but you can't really put that in the branding, you know? It's gonna be tough. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says Cornette has a show on the RV channel. It's mostly about his misadventures with his wife at various RV parks across the country. Pineapple Hour with Corny. You know, be nice to my dad. He's a good man. Hobo Chili says gold is at an all-time high and the USS Eisenhower might be attacked. World War III will be popping off soon. You know what? Why don't you go back to being mean? Because that was just a bummer. My Negro says, why is Wild Country 99 hiring you? I don't want to listen to Eric Church every morning. Hobo Chili Recipe is going to run out of radio stations at some point.
At some point, yeah.
He is. Anders with $5 says, today is my 29th birthday, so here's some money. Always a good morning with Steel Toe. Thank you, Anders, and happy birthday, although I think it's supposed to go the other way. I don't think you're supposed to be giving us money on your birthday. I think we're supposed to be giving it to you, but
who are we to criticize? It's his birthday. Let him have it his way.
Yeah. I mean, you do what you want. Hey, you know what, Anders? It's your day. Don't let me ruin it by my thoughts of generosity. You just
not Jimmy Shaker.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, Anders, if you want to celebrate your birthday more, you go ahead and do it. Don't let an idiot like me stand in your way. All right, 275 away from tomorrow morning. Thank you guys very much. Dylan says Aaron knows too well about lost RV parts. I've lost a few.
What's he talking about?
I've lost an awning or two in my day. Shit happens. All right, guys, let's get kicked off. Today's title is I believe it's Everything is a Conspiracy. I think is the title of today's show. And
okay.
It's just, we're going to talk about the Derek Chauvin thing. Johnny, I don't know if you heard about the background of the guy who attacked Derek Chauvin.
No. I just know that he got stabbed, and I was like, well, I saw that coming.
Well, he got stabbed 22 times.
Oh.
And he made it. And the guy who stabbed him has already been arraigned. He's been charged. And wouldn't you know, we're going to talk about this later today. The guy who stabbed him, the guy who's in prison, apparently FBI informant. It never stops. It just never stops. And it's so mean because they say you can do one of two things. You can do all this shit basically out in the open.
It's too early for me to start drinking.
But you can do all this stuff out in the open like they're doing, and then just go, we don't give a shit. We just do this stuff out in the open. Like Putin. Putin, and I can't believe our country is so fucked up. I'm looking at Putin for how to do things right. But Putin just kills people, and he goes, yeah, that guy was talking shit about me. What do you want me to do? And people are like, wow, I mean, that's pretty sinister and evil, but at least, you know, he's not making me feel crazy. He's just going, yeah, the guy was talking a bunch of shit, so I poisoned his coffee. What's the big deal? Whereas in America, an FBI informant shanks the shit out of a guy that's like a civil rights villain. And then our government goes, what? Why are you guys talking like it's some sort of conspiracy? You know, you guys have been acting really weird lately with all the inside jobs. And it's like, but the guys made a plan to kidnap the governor, and then you guys just set some people up for it and then arrested them. And it's like, wow, you guys.
Well, I mean, they probably would have done something evil eventually. We just wanted to control the chaos, you know, just like that January 6th thing. Again, with the Ray Epps. Yeah, the Ray Epps.
Well, yeah,
I mean, arrested everybody but him. The one guy that went, yeah, I totally started it. We saw that
we saw some shit was about to go down, and we thought that maybe there could be a riot or something. Well, then what'd you do? We started a riot. But then what if there wouldn't have been a riot if you hadn't started a riot? Oh, no, there was going to be a riot. And you know our attitude. If there's going to be a riot, it might as well be started by us.
That way we can use it politically for whatever motivations we need.
Right. At least Putin, they're like, hey, Putin, we're starting to think you killed this guy. He's like, oh, why didn't you ask me? Yeah, I totally killed that guy. Why? He's talking a bunch of shit. But he wasn't like trying to overthrow you or anything. It's like, yeah, but I don't like to mess around. I like to nip things in the bud. You know, I don't like to let things fester. So I just figure I'd kill him when he's talking shit. That way it doesn't grow into something bigger.
Hey, man, the USSR just believes in FAFO. That's all it is.
Sean says, my hometown newspaper canceled Monday delivery starting today. Odd. Well, they're a newspaper. They're probably dying. I mean, I don't think that's a conspiracy. I think that's just business.
That's life. They're all failing. I think Jonah was telling me there's a new newspaper or something coming to St. Cloud or some shit.
Oh, are we? Oh, really? Yeah, because our current newspaper has no writers.
Yeah, and so like, or maybe it's just the current newspaper, or whatever. It's like really looking for like writers and journalists.
Oh no, it hasn't had writers for a long time. Basically, what it does now is it's a USA Today Syndicate, so it like strings stories,
just copy and paste.
Yeah, it strings stories from other places and then prints a bunch of USA Today stories and I think they still put out a paper. I just know they have an editor and the editor writes articles and that's about it. Like if I go to stcloudtimes.com. Yeah, opinion piece. And then it's just the 18 players you need to know this high school girls hockey season. And then, yeah.
That sounds very dangerous.
Yeah, dude, it's just opinion piece. Then after that, winning numbers for Mega Millions jackpot. So that's not a St. Cloud story. George Santos ousted from Congress. That's not a St. Cloud story. Sandra Day O'Connor dies. That's not a St. Cloud story. So, yeah, they don't have any local news.
I'd like to think if there was a montage of that guy going to work, it's done to the song "One is the Loneliest Number."
Yeah,
just one guy going in there.
Oh, how dare you? How dare you with he? It's the St. Cloud Times. They're progressive. A woman from Portland runs it.
Like I said, he goes in.
Oh, yeah, I guess a woman from Portland. Von Kaiser says, "Wait, I need that information." Oh, sorry.
Shit.
Death Proof says, have you seen the leaked video of the Secret Service and Pelosi's daughter saying it wasn't a riot? Oh, yeah, we saw that. We played that a while back. I feel like that's been out for a long time if we're talking about the same video. I mean, everybody knows it wasn't a riot. Enough stuff has come out now, but, you know, story gets printed on page 1, retraction gets printed on page 6. What are you going to do? Let's get started today. So we'll get to the Chauvin thing. We'll get to all of that. But I wanted to start today with something light and upbeat because Johnny didn't get any sleep last night. I'm feeling very Monday-ish. So I figure I can even feel right now, like just the way I'm presenting the show, I can feel that I'm pushing. You know, I can feel that I'm trying to make something happen rather than actually doing a good show. So why don't we start with something for the kids? Because Trick love the kids. Let's start with something that is for the children, that is wholesome, that is educational. I mean, for Christ's sake, it's Nick Jr. You know, you had Nickelodeon when you were a kid, and they had cartoons for people probably ages like 7 to 13. Well,
right.
Now
they broke into 1 million channels.
Yeah, and then when I was a kid, they started Nick Jr., which was kids like preschool to like 2 to 5, you know, like really little, like toddler up to like you start reading. Magic School Bus, Schoolhouse Rock, shit like that. Well, Nick Jr. has decided that they're going to teach these young children about the government.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. And, you know, if kids were to ask their parents, like, hey, what can you tell us about the government? And especially if they're asking their parents that while they're opening up their property tax statements for next year, it's probably a lot of words that you can't say around kids. So you don't want that. Yeah, you don't want that adult language around the children. So you let Nick Jr. handle the explanation of what government is. And, you know, Nick Jr. totally not being a kids brainwashing propaganda arm of the entertainment industry at all, decided to make a nice, fair video about what the government is for your children. Johnny, are you ready?
I am. Let's see this.
All right, let's check it out. This is how Nick Jr. explains government to us. And thank God, because
Wellversed. Okay.
Kids are stupid. Yeah, it's called Wellversed functions of government.
If everyone is complaining about the government all of the time, then why do we even have one at all?
Bro.
Fucking based kid. All right, video off to a great start.
I bet this is the same show that did the whole, like, fucking don't let racism get you down. The shops are closing down because they don't understand you're brown. Like, wait, what?
Oh, yeah, that one. That might be the same people. I like that it starts with the based blonde white kid, though, and then the black girl with crazy hair has to correct him.
Well, because she's the one who's informed. You know,
Yeah.
her society's been oppressed. Ours have been privileged, so we haven't bothered.
And she has dildos on her head, so she knows what she's talking about.
Bro, if we didn't have a government, things would be much worse. It'd be like one of those end-of-the-world video games. Let me tell
You see,
Things would be much worse. Is there any, like, you're in a scene of total chaos.
Yeah.
Things would be much worse. They're throwing popcorn and everything else.
I love that they're like, I love that that's the defense of government. Like, if everybody hates the government and everything sucks and everything's shitty, then why don't we get rid of government? Which all of us go, hey, that sounds like an interesting concept. Let's roll with that for a second. And this girl's like, no, you have no idea. As shitty as it is now, way worse if we didn't have government. It's like, that's not exactly a defense of the strength of your position. You're just basically saying, hey, let me create this straw man. The straw man is way worse than the actual thing that's happening. So I know you're looking at things now and saying, hey, I have tangible real life evidence that shit sucks and it's bad. And they're like, oh yeah? Well, look at this straw man I created. Look at this fake thing standing out in a field. He's going to make, everything's going to burn down if you go to this thing. But there's no evidence of that. I mean, I have evidence of your thing fucking shit up. I don't really understand how you can, okay, get rid.
Again, I get it's for kids, and so kids aren't going to notice the stuff in the background, but I feel like if an adult watches this, they'll be like, wait a minute, they're having this intelligent conversation again, while everyone else looks like they're looting the place. I don't know what's going on. They're just throwing shit and running around and yelling, and we're supposed to be like, okay, yeah, but if we don't have government, it gets way worse.
But that's just it. Like the kids that this is designed to mold and manipulate, they're just going to take the song and take the sketch and take it for face value at what it is, whereas all the rest of us are going to notice everything and we're going to be like, oh, shit.
Let me tell you about the government and what they're supposed to do, like help us solve our problems and keep us safe too. We were born with inalienable rights, like the pursuit of happiness, liberty, and life. We got freedom of speech, and it's our job to defend it from all our enemies, foreign or domestic.
You see, we have all this freedom, and they're going to have to kill some people in order to give you that freedom from enemies, foreign and domestic. Hey, look at all these freedoms we have. Yeah, those freedoms are great. And don't worry, our government's going to kill a fuck ton of people to make sure you can have those freedoms. Well, wait a minute. Who determines who the enemy they have to fight is? The government does. Wait.
So, why did I just get winged? That must be
Come on.
Oh,
what do you got?
What
do you got
no,
for me?
Facebook messaged me. No, but so wait a minute. So this is going on. What rights are we getting? Well, you know, inalienable rights like the pursuit of happiness. Oh, yes, I'm so happy being broke as shit and, you know, things aren't affordable and life seems to be going downhill. Oh, no, but you also get freedom of speech unless you say anything that's misinformation.
Right. Then you're a domestic enemy and they're going to protect you from you. And not only that, but like the life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. Didn't the founding fathers believe that the government, like, it infringed on those? So there had to be, like, our Bill of Rights was written as the 10 things the government's not allowed to do under any circumstances.
Pretty much.
But okay.
Elected officials, they work for us. We hold them accountable, and they earn our trust.
We hold them accountable?
Yeah. George Santos has entered the chat. Joe Biden has entered the chat with a new, fresh paycheck from the Chinese Communist Party. They're literally flying on the back of an eagle talking about how our government holds people accountable or no, we hold them accountable. Yeah, sure we do. Of course.
Accountable, and they earn our trust.
Or a constitutional republic. No, actually, you know what? Being an adult, I didn't know that. I thought they just kind of worked for each other and corporate America. I didn't know that they...
See, you know, as an adult, I realized the government should work for me, but I also know better.
Right.
By the way, I wouldn't mention the bridges and the roads. We've had a lot of problems lately with the bridges and the roads.
That'd be
burning,
great.
falling down.
I want to remake this video with the I-35W bridge collapsing. The bridges.
Dude, we have the technology. There are programs right now where we can load this in there and just type some phrases, and it'll remake it the way we want it.
By the people, for the people, power to all the people. That's why united we stand.
These founding fathers guys just put her in manacles.
Yeah, dude, I'd really like if Benjamin Franklin showed up and just kind of slowly pulled her off to the side, you know?
Yeah, it's like, get over here. For the people, by the people, power to all of... Yeah, I feel really empowered. That's what our government does. It definitely makes sure we can do shit. There should be a clip during this song of a guy just trying to put a fence in his backyard and a government guy going, hey, I'm here to protect your freedom. I go, what do you mean? I'm tearing down your fence. Why? Well, you didn't get a permit. I'm putting a fence up on my property. Yeah, right, but you didn't get a permit to do it. I'm trying to protect your freedom to build a fence. But you're tearing down my fence. Right. But that
also, we can't have you putting that fence up. A lot of these immigrants are coming through here, and it would be a real shame if they had to stay outside.
They need to be allowed open movement. You need to stop.
By the people, for the people, you're all created equal. All across this land.
A car?
There's so many things that the government does that most people take for granted, never knowing there was so much work done to keep the public services running, from the schools to the firefighters down to the plumbing.
The plumbing?
I love that you started with schools.
All right, let's go ahead. Let's check it out. Let's...
Government can only be as strong as its citizens. It's a reflection of its constituents. Get out the votes so they can...
You know what they should do in this video to make it more accurate? It should be a reflection of all the citizens and just have guys in suits wearing Pfizer badges. And then guys from the military-industrial complex. And then we'll be like, oh, yeah, you know what? There you go. There's a reflection of our government. Perfect. Oh, see, it's an eagle in a doctor's outfit. Oh no, that kid's heart is seizing. It must be myocarditis. That happens.
Better treat her for what was the Tuskegee experiment thing? Was it
syphilis? Yeah, syphilis.
Syphilis or sickle cell? Syphilis. All right, better give her syphilis.
They run the buses and the trains. They regulate the planes. Did you know the government should work for you and me?
Picture of 9/11. They regulate the trains, the blah blah, and the planes.
It was an inside job now, can't you see?
By the people, for the people, power to all the people. That's why united we stand.
Yeah, we're kicking ass.
By the people, for the people, you're all created equal. All across this land. Accountability requires...
There you go. There's a good explanation of government. Just jump off of a plane at 35,000 feet into free fall.
Without a parachute.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, government.
Let's get involved. It'll make a difference. Let's join together. Let's take a stand. We shouldn't have to beg for a
Of course,
helping
it's a
hand.
basketball hoop. Jesus.
I love that they're like, let's get involved. Yeah, but don't get too involved because then they'll frame you for kidnapping the governor and try to throw you in prison.
Also, and I feel like you guys are failing to point out that no matter how involved you get, they're kind of both parts of the same party ultimately. So
Right.
it's like you can vote for the red version or the blue version, but it's still a shit sandwich.
Vote for Coke or Diet Coke. The money's going to the same corporation. Sorry about that. Yeah, I love that they're like, hey, yeah, government should reflect its constituents, unless that constituents wants a really crazy out there third party guy who speaks a lot of truth to power. Then we're going to have to kill him for you, to help protect you from enemies foreign and domestic. We're going to have to kill that guy.
Accountability requires commitment. Let's get involved. It'll make a difference. Let's join together. Let's take a stand. We shouldn't have to beg for helping hand.
But the government's not supposed to be a helping hand. It's supposed to stay out of the... Never mind. Go ahead. You know
Well,
what?
you got to understand, she grew up in a different world than we did, where the government was always a helping hand. I mean, she needed food, so she got money from the government. She needed a house. She needed her whole life. She's relied on the government to be there for her, and it will be.
Meanwhile, the white kid is going, oh, that's funny that you say that, because my dad would always yell at the kitchen table, God damn it, I'm not working 55 hours a week so I can pay for a bunch of to sit at home. Why are we at a disconnect? I don't understand.
And then she'd be like, wait a minute, a dad? What's that?
Wait, you lost me at dad. What's the rest of that mean? You also notice that the people of color and the white people are on opposite sides? Do you think that's intentional?
And we always seem to like, we pop out a couple of white people. We make sure to prominently pop out a couple of minority people. Then everyone else is just blacked out in the background.
Yeah,
like,
this is just kind of, again, like the adults notice the things that the preschoolers don't, but what a wonderful government song for the children. Obey.
Remember, guys, we matter to the government, but to the government, most of us are just blanket black outline people. We're just, yeah.
You guys got a rockin' third verse? Come on. Nope, I think we're just doing... Oh, shit. Well, now the kids have learned about government and how star-spangled awesome it is and how it only works to protect all of us and help
Doesn't
us.
fuck any of us over
Nope.
regularly for years and years at a time.
It's always nice to us. It's always good. Thank you, Matt Van
Can I
Meter.
play this video at tax season and be like, you lied to me.
Matt Van Meter with another 10 gifted memberships. Joel Hagemeyer, MN Concrete Guy, Rasslin Fat Faku, Ice Grills, Johnny Chimpo, Blake Luton, Jive Turkey, fucking Phillips, Good Citizen Media, and Ridin' Dirty Llama. All getting memberships. That's another $25 off tomorrow, by the way. We're $250 away from tomorrow morning. Tuesday morning, always the toughest morning for us, and we're already only $250 away from knocking it out. So go bananas, guys. Thank you very much.
That's super exciting. That is crazy.
There's
It's gonna make me feel so great when I'm doing this show by myself on Friday. It's gonna be awesome.
Oh yes, and for Friday's show, for Friday and Monday's show, we've got Johnny he's getting what they call a downside guarantee in the business. But then there's no goals on Friday or Monday unless Johnny sets them himself. Half of everything goes to Johnny, excuse me. So get crazy generous and we all do remarkably well. Oh, and our half is going towards the goal on Tuesday. Like, so we're not going to be like, hey, half for Johnny and then just make a little corporate transfer afterwards. The rest is going into Tuesday morning. So thank you guys very much.
My only plan for a goal, we're going to do a 4.5-hour show automatically. But if I do any goal things, it'll be on extended. Because I normally do my show in the afternoon. I might just extend and see if I can go from start of your show to finish of mine.
You hear that, Chandler?
I mean,
Chandler, you hear that?
Him.
Johnny's thinking about maybe going from 10:30 to 2 o'clock on through 4. Johnny's thinking about doing a 10-hour show, David. I don't know if you're interested in such things. I don't know if you're actually hearing me. But
look, it's not going to happen. All right?
I'm going to teach you a lesson right now. He's always fucking listening. Don't just go blabbing shit because he'll do it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I know for a fact that I'm apparently not as entertaining as you to our audience, so we'll
see. We'll see. I mean, I'm telling you, it's not about entertainment with him. It's about punishment.
It's about torture.
It's about punishment for saying things without thinking. That's what it is. So it's a big difference.
I've been thinking about this all week, Jake.
Yeah, you go to Chandler throws you a bunch of money on Friday, and you go, you've been planning this all day. I've been planning this all week. That cat in the wheelchair, how you think he got there? Thank you very much to
cat in the wheelchair.
Thank you to Scarface for $5. He says, speaking of conspiracy theories, the FBI was forced to release the Seth Rich files. Funny how they have over 6,000 files for a simple armed robbery homicide where his expensive watch and wallet weren't taken. Yeah, but he was really critical of Hillary Clinton, so maybe the guy who robbed him was just really angry because he loved her so much. And he didn't like her. He didn't think that Seth Rich was putting respect on her name, so to speak. Thank you for the $5 over there on PayPal, buddy. I appreciate that. Now you guys are 245 away. Holy shit, we might knock out Tuesday today. Who knows? 245 away from doing that. If we do knock out Tuesday, it'll be 1 week goal-free, which is pretty cool. Let's pick a few randos in the chat here before we move on to, I think, the Derek Chauvin. Yes, the Derek Chauvin story is coming up next. Buffalo Spirit said, Hitchens said our military had honor back in the 1800s. I don't know. The further back you go, you're like, oh, our country was great here. I was just doing this yesterday. I was thinking about, were we better like decade by decade, and you keep going back? And you just kind of go, well, yeah, it was all right here. But then we also had this. So, like, every era has its issue.
I don't know, particularly in the military, every time I go back to that, because that's like this misconception. Like, we've always been so great to our troops. Like, I don't know if you remember back to, like, the Revolutionary War, we kind of been making them deals that we didn't follow through on. Just kind of, oh, too bad.
We're really good at promising our troops stuff.
Right.
I mean, as far as follow-through goes, I mean, how much do you really want? I mean, do they really need to follow through on everything? I mean, the promises sound pretty dope.
Oh, dude, did you hear the story about the vet who came back from, what was it, Iraq or Afghanistan? They ordered him to leave his equipment behind, and they charged him for it?
Yeah, they charged him $6,000 for it. We watched that one, yeah. Did you ever hear the story of the Midnight Caller?
No.
One of you is going to have to be the caller. Sorry, it's a True Grit reference. I watched True Grit over the weekend. And I also watched...
or the remake?
The remake, the better one. That's right. The Coen brothers did a better True Grit. Although we were watching it through this time, and April and I both almost at the same time looked at each other and went, this is more of a drag than I remember it being.
Yeah, dude, he rides the horse to death. It's kind of shitty.
Yeah, he stabs the shit out of it to get it to keep running. I'm like, oh, that's short money, brother. But I watched what's supposedly an American classic, and I have to say, dog shit movie. Hated it. It's awful. It's not good. The Deer Hunter with De Niro and Walken and Streep.
You know.
Oh, don't bother. It's slow. It's too long. De Niro's character is supposed to be like the hero, and he's just remarkably unlikable the entire movie. And he's kind of a dick, or actually super a dick. And no, the movie just really sucks ass. People call it a classic. So I sat there watching the whole thing because I'm like, oh, it's going to pick up. And then they get to Vietnam and I'm like, oh, it's going to pick up. And then there's like one good scene in the whole movie. And it's the scene that whether they've seen the movie or not, everyone's seen the Russian roulette scene with De Niro and Walken. Like, come on, Nicky, we're getting out of here. We're getting out of here. That part's good. And then after that, it goes right back to dragging on. Fuck a goat with the goddamn Deer Hunter. Awful. Hobo Chili Recipe says, haha, you guys treat us very well, and TRICARE is proof positive of you liking us. Yeah, exactly. Right, we treat the veterans very well in this country, for sure. Pool Scam Sam says, thank you for your service in the Queso Army, Aaron. Do I admit this or not? I have something I could admit to everyone.
Well, I guess now that you've said that, you kind of...
Right? I kind of have to now.
Bag's been opened.
Nana's Clam says expectorant. Yeah, I just learned last week that in True Grit that the guy with the bear hat on says expectorant and not expectorate. I was thinking that this guy had a bottle of spit. Like he had a bottle of loogies. Like I traded it for a couple of dental mirrors and a bottle of expectorate. I thought he was saying it was loogie, but he was saying expectorant, like cough medicine. Fuck
all
that
right,
up.
then.
And he gave up a couple dental mirrors and and cough medicine for a fucking dead body. I mean, I really...
Hey, man, sometimes it's hard to find a significant other. You gotta do what you can.
I guess. No, I did something yesterday. So April and I, we hadn't really eaten much all day, so we stopped by a grocery store deli, and we went to Byerly's and got some sushi and had that, and that was nice. And the thing about sushi is you feel good that you ate it because it's, low calorie, it's light and whatever. Mm-hmm. So I eat that and I'm like, you know what? I want a little something else. And so I grabbed a sweet Hawaiian roll. And that's bad, right? Like, you grab a sweet, that's not too bad, I guess. I mean, a sweet Hawaiian roll is fine.
Yeah, just one little roll. I mean, it's not going to hurt anybody.
A little roll isn't going to hurt anybody. But I felt like it needed something.
Yep, here we go.
But I didn't want to put butter on it because it's like, oh, butter, come on.
What are you, fucking pleb? Nobody has butter.
So I grabbed the peanut butter.
Yep. You get some jelly too?
No, it's worse.
How does it get worse?
So I take the peanut butter that's on the rim, and what I do is I break off pieces of the sweet Hawaiian roll, and I get some peanut butter on there. And then my son begged us for easy cheese recently. You know, the canned cheese that you have the thing. And
yeah, it's fun. You know, it makes fart noises. Kids love it. It's great.
So I grabbed some of that, and so I'd put the peanut butter on the sweet Hawaiian roll, and then I'd put a little thing of the cheese, and I'd eat it.
Oh,
and can I tell you? Can I make an admission to you today?
You have brain damage?
Fucking delicious. It was really good.
I'm not going to sit here and think, oh my God, peanut butter cheese Hawaiian bun. That sounds like a treat.
Peanut butter and easy cheese on a King's Hawaiian roll. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Diabetes called. They wondered when you're going to show up.
I'm purposely not scrolling down in the chat. I don't know if I want to read it. So I'm just
probably not, but you'll have to get to it eventually.
I'm just kind of letting it go. But by the way, guys, thank you for all the new followers. I see the follows popping up on Rumble. I appreciate that. Everybody watching the show right now, before you shit on me for my King's Hawaiian roll and peanut butter and cheese thing, go ahead and hit like. Hit thumbs up. It's great for the algorithm. It's good for the show. Good to have all those likes. So everybody who's watching, whether it's Rumble or YouTube, hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel. That's another fun one. Appreciate it. Scarface says, biggest sin of the Deer Hunter was they tried to act like Meryl Streep was attractive when she was young. She's not. That's interesting because, I mean, I would rank her, I would have ranked her as fuckable in that movie.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if she was like a sex symbol or anything.
Yeah, but she was all right. Like, if you like met Meryl Streep in her prime at a bar and you went home and fucked her, you'd tell your friends.
I just bragged that I did it. Like, hey guys, guess what I did?
Hobo, hey, I'm tunnel buddies with fucking Weinstein. Hobo Chili Recipe says, I have Gulf War syndrome and I wasn't even in the Gulf War. Yeah, see, the government's doing a terrible job of taking care of our soldiers. They're getting World War I shell shock and they weren't even there. Return Trip. I love that line. It's one of my favorite lines in True Grit. That's Greaser Bob, the original Greaser Bob. The bear hat guy is my favorite. Taking accountable for your fatness is the first step, Tubby, says Hobo Chili Recipe. Thanks, buddy. Oh, boy. No, I didn't dip my sushi in queso. I'm starting to catch up with the chat here a little bit. Scarface says, and you wonder why you can't lose weight, you fucking savage. I didn't say I wondered why I can't lose weight. I never said that.
Yeah, he's never wondered.
No.
He's well aware.
I'm very aware of why this is happening.
I just think this is getting vicious, man. These ebbs and flows with your bread needs. Like, eventually, April's going to come down in the middle of the night and you'll have popped open like one of those Pillsbury like muffin roll tins. You'll just be eating the raw dough. I can't stop.
Well, and that's just it. Like, I'm not gaining and I'm not losing, so I'm stuck in this perpetual limbo where fat people get mad at me if I call myself fat, but I clearly don't belong with the skinny people. So I'm keeping my
people like over there.
Right, and I'm not just sitting on my ass eating dog shit all day. Like I'm working out, I box, I do all this other stuff. But I'm not getting results because then afterwards I'll grab a ham and cheese sourdough from Quick Trip with a Diet Mountain Dew. So it's like I'm living between these two worlds and I'm a citizen of neither. It's brutal, man.
You're in the purgatory of what would we call it?
Self-care. I'm in self-care purgatory. Is what it is. Aaron dips his sushi in queso. No, he doesn't. Hobo Chili says Aaron's been prepping for 10 years with Easy Cheese. He's got a bunker just full of Easy Cheese and Hawaiian rolls. That doesn't sound like a bad survival for the first couple of weeks, you know? I'm just looking. I'm looking. I got one person who just writes, bruh. Ryan the Garbage Man says, don't be ashamed. I'm not judging. Oh, thanks, buddy. Mr. Saint Caesar says, Jesus fucking Christ, Aaron. Why not just add some queso while you're at it? Well, that's what the easy cheese was.
Yeah.
Was the
You
queso.
can't always have queso on hand.
Yeah, exactly. What are you going to just have jars sitting around at your beck and call? Going to the store and buying the jar is part of the part that, makes you feel a little better. Hey, at least I went out. Good old JR.
Walking off the weight you're about to gain.
Good old JR says, your eating habits are remarkably disgusting for you trying to be healthy. Well, that's where the phrase trying comes from. See, if I was being healthy, then we wouldn't be talking about this. Dr. Silverwolf says, Aaron, I'm fat, and even I'm not that fat. See, that's the thing. I make fat people mad because they're like, why doesn't he look more like me? And then I make skinny people mad because they're like, he's so fucking unhealthy and gross. I'm a man without a country. Mikey Two Milk says, only you could shop at an overly priced bougie grocery store and still eat like a piece of trash.
That is true. I went to Barley's and then you had Hawaiian buns. And
I am who I look, man. I am who I am. Sci-Fi says, when is the show going to do a deep dive into the Sid and Marty Krofft kids shows? Well, at some point, I'm sure. Hobo Chili says, would always piss me off in that movie. Everybody wears their airborne beret completely wrong. See, I don't know that part. I just know that the movie pisses me off because it's shit. Adam Simon says, I once made a sandwich with a hamburger bun, peanut butter, American cheese, and M&Ms. It was awesome, and I was high. See?
Yeah, those two things absolutely make sense. I was about to say, how high were you? Because that totally sounds like pothead MacGyver cooking.
Well, look, it's those are the people that make me feel better about what I do. See, now I can relate to Adam, and I'm like, well, that guy did a way shittier, fatter thing than I did.
Yeah, he was just completely out of his mind on drugs.
I was tired.
Yeah.
Rexdart Parody account says, did you dip a chocolate bar in mayo and sweet relish for dessert? No, that would be disgusting. Scarface says she would be hot in her high school drama club mid throughout the rest of the school. Oh, see, I think if we go Meryl Streep 1977, that's not a bad woman. Meryl Streep 1977. Images. Well, can we not get a black and white picture? Jesus. I mean, she's not. These pictures suck, though.
Yeah.
Fuck, these are terrible. Look, again, I don't think she's. All right. Scarface is kind of kicking my ass on this. Like, she's cute. Boy, he is right about the drama club thing, I think.
It's just, I think it's the nose.
Yeah, she's the fuckable theater kid. But then after that, there's not much going on. G-Chup says Aaron and Melton should be the next dynamic duo, Fat Man and Pork Rind. No, you know what? I'm a vegetarian now. If I'm going to get anywhere near that, I'll never eat anything fat again. That's my inspiration. Scarface says Aaron is embracing the Elvis diet. He's going to be found dead on the toilet. Look, I
mean, that was already kind of predicted. I don't know if we have to attribute it to food.
Aaron found dead in Wawa drive-thru, allegedly. They have a drive-thru? Owlby Joshin says Aaron, student of Munchies and a master of none. Oh, Munchies, by the way, the snacks, Ultimate Cheddar Munchies used to be my favorite snack, and they don't have them anymore. It's tragic. The Ultimate Cheddar Munchies were the absolute best snack food a boy could have. Either that or remember the chocolate-covered M&M topped pretzels at Casey's?
Nope, never had them.
Boy, I really am a piece of shit, aren't I?
Yeah, apparently. I'm also, I'm poor and grew up relatively unprivileged, so I didn't try all these fancy things. If we got a candy bar, that was it.
She knew all the bootleg snacks. She knew all the bootleg snacks before they even hit the shelves. Hobo Chili Recipe says, do you have no depth perception? You are rotund and gaining weight by the second. I'm not gaining weight by the second. I'm not. I've been sitting at the same bullshit weight for a long time now. I gained 10 pounds from my last fight, and I've not taken it off at all. Sorry. 383 Novocaine becoming a member for his 18th month. Says, don't forget free meal in Vegas at the Heart Attack Grill if you're 350 pounds. I'm surprised that hasn't been like outlawed or something. Like
Do they really do that?
Yeah.
Free meal if you're 350 pounds?
Yep. Or more. You eat free at Heart Attack Grill.
So what do they have, like a fucking cow scale? They just have you step on?
Oh, yeah. You've never seen the people weighing themselves at Heart Attack Grill? Heart Attack Grill. Yeah, they have you step on like a cattle scale.
At what point you're like, you know what? I love being fat. Like,
That's the point. So yeah, you step on that big ass platform and that's the scale. And
yeah, but I thought, is it the two of you?
No. Those two were just doing it for fun to show you how fat people are. So like this guy gets up there. What do you think?
Yeah.
You think over 350?
It's going to be close.
I'm going to say
Definitely over 275.
I'm going to say 325-ish. I don't think he's going to make it. Oh, wait. Oh, he was there. Step back on. Get back on, you fat fuck. Did he not hit 350?
I saw 349. It looked like it might have gone up for a second, but then his weight could have shifted.
Right.
Yeah, when he raised his arm, it went up.
That should count. Yeah, the black guy was telling him, he's like, dude,
You got it, man. Go get yourself a free meal.
You are a fat piece of shit, man. Don't be so bummed. I love how people are fat pieces of shit and they're bummed they're not fatter. We really are finished. We're done. The fact that a guy's like, oh, man, I'm not 350 pounds.
Are you telling me that you don't think that guy's a strong contributing member to society when shit hits the fan or there's a flood or something? First guy out the door.
Yeah, don't go to that guy's house. He's not gonna have any survival stuff. He ate it all already. Return Trip says about Meryl Streep, I bet her bush was enormous in the 70s. He probably had some bush going on. They all did. That was the thing back then. Hobo says very Jewy. Yeah, she is. You know what? I hate to be the ignorant one here.
I don't know if she is or isn't, but I gotta say those younger photos, I'm leaning towards yeah.
Though not Jewish, Meryl Streep has starred in Holocaust-themed films. So no, she's not Jewish. She just has a fucked up. That's the weirdest part. Is like, is she Jewish? No. Then what the fuck is up with her nose? Like, it's not anti-Semitic because you're like, hey, if they're Jewish, then I'll back the fuck off the nose thing.
Right.
But if they're not, then, hey, what's your excuse? Creepy schnoz.
Is there like an equine line in your family?
Yule Gibbons says, I used to make peanut butter toast, put a toasted strawberry Pop-Tart on it in lieu of jelly, but we were high and had the munchies. You're just undisciplined and make poor choices.
And I have to say, and maybe it's because I'm a pothead, that idea doesn't sound half bad.
I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't need to be lectured by potheads about how I'm irresponsible. You guys are drug addicts. I'm not going to sit here and let people.
And that's the point we're making. You're coming a little too close to our world, sir.
But what I'm saying is, like, you guys are like, oh, no, I have an excuse. I'm a drug addict. That's not an excuse. That's a problem. I'm
just medicated.
I'm not defending what I did. But I'm saying you're still worse.
I'm saying it's a warning sign that it seems like your boat is floating into our harbor. That's all I'm saying.
I did not eat it thinking, oh, this is great. I ate it going, what a piece of shit. Because what happened was I was looking for something to put on the King's Hawaiian roll that wasn't butter. And I went and grabbed the easy cheese first. And April looked at me and she gave me this look of shame. And I'm like, yeah.
She should have.
Yeah, but I'm like, no, I'm going to put that back. I'm just going to. And then I.
Don't worry, baby. I ain't giving up on you yet.
I grabbed the peanut butter, and as though I was like a bad dog trying to teach me a lesson, or like the kid who gets caught smoking a cigarette and his grandpa makes him finish it. April's like, no, grab the easy cheese too. Do both. You're doing both. And I'm like.
So she made you do it.
Yeah.
She's trying to give you a heart attack so she can collect on that shit.
I felt shame the entire time I was eating it. But here's the problem. While I felt shame, I also acknowledged, I'm like, this is a good flavor combo.
Right? And that is, again, why I'm pointing out to you, that is the pothead dilemma. Like, potheads will be like, I put all this shit together, man, I'm a piece of shit, I'm just smoking weed. Oh, but this is really good, though. Like, wow, I can't believe I thought it. Like I said, you can shame us at all. Like, you're a drug addict. Your boat is, like I said, drifting into our harbor, my friend.
As Jon Stewart used to say about the news, I'm safe where I am. You know, I'm the Smothers Brothers. I'm, you know, all these, you know, Bill Maher. I'm in that world. You guys are the one drifting over to me. I'm not drifting over to you.
Yeah.
Optic Nerve
into crank calling puppets.
Yeah. Optic Nerve says, now you are the ultimate cheddar munchie, Imholt. Oh. Toastmaster says you can get cheddar munchies in a 7-pound bag at Costco. Bullshit. Don't do this. I've already lectured people on this. It's not the cheddar munchies. It's ultimate cheddar. They had like Quaker Oats checks with a really good cheesy flavor to them. They were my favorite snack item ever.
They don't make them anymore.
They don't.
Not cheesy enough.
Ultimate cheddar.
Have you considered
munchies.
adding spray cheese?
No, and I'll never get that opportunity. Look, there was a change.org petition. Bring back Munchies Ultimate Cheddar. When was this? December 3rd, 2020, and it only got 6,200 signatures. Fuck. Well, look. Maybe
not
someday.
enough people. You know what? I bet it's because the word didn't get out. People didn't realize. I mean, how many of us go to change.org? Is today the day that we rally for Ultimate Cheddar? Oh.
It's today, Jimmy Shaker Day.
Hobo Chili says you have
Shaker
terrible
cheese.
posture and your stomach protrudes. You were built like a plate of mashed potatoes. It's just some of these hurt.
Half doesn't really work. I'm doing the best I can.
The Cynically Insane says, Aaron, you're so fat you have 3 smaller gay podcasters orbiting around you. John says, I was challenged to go listen to Melton. I lasted 5 minutes. He's boring. He's very boring. I mean, I feel like anyone, and he doesn't really have fans. He just has people who hate other shit. And you can tell that because you're like, you can't listen to more than 5 minutes of that and go, but he's not doing anything. He's just watching other people be and then hating it. Like, that's not really a show.
And everyone else is there. Yeah, and he sucks. It's like, okay, cool.
Right, exactly. Whereas my audience goes, no, you suck. I'm like, see, now that's how you build a community. Yeah, my Negro says, was that Patrick Melton on the scale? No, Melton's way fatter than that guy. He's at least 400 pounds.
Melton lives in Vegas, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he could probably, that's, you know what? When money's tight,
How many
that's
times
probably.
has he gone to the grill for a free meal?
Oh, quite a few times. And I bet you he smiles like a giddy little kid. He's like, ooh, Heart Attack Grill, my favorite. They let me eat so much and nobody shames me because I'm around my people. Yul Gibbons says it's better than being addicted to carbohydrates. Oh, so now the potheads are better than I am because they're just addicted to mind-altering substances.
I can quit this. I just choose not to.
Yeah, exactly. At least I admit, like, look, I have a problem. Something needs to be done. This is not okay.
Actually a medication.
I don't sit there with my sweet Hawaiian roll and my peanut butter and cheddar and go, it's not habit forming, you know. Yeah,
it's
exactly.
watermelon flavored.
You smoke your black weed.
That's what I said when I got it, and I don't think they appreciated the joke. Because when they gave it to me, I'm like, they're like, yeah, the terpenes in it, the exhale, it's watermelon flavor. I'm like, it's already weed. You didn't need to make it more appealing for them.
You said that to them?
I said you didn't need to make it more appealing for them, and they just kind of looked at me.
You said that to the people who sell the vapes.
Yeah, I don't like
you
them.
Made
so
a black joke.
Yeah, I don't really care.
Are they strangers? Do you know them?
I don't know them personally, but Minnesota's rules require that you go to, there's literally like only one weed shop in St. Cloud, and so I have to go there, and I have to put up with their crap, so I don't mind fucking with them.
So you just openly racist to them.
Well, I wasn't racist. I didn't say it was. I didn't say who they were.
Oh, sorry. Hobo Chili.
I could have meant potheads. Why are you assuming I meant black people?
Because watermelon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, now who's the racist?
Me. But no, I'm saying like that sounded like a black joke more than a weed
I mean,
joke.
it was. That's the way I meant it. Just
Don't
because I
sit
was
here
being
and
a
try
dick.
to hide behind me for your racism.
No, I'm not trying to hide behind you. But my point is I did it in the way where I'm like, I didn't say who they were. I just said it's all. I could have meant.
We just all knew. Pool Scam Sam says Aaron robbed a bake sale, left the money, only took the bread. Hey, allegedly. Allegedly. Toastmaster says carbs are mind-altering. Edible anal beads says I'm low in calories, Aaron. Oh, man. Cynically Insane says I can't imagine the culinary abominations Aaron would create while high. Well, then we don't need to worry about it. Kane B says, I think what happened was a young Aaron wished to see boobs, so God made sure he could see them every day for the rest of his life. Thanks, buddy. Thank you. Scary Terry says, as a pot guy, I go out of my way to make it part of my personality, and I hide it from literally everyone. I go out of my way to not make it part of my personality, and I hide it from everyone.
Yeah, I'll agree the number one problem with pot people is too many people are, hey, man, have you tried this? Have you tried it? Like, fucking the movie.
They're like vegans and trans people.
Yeah, there are too many people. Like, here's where I'm as a pot person. I enjoy smoking weed for me. I don't do it right around people because I'm aware that there's a smell and stuff. So, like, if I'm in public, I'll use a vape so it doesn't smell as much. But ultimately, like, I keep it for me. If someone's like, hey, man, will you share something? I'm totally cool with it. But you got to come to me for it. I'm not going to be like, oh, here, try this. Smoke. I got the best weed, man. You'll look. No, fuck that.
Scarface says, Aaron is Clemenza in The Godfather. Leave the gun. Take the bread. Thanks, buddy. Johnny David, becoming a member for his 6 months, says, is it too early to say Merry Christmas from Australia? Absolutely not. Thank you guys very much. 2:45, if you're just joining us, we're 2:45 away from tomorrow morning. So we're good for today. We're going to do some fun giveaway stuff. Before we leave for vacation, we're going to give away like prize closet shit. Basically, gift cards, merch, shirts, and stuff that have piled up. We're going to draw for those. So we'll probably do like a $5 draw thing for hoodies and like $5 for, a couple $100 worth of gift cards and things. We'll do a couple different drawings for you if you'd like. And then we'll put some prize packs together. Give those away tonight. And then tomorrow night, we'll probably do a VIP thing and then no evening show Wednesday night. So we got morning shows Monday through Thursday. Wednesday night, though, we got to pack and get everything ready and, say goodbye to the churn and all that stuff. So, hey, keep it going. I mean, look, we got Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday morning. Those are the only 3 goals, and we're 2:45 away from Tuesday morning. So fire away. Keep going. Appreciate it. There's all the links in the chat, both Rumble and YouTube. And, of course, hit thumbs up, hit subscribe on Rumble and YouTube. Hobo Chili Recipe says, Johnny, I'm just kidding, brother. Fuck that. Oh, no. How come he apologizes to you? I never
No, he's not talking to me. He's talking to Johnny David.
Oh, okay, fine.
This is where my my chat management ability is really nice.
If Hobo ever apologizes to a cast member of this program, I'm going to be upset.
You're going to be pissed.
I'm going to be really mad.
Guess what you just set yourself up for?
Right. Charlie's mad in the what do you call it? The studio line texts. He's mad that we called him a one-trick pony. He also says, I need a timeout. The Evan Williams is kicking in. Thank you. I'm kidding, fan, but your opinion means nothing to me. Have a nice day. That's the latest from our buddy Charlie. Thank you, pal. Dusty Beaver says, I'm like number 69. Oh, fuck that. We got to go over 100 likes right now. Between Rumble and YouTube, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people in here. Everybody throw up a thumbs up. I saw Gino on his Saturday show screaming at people to hit like, so I figure I can be more aggressive.
It's always weird. Like, hit the like button. Like, really? Okay.
Hit like! Yeah, you got to say it in a threatening manner or they don't move. It's very important. The guy who stabbed Derek Chauvin 22 times in prison did it for the Black Lives Matter movement, he said, and also is an FBI informant. Well, was.
Yeah,
I mean, once
weird.
You're in prison, you're not really an informant anymore.
Yeah, well, isn't that the reason you become an informant? Like, the whole reason you are an informant is so I can stay out?
Yeah, but you're not going to believe this. You see a lot of informants, they're giant fuck-up criminals. So even when they're informing, they're still committing felonies on a grand scale and still have to go to prison. Like, yeah, if you're an FBI informant, they're going to give you a little more leeway. But there are those times where the cops are like, dude, how are we not supposed to throw you in prison? Like, you're getting pretty egregious out here. Like, remember, Whitey Bulger was kept out of jail all those years because he was helping the FBI. But even the FBI would have to pull him aside and go, dude, could you stop fucking smoking people? Like, just tell us who they are, tell us what they're doing, and we'll go bust them. You don't have to go killing all of these people. And he was like, well, I can't help it. You see, I'm a sociopath. And killing people is kind of just part of the gimmick for me. And they're like, yeah, but, eventually we're going to have to throw you in prison. And they did.
It's not really working well for us.
Yeah. So the guy who stabbed Derek Chauvin 22 times, FBI informant. Who would have thought?
Tickle me with a feather.
Who would have thought that a guy was working for the feds was the guy who ended up stabbing Derek Chauvin? It's really interesting. Chauvin's been in jail for 2 years now, and nary a problem. And just about when he was starting to make some noise about some appeals and some new trials and some things like that, all of a sudden he gets stabbed 22 times by a guy with FBI connections and is almost killed.
Meanwhile, Jussie Smollett made an appeal, and all he got was sent back to jail.
Yeah, we're going to get to that a little bit later today, too. Jussie Smollett is going back.
So
why didn't Jussie Smollett just serve the prison time to begin with?
I have no idea. Because, again, he's a political victim. This is all a setup. He's been set up.
Yeah, it's the Chauvin thing. I mean, you got him. You threw him in prison. Do you really have to get one of your lackeys to try and kill him too? I mean,
this is the Trump thing all over again for me, where I don't like this guy, but stop beating the shit out of him, please. Like, I'm starting to feel bad.
That's just it. Like, the Trump thing is a really good comparison because, I've always said about Derek Chauvin, he seems like a total piece of shit.
It's really, really hard to defend the guy. He just, from demeanor to action, he's kind of a douche.
Yeah, he seems like a real piece of shit, but you guys keep treating him unfairly in a way that makes me go, all right, look, I'm starting to feel sympathy for this guy. Like, I'm starting to feel bad for Derek Chauvin because he kind of got railroaded and overcharged on the George Floyd thing because basically a bunch of goons held the city hostage. And if they didn't, charge him with murder and throw him in prison forever, they would burn the city down. So they kind of had to, which isn't exactly how justice should work. But they did that. They totally neglected or totally ignored the fact that drugs had a lot to do with the reason that George Floyd died the way he did. And now, even after they get this guy in prison and they appease the mob, they're still trying to fucking kill him on top of it.
Because if he keeps making appeals and a lot of people go, yeah, it is kind of fucked up that the jury had to be paraded past pretty much a war zone every day. And there were people saying, if we don't get justice, we riot and all this. People in the government demanding justice. So it's just almost if you're a jury, you're like, oh, shit, I better vote guilty or they'll find me.
Right.
And they'll come get me.
They would, too. They would find out who the jurors were, and they would get after him. Absolutely.
Even if you think that the guy is guilty, the argument that you can't have an impartial trial with the way that was set up is pretty clear cut. So it's just like, guys, it's making it look like, I don't know, we might have to let him out, and that could cause a whole lot of problems. How about we just kill the guy and then it's done?
Right? Yeah. Well, I mean,
we can bury him right next to George. They can continue their feud in the afterlife.
We can't even give the guy a new trial. I mean, if he just gets a new trial, we're going to be in trouble. You guys got anybody on your informant role that could maybe take care of this for us? Guy Sartell says, did you watch the Fall of Minneapolis documentary yet? I haven't. I want to, and I just never have time to sit down and watch the whole thing. You know what? Maybe on my way to pick up the kids today after the show, I'll pop it on.
A little light watching.
I'll pop it on and start watching. Well, see, a lot of the times when the kids, I'll have a history documentary on and they're in the car and the audacity, they're on their tablets playing a game or something, and they'll go, Dad, do you think you could put a headphone in or something? This is boring.
Motherfucker, I'm driving. You put a headphone in.
I put the headphone in. Just the one.
Well, yeah, but also yours probably has more inappropriate language.
No. It's usually, when they're in the car, it's always either Viking stuff or documentaries. It's always clean when they're in there. But then the minute they say, hey, Dad, would you put a headphone in? I'm like, well, now I'll turn on a little raunchier stuff if I've already got the damn headphone in there.
We're going to step out. All right.
Yeah. My Negroes says no, but no justice, no peace means do what we want or else. That was the other shitty part about the George Floyd trial is that they kept saying if we don't get justice, bad things will happen. And it's like, no, you're not talking about is what you're talking about is not justice. What you're talking about is blackmail.
Yeah, you did kind of hold us over a barrel on that. That's not really justice. That's like the same people that are like, we demand, the same people like, we believe in democracy and we demand you hear our complaints and all this other stuff. Like, well, demanding is kind of the part where democracy is about working together. Like, you start demanding, you're kind of stepping over that line.
Cynically Insane says they had already doxed the jurors. Oh, I didn't remember that. It's just so much to think about with that fucking case. Yeah, I didn't know that they doxed the jurors, but that doesn't surprise me. Weren't a few of the jurors Black Lives Matter protest? Look, man, all the jurors could have been Afro-wearing Black Panthers, and they wouldn't have been able to do shit about it. They wouldn't have been able to excuse the jurors or get rid of them. Again, that whole trial was, controlled from day one by the people protesting. Those jurors were not going to go and go away from what the protesters wanted.
I'm sorry, but the minute you give the family of the victim, I guess if we call it that, the minute you're giving them a $27 million payout and the trial hasn't even started, that's the city admitting guilt of their civil servant beforehand. So it paints this really weird image of like, look, we're paying the family for the guy dying, but Derek wasn't guilty at all. We'll let him go. No. Yeah, we already signed it off. Everybody just assumed he was going to get held guilty for that. I think.
The guy who stabbed Chauvin, John Tursak, a former Mexican mafia member who admitted carrying out a number of crimes while working as an undercover FBI informant, was sentenced Monday in Los Angeles federal court to 30 years in prison back in 2001. So he's now been arraigned on 4 new charges. And what? He had like 5 or 6 years on his sentence left? And he went and stabbed Chauvin? Well, you know what? We'll keep an eye on it. We'll see if he ends up getting any actual time for this one.
Yeah. How much time does he get? And, I mean, I don't want to actually follow this guy, but it'd be really interesting if Club Fed transfer just kind of happens.
Yeah,
hey,
right.
How about minimum security?
Exactly. Minimum security.
Hang out.
Matt Melt with $4.99 says you have to actually watch it. You can't just listen. It's pretty crazy. Oh, so maybe I'll have to sit down here and give it a look-see. All right. Thank you, Matt Melt. 2:40 away from tomorrow. I'm going to make you guys a deal. I got a message from Scarface here, and it's making me want to propose a deal to the audience. Scarface says, message to Charlie, you untalented sack of shit. Stop drinking Evan Williams. It's trash. Spend the extra $10 and buy Buffalo Trace or an extra $15 for Powers Irish whiskey. You won't be such a fucking mope if you actually consume decent booze. All right, look. If you guys want, we've already said no more phone calls from Charlie.
Right.
I'll cut him off the studio text line if we knock out Tuesday by the end of today's show. There. That's the reward. And then anyone who contributes towards that today will get the same 2-for-1 deal that the phone call people get. So the phone call people, if I ever take a call from Charlie again, they get
you got to pay out like $1,000.
They get double their money back. Same thing with you guys. If you contribute to today's show, PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, Super Chat, memberships, whatever, and you explicitly say this is for No More Charlie, I'll put you on the list for 2-for-1s. Meaning if I ever read a Charlie text again, it's 2-for-1. It's whatever you guys put in times 2. What's that?
You know he's never going to stop. So, I mean, you're really towing a line here.
Well, I really want to stay a day ahead all vacation week. That would be really cool. And if that means people get to make a little deposit and, my fuck up pays them money, then I'm doing it. That's
my buddy. I do online gaming. My buddy played a sound drop because that's something they can do now. And there's a clip I have to get of Donald Trump saying, "I'm gonna come," and it makes me laugh like you wouldn't believe. I don't know what speech it's out of, but he clipped it, so it's just "I'm gonna come," and he played that while we were playing the game. I laughed for 20 minutes.
I might have made a big mistake this weekend.
What's that?
I moved the PlayStation to my son's room. and he and his friend next door just sat up there playing Minecraft for hours yesterday. I mean,
yeah, dude, your kid won't sleep.
they spent the other half of the day like outside playing, and so like they did a really good job. In fact, they were probably outside longer than they were up there playing Minecraft. But at the same time, it's like he's never like gone in a room and played video games that long. You know, when it's down in the main living room area, he plays for a little bit, and then I think the outside stimulus gets to him, and he's like, no, I got to go do something else. But now he and his buddy, like they're up there playing Minecraft, and I'm like, I'm going to make him some microwave popcorn. So I made him some microwave popcorn, put it in a bowl, ran it up there for him. And then I realized, I'm like, oh, I'm just enabling this shit now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. You're literally, he is going to learn like, oh, if I close the doors and lock out all the light. And that's how you make a basement dweller.
No. He's upstairs. It's fine.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying if you're not careful, those habits will lead to a basement dweller. I'm saying you need to encourage the outdoor part more, because if he starts learning the addictive nature of just, sitting in a dark room playing a video game for hours on end.
Yeah, they were up there. They were outside playing football the rest of the afternoon. So at least there was that, right? Defecated Scrotum, great name, says Minecraft is so dangerous. Game is like a time void. Geese Artel says they were doing gay stuff. They weren't doing gay stuff. British Cigarette Hater says perception, playing Minecraft. Reality, reading Mein Kampf. You know what? He's my son, and I'm proud of him no matter what he decides to do.
How many times I got to tell you, stop taking that book out of Daddy's room?
God, you never hear this in anyone else's house that he goes to, but it's God damn it, Louie, where's my copy of Mein Kampf? You want to read it? Get your own. Remember, first one's free in this house. Your sister lost her copy. You think she's getting another one? Absolutely not. Thank you, Adam Simon with $5 says, sorry, Charlie, only the best tuna gets through. Oh, a star-kissed tuna. 2:35 away from today. Remember, if we knock it out, we ban Charlie from the text line. It's just, people are just willing to pay for banning Charlie. Amanda Hugginkiss with $2 says, add this to the ban Charlie. All right, well, you get $4. If we knock out today's goal, you get $4 whenever we take a Charlie text, as it were. Mr. Reproachable says, which one is, well, God, I wish you guys could spell sometimes. Which one is it? Was he not doing gay stuff, or was he playing Minecraft? I almost said Mein Kampf. Toastmaster says Minecraft is gay stuff. There you go. Is it?
I don't know. I used to play it a long time ago. What does that say?
Is it gay? I don't know.
Maybe a little.
Maybe, okay, a little gay. 2:35 is the number for tomorrow. Thank you, boys and girls, for your generosity. All right, let's go. Let's move on in the news today. Plenty of stuff to talk about. I'm really excited to get to this Atlantic article that came out this weekend. The title, and sometimes titles are misleading. I had to look into this one. The title is not misleading. There was an op-ed written for the Atlantic where the author, their thesis was, inflation is your fault. You see, it's not the politicians who have been printing all the money. It's not anything like that. All this inflation.
Yeah, I did it. It's all me. I was like, how about we jack these up some more? Yeah.
And we'll get into it. We got a couple stories first, but we're going to get into it. And their whole rationale is, well, if you guys wouldn't buy the inflated stuff, then we wouldn't have all this inflation. And it's like, all right, you know what? In theory, that sounds great, but it's not like you're like, hey, you know what? Food to live is too expensive right now. I think I'm going to hold off on the whole eating food thing for a while.
Gas is really, really expensive. I'm just not going to put it in my car because, I don't need to go anywhere.
Hey, guys, I have a solution for inflation. It's all our fault. If we would just bring the economy to a grinding standstill, I think we'd be able to take care of this whole inflation deal. I mean,
I look back and I think, wouldn't it have just been easier to just not shut everything down and just business as usual?
Right. Wouldn't it be worth a few more dead people if we didn't have to go through all this shit? I mean, at least they're...
give up your grandma for that.
Right. At least they're dead. Like, they're dead. You mourn. You do the funeral. It's what, a 2-week process, tops?
Hell, I'll even put a personal thing in here. You can take my parents. Both of them are pretty old.
Right. And neither of mine like me, so you can go ahead and have mine too.
Yours too, huh? Cool.
Richard Christovsky with $10 says F Charlie. Thank you, buddy. 2:30 is the number for tomorrow, not today.
We should also stipulate this is all on Aaron. None of this affects the Friday show. The Friday and Monday where I'm in charge is a limited window of things. Rules will bend. It's like a quantum universe.
Yes. When Johnny's in charge, my rules don't count. That's how it works. 2:35 is the number.
N-bombs all day.
Wait a minute. What? I haven't given you the login information yet.
And maybe you shouldn't.
Just fucking take it easy. Let's talk about this. A church in Nashville, Tennessee had a bit of a side hustle going, I guess you could say. Maybe not something that's appropriate for a place of the Lord. Cops discovered it and shut it down. Any guesses?
My big guess is gambling.
Okay, gamble. Ooh, I like that one. Gambling in a church. Brandon Melder with $5 says, "Hola, motherfuckers." Oh, hola to you as well, motherfucker. 225 away from tomorrow. Return trip says strip club. All right.
I feel like strip club or whorehouse is just too far. Like,
yeah,
I mean,
Geese Artel says whorehouse. Return trip says strip club. You say gambling. Amanda
I feel
Huggin.
like gambling's about the farthest you could go.
Pay by the minute glory hole, says Nana's Clams. Oh, you could cut that right in the hole of the confessional.
Confessional.
Yeah, take the confessional, cut a hole in there, make it a glory hole. You don't have to say a Hail Mary, but you do have to get on your knees. Drag queen shit. Oh, that's a good guess. They were playing Minecraft, says Keith Sartell. Von Kaiser says meat raffle. I don't know if the cops would have to come in and shut down a meat raffle. I mean, that's a pretty...
Actually, yeah, that sounds like a good time. Let me tell you, I'll tell you this, with the way prices are right now, I might start, like, fucking keeping an eye on meat raffles. And
just start going there?
Start going to a meat raffle. Worst case scenario, I help myself out with a little bit of meat. You know what I mean? Just fucking do it.
Well, worst case scenario, you lose, you just get to drink all day.
Yeah, but I'm not going to lose that much, and I'm not going to drink that much.
What are they, like $1 or $2 a ticket for a meat raffle?
Yeah, and then the drinks are usually pretty cheap. I'll have a couple beers. I'll get a couple tickets, and it's just about the same amount of shit that I'd spend on, you know, fucking expensive coffee or whatever. And if I got nothing, I got nothing. If I got something, I got meat.
You're inspiring a lot of people right now, and I haven't decided if that's a good or a bad thing yet. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says, Aaron, if your microphone was made out of chocolate, would it still be there? Inquiring minds want to know, fat ass. Yeah, I could control myself. I'd eat the part that didn't have parts in it. I'd eat the non-operable parts.
The casing would be gone.
All right, so a few people are saying Bondage Seminary, Drag Queen Story Hour, Speakeasy. Cheeto's letting you know, Johnny, Stoney's Meat Raffle, Fridays at 6:30 p.m. There you go.
It'll be a little tight time-wise, but if I can make it happen, I might have to do that.
There you go. Stoney's Meat Raffle, Fridays at 6:30 at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, where if you currently bring in a toy for kids and you drop it off at Stoney's, they'll give you a 2-for-1 drink. What a deal. You get to contribute to Christmas season for some underprivileged kids, and you get a little booze. That's nice. Meat Raffle, Friday at 6:30. Johnny's going to be there. Check it out. Do your grocery shopping.
I don't know about this Friday. I'm going to be pretty worn out by this Friday, especially if I do end up stepping on that landmine I put out in front of me. Because, yeah, I'll be pretty tired.
Now, are you putting out a specific monetary number?
Yep.
For going until
I haven't
2?
decided what it is yet, just because I want to crunch some numbers on what I feel my time is worth. And I want it to be achievable, but not easily achievable. Because if it's too easy, like, here, knock it out, torture yourself. But then if it's too high, like, then I'm being greedy.
Now, remember, you're getting half. So take whatever your number is and double it. And that's your number.
Well, that's ridiculous. Then that's going to get stupid.
Whatever half you want, make sure you get it all. You know what else we should do? Any overtime is all you.
Well, the way that I'm also worrying about this is because, again, I don't know how I'm going to split Twitch. So anything that happens on Twitch is mine. So
you're just going to have to.
How do I give you that?
You're just going to have to keep your Twitch.
Yeah. I'm just going to have to keep my Twitch.
So you're going to end up getting 60 to 70%, maybe. Who knows? But either way, half goes to Johnny Friday and Monday, so.
And I got to take whatever I make and give Jonah a piece. He's insistent on not getting paid. And I'm like, dude, that's not how we do this show.
Then fuck him. If he keeps insisting, like, here's what I say.
I'm not gonna throw a bunch of money at him, but I'm gonna give the guy something.
I offer people three times. And if they say no 3 times, I go, all right, well, then fuck it.
All right, well, then he's got 2 more refusals, dude, because I only offered it once.
Obese Lemonades with $5 says, why am I banned in chat on Rumble? I don't know. Good question. You know, sometimes our mods have done this thing where they're trying to get rid of one of those spam accounts that are posting links to, like, we caught 3 pedophiles today. Here's the blah, blah, blah.
And they end up misclicking or something.
And they end up misclicking and banning people. So, Obese Lemonades, I will check on that after the show today, and we'll get that taken care of for you. Thank you, buddy. 220 is the number for Tuesday. Chevy JB says, they gave you the right name. Run my show. Give me half, you Jew. What? I'm Jewish now. It's all going to the goal for Tuesday. And Johnny's getting a downside guarantee. I'm giving him a set amount of money. And then, like, as commission, I'm like, hey, anything that comes in.
On top of that, a little something for the effort. Yeah.
A little something extra. It'll be fine.
And I'm coming up with creative ways to be a whore because I learned from the best.
Right. So Stoney is also giving Plan B pills as stocking stuffers, says Hobo Chili Recipe. Well, that's just a public service. Are you kidding? Stoney's Bar, Friday at 6:30. All right, let's check out this the story. So we've got people saying whorehouse, strip club. You're saying gambling.
Yeah, I'm going gambling. Because if it's in the news, it's got to be different, right? So gambling seems right.
Let's see what the bust is. This is a church in Tennessee.
An unexpected discovery was made inside a Stewart County church, okay? So you're looking at the church,
okay.
But look what was inside. Wait, what? Yeah, the sheriff's office and a drug task force found 2,000 marijuana plants, dry and live. This was discovered after they took out a search warrant against the church on Highway 46.
Oh, no. That's heartbreaking to people like Johnny. Look at the saddest picture in the world.
We already had, why? We didn't need to do this.
It's like
already done, you bastards.
It's like legal in half the states. It's legal in half the country now, too. You could have just shipped it there.
Or at least tell us when you're going to do it so we can hang around the fire and kind of catch our contact high. I mean, you're doing half the work for us. All I got to do is breathe deep.
Are you getting high if you're around that fire?
Yeah.
Okay. Then why is that guy... Is that guy just standing there with no mask, just burning weed? What a guy.
It looks like he has something around his face. But and again, to get high around that fire, you'd have to stay there in the smoke, breathing it in over and over. If you hold it like kind of close, then you back off a bit, you'll be fine. It's going to reek like hell, though, for miles. Do
you know what a retard I am? I just went like this.
To see if you could see his face?
To see if I could see the guy's mask. I looked around to see if I could see if he was wearing it.
How'd that work out for you?
You know what? I got to tell you, the picture doesn't change. It's like pictures projected onto a flat surface. You can't look around them. It's very odd.
Son of a bitch.
I know. Fuck. You know, this is what I mean when I say that this is the most honest show out there. That's what I mean. I didn't have to point out that I just did that. I didn't have to point out the queso peanut butter story. But you know what? I felt like I'm holding back from you if I don't tell you.
And the queso peanut butter one, honestly, kind of makes sense.
Wasn't bad. I'm not going to sit here and beg for anyone's forgiveness. I'm just letting you know right now.
I'll say this. You introduced Braunschweiger to me, and I have not stopped eating that stuff.
That shit, I wish that wasn't good because it's one of those things that you can taste how bad it is for you.
Yep.
Like you can just taste the saltiness, and you're like, oh, my God, I'm going to gain 7 pounds, and it's going to hang on for like 3 days.
I bought a little thing of it for the charcuterie board on Thanksgiving. I ate all of it, I think, all by myself. Nobody else was really getting in on it. And I'm like, well, this ain't going bad. Give me a box of crackers. We're making this happen.
Get some Townhouse crackers and go to town with that shit, boy.
An Indian mound. We're told an investigation was launched into the church weeks ago and neighbors complained about a smell coming from the building. And during interviews, people...
I really hate this news lady. Like, she's really... Like when they first showed the pictures, she's like, What was her reaction? He's like, what? Look at this. Go back. Let's listen to White Lady from Tennessee.
So you're looking at the church, but look what was inside. Wait, what?
What? Mine?
Do you
I
remember?
ain't seen that much green.
Do you remember when Walter Cronkite was doing the news? And he goes, and here's the president driving down Dealey Plaza, and then look at this. Wait, what? Guy
The president has been shot.
just shot him in the head, and I was like, what? No way. That's some bullshit. I'm Walter Cronkite.
Yeah, the sheriff's office and a drug task force found 2,000 marijuana plants, dry and live. This was discovered after they took out a search warrant against the church on Highway 46 in Indian Mound. We're told an investigation was launched into the church weeks ago when neighbors complained about a smell coming from the building. And during interviews, people claimed hemp was growing in the church. One person's in custody. More arrests are expected to be made.
Well, how do you make your hemp Bibles? Exactly.
And hemp is quintessentially the same thing as marijuana. It's mostly about maturity and growth cycles. It's the weird thing about marijuana plants.
Is there immature or which one's the mature one?
Well, no, you're immature after you smoke them. But marijuana plants, like how they grow, the situation they grow, and the setup really dictates a lot about how potent or the THC factors. That's why, like, if you find ditch weed, like every pothead will be, hey man, I found just a weed plant growing out in the wild. Yeah, that's absolute garbage. Don't even waste your time. Like, don't.
It's not mature. That one laughs at dick jokes.
Yeah, well then that's my kind of weed.
That's why I was asking you about the maturity thing. I wanted to make a really shitty, hacky immaturity joke. It's, you know what? I deserve to not have that go where I wanted it to.
Yeah, it's childish. It got what it deserved.
Triple N says, I'm Karen Menopause with the Channel 5 News. No, wait, what? It'd be funny. She gets carried away. She doesn't understand that you're not allowed to say that word just because a black co-host is with you. And she's like, I saw all that weed, and I was like, what? He's like, what the fuck did you just say? It's like, ooh, I don't think you can say fuck on the air. That is not good. I apologize for his language, you guys. Ooh, not nice.
The fuck did you just say? Nick, please, you can't say that on the air.
Well, guys, I have bad news. All this bitching and complaining that you guys have been doing about all this inflation, turns out it's on you. Yeah. In fact, that's what I learned from The Atlantic. The Atlantic, somebody tweeted it and wrote, The Atlantic has published its Let Them Eat Cake piece. This was an actual headline in The Atlantic, and we're going to read clips of it. So, like, if you thought that maybe the headline is deceiving and that we got tricked by a catchy headline, no. This person is going to defend their idea. The title of the article is, Inflation is Your Fault. If people are so mad about high prices, why do they keep buying so many expensive things?
Because, toilet paper is necessary for wiping your ass, bitch. It just never used to cost this much.
Could do a handstand in the shower. I mean, in this person's defense.
Maybe you can, fucking able-bodied asshole.
I'm being ableist now. Oh, so that's why Adolf Hitler wanted to kill all the cripples. Okay, he was like...
Honestly, he'd be doing us a favor. I don't know why people hate him.
You're an apologist in that regard.
I understand where he's coming from.
Inflation is your fault. If people are so mad about high prices, why do they keep buying so many expensive things? Yeah, like food. If people are so mad about inflation, why do they keep feeding themselves and their families? And people who write articles like this, they finish it, they send it off in an email, and they go, check and mate, my friends.
Yep. I'm going to open some eyes now.
I think people have really been. Opened up to some different ideas and some different concepts. I think we're opening some people up to perhaps some higher thinking, if you will. Victor says The Atlantic is always smug and tone deaf. Yeah, it's like it's written. A lot of these, like HuffPo and Atlantic, I feel like all of their writers are locked in a hermetically sealed building that doesn't get to see any sunlight, and they just have all their stuff brought to them, and all they're there to do is just hang out and write articles and like think pieces. And so they're writing these things, but they're writing them in earnest. Like, a lot of people think they're being propagandists or they're purposely being shitty, but no, they just live
They're just that delusional.
Yeah, they live in a cave, and The Atlantic just pays them in food, And so they're sitting there, and as their handler drops their food off, they're eating some ribs, and they're going, I don't understand why people complain about inflation. I mean, why don't they just not buy anything? And then their handler goes, now that's a great goddamn idea. Why don't you put pen to paper after you finish those ribs, and we'll get that article banged out by sundown. I love how
most of us are paying for. That's the best part. People online are complaining about paying, like going bankrupt for paying for food. Why are people just paying for all this expensive stuff?
Yeah. Have you guys tried not buying food? And black people are
it's
like,
just the fact that the food falls into the expensive stuff category. I don't know if you know this, but necessities should not fall into an expensive stuff category.
No, the black people are reading it goes, oh, now they tell us it's okay to steal. God damn it, make up your mind. Jesus. Triple N says the Atlantic staff live entirely off cum. Oh, see, and that's free.
Mm-hmm.
You can just drink cum or eat. I think you drink cum. I know there's a bit of a civil debate on the matter, but I do believe.
Well, I mean, honestly, if you're going to apply at the Atlantic, it really helps when you walk in and you just say, oh, fuck, where did I put it? Oh, fuck, it's there.
I've tasted a lot of semen. There you go. Yeah, that'll get you a job.
Resume right there.
For sure. If you come into the Atlantic and you audition by going,
the beat is for me, the beat is for you, living in the gay world.
Man, don't fuck around. You miss your deadline. Your boss is liable to say,
your mouth all glued up with Connie juice. I asked you a question.
I still haven't gotten. Victor and you both sent me drops, and I haven't gotten to them yet.
I sent you 2 versions, a short one, but the short one just doesn't feel right, so then I put the long one too.
Yeah.
You got.
Actually, the Atlantic writers go to the checkout with all those inflated priced groceries, and they go, that'll be $124.27, and the Atlantic writers just go,
Go fuck yourself.
Wow. You wouldn't think that the people at the grocery store would be cheering, but
You could take this story and you can just, you can stick it up your ass.
I'm holding it to my butthole right now.
Oh, what? The Atlantic finds out people are still buying inflated prices, and they say,
Holy crap.
Jeez. Sir, that'll be $145.23.
No speaking Ingy.
You know how I fight inflation? I find cheaper food options.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Exactly.
You got to stop buying all this expensive stuff.
Coach, I've got AIDS.
Wait, but you still have to pay just because you have AIDS. Jesus. April wrote a piece for The Atlantic on paying inflated prices.
What was her piece?
Can't you just cunt punt him?
I mean, you can't just do that to your problems. They also asked April about solving inflation. You know what she said?
What did she say?
I would love a good final solution. Can we put him in a camp?
See, now I don't think that's a good way to handle inflation. I asked her, I said, well, inflation was mostly caused by the money printing going on at the Federal Reserve. And April said,
I would love a good final solution. Can we put him in a camp?
Yeah. And I had to sit her down and I had to go, been done. Been done. They tried. They tried, but they're resilient.
The editor from The Atlantic realized that this piece might have come off a little more tone deaf than they usually are, and he asked, what were you thinking when you wrote it?
I'm retarded?
They asked the staff of The Atlantic, and they said, well, you guys, if you guys don't write about inflation today, what else do you want to write about?
Mixed breeds, communists, homosexuals, and all other walks of godless degeneracy.
Ew, boy.
Okay, so
I'd love some.
No.
Oh, I thought you said queso.
Oh, not queso. No, I'm sorry. My bad. I should have realized the company I was keeping at the moment.
That's sorry.
What were we even on about? We're having a lot of fun.
I don't know.
with
I'm
this.
looking through my drops right now to see if we can make fun of The Atlantic through just.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember what else was. Oh,
sound drops. This is the brain trust at The Atlantic coming up with ideas for articles.
We're feeling good. Things are happening.
Oh, you know what?
Actually, the author of that article would like to defend himself, saying that a lot of people said, "Hey, man, you didn't think about that in terms of what it's costing people just to live." And he said,
"Well, Sparkle Farts, all things being equal, you are technically correct."
Oh, well, that's humility, at least.
So he's aware that maybe he overshot.
Oh, you know what happens to Atlantic writers, though, when they drink too much cum?
What?
He's gonna puke!
All right, let's... Actually, I had a conversation with an Atlantic writer the other day, and do you know what his pronouns were?
What?
You freak, you homosexual, you man lover.
I was like, I don't know. Which one do you want me to use, like, for plural? I'm not sure. All right, let's go to this Atlantic article. Again, inflation is your fault. If people are so mad about high prices, why do they keep buying so many expensive things? You would think. Now, this is written by... Oh, do we not have the... Is this just the Atlantic, or is this... Because they don't have a name for the person who read... I want their... Oh, man, inflation is your fault. Who wrote this? Annie Lowry. Oh, boy. Let's look up Annie Lowry.
And then go to the early life section.
You know what? Oh, boy. Why did you say that? You know who she's married to?
Who?
The guy who started Vox.com. Ezra Klein.
Do we need to go to the early life section on that one, or can we just stick a flag in it and call it called?
I think we can just call that one, thanks.
Called it, ordered a pizza, someone get me a t-shirt. Thank you.
Annie Lowry went to Harvard, married to Ezra Klein. Boy, this is a little on the nose, the big old nose.
That's another thing with it. It's on the nose. Well, how could you miss?
Jeez. Scarface in all caps writes every single time. Look, I don't want it to be the case, but like if you either have to have it be the case, or you have to just not look. Those are your only two options.
How can you say that? That's so horribly anti-Semitic, but it's also true.
They're like, it's so anti-Semitic. I'm like, I didn't say it. It's just the thing. They're writing.
I'm not making an assumption. I'm pointing out a fact.
I'm sorry, but when I read that article, I read it in a particular accent. And when that accent tends to be accurate, that's fucked up. Look, ma'am, it's fucked up to me too. It's just you and I are thinking it's fucked up for different reasons. You're mad at me because I...
Oh, yeah, of course you find the people are the ones with the problem, yeah.
Was he German or Irish?
No, you said accent, and I lost it. And...
So, wait a minute. You're mad at me for reading the thing. I'm mad at the thing I read. Like, which one of us is the bad guy here? All I did was notice something. Like,
apparently you're not supposed to.
If a dog shits on the carpet and I go, hey, the dog shit on the carpet, you don't get mad at me for noticing the shit. You get mad at the dog.
Well, Aaron, if you notice, if you keep noticing these things, you'll point them out and people start to think there's some sort of secret society controlling stuff. And the best way to nip that in the bud is if we as a group come out and say, no, we're not going to let you notice us.
You know, it will all go away if you stop looking at it. All right, let's continue on.
It's weird that I can always picture like a mafia family. Well, maybe if you don't notice anything, there won't be a problem.
You know the worst part is, as soon as I opened the article and it said by Annie Lowry, I just got that sinking feeling in my gut, and I just went, maybe I shouldn't Google it this time because I. But
and
I'm like,
then I said something and it was unavoidable.
And then they're like, oh, and she's married to Ezra Klein, a propagandist, and you're like, oh. That's the thing. That's why I'm not a bad guy, because I see it and I go, no.
I don't want it to be true.
Be Muslim.
I'm pissed that I'm right.
Be a Christian. Be something else. Stop. So anyway, The Atlantic wrote an article. Annie Lowry wrote an article for The Atlantic called Inflation is Your Fault. If people are so mad about high prices, why do they keep buying so many expensive things? All right, please, please, please Don't let this be another woman writing an article where she starts out with some third-person anecdote bullshit. We're like,
woke up in the morning, and as I stirred my tea, I wondered to myself.
Exactly. It's like, it has nothing to do with the story, but they're like, oh, I just fancy myself Robert Frost. No, you're doing an impression of a dude and a terrible job of it. Whereas, like, if a guy writes a news story, it starts out with, the Rams were able to overcome 3 early turnovers to defeat the Browns yesterday, blah, blah. And it's just like, you're right into it. They don't go, as Coach McVay got his morning coffee out of his thermos, he thought to, shut up. Here we go. Oh, she might have gotten into it. She goes, you would think.
As I softly adjusted my balls. Sorry, I'm just trying to think of a guy writing like a woman.
As I left the house today, my husband yelled, now remember, don't let him know. Sorry.
As my lunch squeaked out my ass.
So off we go. Let's dive into this article. Inflation is all your fault. All right. You would think, with prices as high as they are, that Americans would have tempered their enthusiasm for shopping as of late. Right. You would think as inflation got worse, you stupid Americans would stop trying to do things that might make you happy. We're trying to shame you out of enjoying your lives. That they would have pulled back on spending on luxury items, that they would have sought out budget and basic options, bought smaller packages, fewer things. Yeah, you see, guys, we fucked up the entire economy. Why aren't you paying the price for it? And by the way,
and, you know,
these
a country
people
full of big box stores, you're going to buy smaller packages because Sam's Club does that.
But the problem I have with her is like, people are spending more money. You're right. But that doesn't mean they're like, yeah, fuck inflation. They're buying the same amount of shit.
It's just costing them more.
Right.
And the other part of this is, too, I actually, because we have that Blue Stem Fulfillment Center here, I actually know people that work there. They've been remarkably low on work. Believe it or not, people aren't buying and shopping like they used to.
I don't believe it. Yeah, SH says luxury items like food. That's just it. They're like, consumer spending rose 0.2 after accounting for higher prices. Right, because people are having to spend more. It's not like they're going out going, fuck inflation, let's spend more than what we were spending before on all kinds of needless shit. No. In October, the most recent month for which the government has data, online shopping jumped 7.8% over the Thanksgiving long weekend, more than analysts had anticipated. I'm guessing that driving around and consuming gas is not as reasonable money-wise as ordering online.
And it is kind of the Christmas season, which I don't know if you know this or not, but usually after Thanksgiving, there is a market uptick in shopping. Can we have a comparison to where this is, say, pre-pandemic levels on how much the shopping went up?
That would be an interesting
Can we see what happened with the American spending on frivolous things on, like, internet shopping, say, during the Trump administration after Black Friday?
Yeah. The sales of new cars, dishwashers, cruise vacations, jewelry, all things people tend to give up when they're watching their budget, remain strong. Consultants keep anticipating a recession precipitated by the death of the consumer. Thus far, the consumer is staying alive. People hate inflation, just not enough to spend less. When there's inflation, you don't spend less because all of the things you buy are more expensive.
You buy less, but you're still spending more, dumbass.
This is retarded from Jump Street.
Also, that whole cruise thing doesn't count. I've done 3 or 4 stories now about couples that have found it's easier to just globetrot the world on a cruise ship than it is to join a retirement home.
Yeah, that's a real thing, that seniors are actually taking cruises rather than go to retirement homes because it's cheaper.
It's cheaper, and it's quintessentially the same thing. The staff cleans your room up for you. You get 3 squares, except now, as opposed to just hanging out playing shuffleboard with Gary and the invisible guy he's always talking to, there's, a little bit of Jamaican flavor at the bar that the wife's always kind of looking at.
A little too much, quite frankly.
A little too much. You know what? And they hang out a lot. Weird.
Yeah, they're talking
They're just friends.
And I'm the paranoid one for thinking something's going on there. This is one of the central tensions of today's economy, in which things are going great, yet everyone is miserable. Fuck you, lady. I mean, really, fuck you. This is like the third.
Things are going great.
This is like the third article on this kind of thing that we've seen. Again, she's sitting there going, things are going great, but everyone is miserable. Do you know why? Because people remember how much greater it was 4 years ago. They remember they had more money in their pocket. Shit didn't cost as much. Nobody's saying, like, I love how these people are acting like the only way there can be a bad economy is if people are starving to death in the streets.
Because that's what they're aiming for. They're like, guys, things are great. Wait till we get where we're pushing you. Right. That's going to suck.
Well, and, a study came out yesterday. 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, meaning they're at $0 when they get paid. No savings, nothing over, nothing extra. 60%, 6 in 10 Americans, most people, the norm is people being broke on payday. And then the Atlantic has the audacity to say, things are going great, but everyone's miserable. And in some ways, Americans have nobody to blame but themselves. Oh, this lady.
You know what? When you go out dressed like that and you get defrauded by a pack of, it'll be your own damn fault.
They really are Mel Gibsoning us, aren't they?
Yes. You make my life so fucking difficult.
I deserve to be blown before grocery shopping. Now, consumer spending rose 0.2%, blah, 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 blah. People hate inflation, just not enough to spend less. Americans have nobody to blame but themselves. 3 years ago, the pandemic gnarled supply chains all over the world, leading to shortages of many consumer goods. At the same time, the American government transferred roughly $1.8 trillion to households in the form of generous unemployment insurance benefits. So, yeah, when you print a shitload of money and you shut down the economy, there's lots of inflation.
When you take the supply out of the chain and then you give everybody a shitload of money, goods prices, everything goes up. It's called inflation.
Yeah, why don't you guys just stop spending so much? Why don't you stop spending money on life? And then inflation won't be a problem.
Hey, can this lady put this towards the government? Like, hey, we've got a real problem with our budget and everything. Maybe our government should stop buying expensive things like wars in other countries.
Yeah, that'd be great. Maybe our government could take a little advice. By the way, 700 of you checking out the show right now. Go ahead and hit the thumbs up, hit like, hit subscribe. It's great for the algorithm. Let's get up to, I don't know, between the two, Rumble and YouTube, let's get up to like 300, 400 likes. Fire away. Thank you very much. But, yeah, my Negroes in the chat says, but Aaron, unemployment is low. Yeah, that's the other thing they go with. Oh, God, things are so great. Yeah, when you rig the numbers to make them look really good so you can ignore all the shit that's going on. Yeah, on paper, it all looks great. I love how people like this Atlantic writer and the government, and someone made a great point. Was this written by Corinne Jean-Pierre, says Mark Atkinson? Maybe. But, like, they'll keep going like, well, I don't get it. All of our stuff on paper says that things are really good, but all of the people we talk to say things are dog shit. And they never for once think, do you think our paper could be wrong?
Is it maybe like we skewed all the things on paper say things are really good? All we did is omit the bad shit.
Right.
Because that's the other part, too. They almost openly admit, look, we kind of skewed the data to just cherry pick the parts we want. But, hey.
Because wasn't it like, isn't it the inflation thing? They don't count, what is it, food and living?
Yeah. They don't count a lot of the expenses that most of us are like, hey, but we need to do those, and those get affected by inflation. Yeah, but if we don't count those, it seems like the economy's gangbusters. And
exactly.
What's your problem?
And then with the unemployment numbers, they don't break down how much of it is public sector jobs, which are basically taxpayer-funded giveaways, and how much we're losing in things like manufacturing and service.
And I love that they'll be like, hey, man, we've added all of these jobs to the economy. Yeah, after you guys spent the last administration forcibly removing them.
Right.
So
you forced people to stop.
Us back the toy you took away.
Thanks a lot. And then you told us that toy production is going gangbusters. Mark Atkinson says, of course unemployment is low. People love working 2 or 3 jobs. Yeah, it's just this weird, and the term gaslighting is gay and people don't use it right, but I don't have a better word for it in this case. It's the government fucking shit up and then convincing us it's our fault.
Yeah.
It's them going, hey, are you guys sure that you didn't fuck this up? We're like, no. I'm positive that we didn't fuck this up. I shudder to think, because, voters are stupid. I shudder to think if shit like this works on people.
It does, sadly.
Like if they go, maybe it is our fault. Maybe we're like, you're the abused woman going, well, dinner was late.
He did have to tell me twice.
Yeah. And he only hit me once. So it shows that he's forgiving. Yeah, Omega Dreads Gaming Channel says government blamed we the people. Isn't that amazing? Like when they need our vote, we're the greatest, we're the smartest, we're lovely, we're incredible. But then when shit hits the fan for them, why are we so fucking stupid? And I'm the opposite. I'm like, no, you guys are fucking stupid when you're electing these people. The choices you're making.
We're stupid all the time. I'm bottom line just, we're dumb.
Yeah, Sean with a great point. 30% of the population is a government-funded paycheck. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right.
And they get paid way more than minimum wage.
Oh,
with benefits, too.
Way more than market value. I mean, government jobs are, and full benefits where it's so funny to talk to a teacher and have them say, well, my salary's only $45,000 a year. It's like, all right, what do you contribute to your insurance? And like, what? Contribute to my insurance? It's like,
how much do you pay for your insurance?
Yeah, well, I'm I run my own company. I have to pay for my own health insurance and dental
insurance.
Whole
thing, the whole way.
Yeah, the whole thing, like from the marketplace. Like I break down, I look at 4 different what's Minnesota? We probably have 2 or 3 different healthcare companies, and I get to pick between those plans. And
then after that, you get to pay your out-of-pocket costs as well.
Right, exactly. So you talk to a teacher, and you're like, well, how much do you pay for your insurance? Like, nothing. Okay, add that onto your compensation because I have to pay for that in my life. So that would be extra money in my pocket. So what's your insurance plan? Oh, it's like gold. It's like the best possible shit with a, $1,000 deductible for my whole family. Okay, so that's about $500, $600, $700 a month. So that's probably another $8,000. So now you're up to, if you make $45,000 a year, $53,000 a year. How about your retirement? Because I have to max out retirement accounts so I can maybe have a chance. And by the way, maxing out retirement accounts and still totally not going to be able to retire on time. I mean, that's just the reality for most people now, the way shit's going. But I contribute to that. What do you contribute? Oh, well, I have a pension and a retirement fund, and they just fund it.
They're just there. It's actually taxpayer funded. Like, you guys pay for it while I'm teaching your kids.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so that's $1,000 a month at least. So now add that. That's another $12,000. So I don't know. Now we're talking about $65,000 a year that you make. Oh, and how much do you work a year? Oh, 9 months. Oh, okay. So that's 3 quarters. So what's a quarter of 65,000? About 15. We'll say 15,000. So you make the equivalent of about 80,000 a year. So, and look, I'm not sitting here going 80,000 a year means you're rich, but you can get by.
You're living high in the hog. No, but you're doing a hell of a lot better than a lot of us.
Yeah, you're doing okay at 80,000 a year. Teachers are fucking awful though. They're the ones that complain. They're some of the worst. Yeah, and Cameron Souter with a good point. They stop counting you as unemployed after 6 months. So you drop off the rolls. That's like during the big recession in 2008. They artificially kept the unemployment number lower than it actually was because they just didn't count people who weren't looking for jobs.
See, that doesn't count to me. Like, no. Unemployment should literally just be the people that are not employed. The members of your society that could be productive members of your society that are not.
Right.
That's all it should be.
Yeah. And, when it comes to, thank you, Sid Saraf, for gifting 5 memberships. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Very cool, buddy. By the way, we're well over 600. On our way to 700 members. Thanks, guys. Cameron Souter, Frederick Bros Racing, Oliver Hernandez, Mr. Tony Soprano, and Viking74. Thank you. If you're not aware, 210 away from tomorrow morning's goal. If we knock out tomorrow today, whether it's morning or evening show, that will mean one whole week a day ahead of our goal. So thank you very much, Sid Saraf. And anyone else, if you want to throw in, there's the PayPal, Venmo, and Streamlabs link in the chat. Yeah, see, Kotod says in the chat, wait, you guys are going to retire? Right, like
dude. I'm side hustling until I'm dead at this point. I don't know about you.
It's really something, man. I mean, it's so weird to people with maxed out retirement accounts. And like, yeah, you're not going to make it to retirement. It's like, well, then can I put more in? No, not in this one. Well, what the fuck?
Well, what am I supposed to do? We'll start another retirement account. You're going to have a couple of accounts. I guess.
Will Social Security maybe be saved? And look, I hate Social Security. I wish it was gone. I wish people. Do you know how much people could invest for retirement if they were just given their their payroll tax back?
Right. But the government can't get their hands on it if they don't touch it first.
Because, like, I'll say this, as a guy who pays both ends of the payroll tax, the employer and the employee side of it, I'll tell you this, as a business owner, and I run a very, very, very small, tiny business. Think of every business out there. They pay 7.5% tax on every dime of payroll they have. So, you know what? God, I'm terrible at math. You have $1 million worth of payroll. Let's say you run a business that has $1 million of payroll times 0.07. You pay $70,000 a month. By the way, let's say monthly you have $1 million. That's $70,000 a month on your end, and then your employees pay $70,000 a month in payroll taxes. So that's $140,000 a month for a company that pays out $1 million a month, a big company. Do you know what they could do for their employees or their business or the economy in general if they had that, almost $1.8 million a year?
Yeah, but this is where I fall back on people are greedy. If you gave that money back to the company, how much of that makes it to the employee?
Well,
like, I'm not saying they wouldn't.
And
I'm just saying, how easy would it be? Like, well, I guess this is another extra pocket for me. There we go.
Well, the employee would save money automatically because they're 7.5%. Wouldn't be charged.
They're 7.5%. I'm sure they'd get to, as long as they get to keep that. That's at least something. But
right. Well, I always said this about tax cuts for businesses because I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, wouldn't they could just pocket it, and they could absolutely. But I always said this when I was working at Litchfield and I was making like no money. I was like, I'd much rather they give my boss a tax cut and make him not pay taxes because it's a lot easier for me to get at it and maybe get some of that money if it's in his pocket rather than the government's.
You've got a much better chance of getting a raise if he has the money as opposed to, well, the money's tied up with the government. Well, what are my odds at seeing some of that?
Yeah.
None and none.
Unless I fire you. Then you can have some. You can have some then. Doesn't really seem to work out, though, mathematically. Sean says, hunting license, fishing, trapping, drivers, insurance, etc. Where does your money go? Everywhere. They tax a little bit of everything. Mark Atkinson says, unfortunately, like income tax refunds, most wouldn't invest in retirement. They would go buy more shit they don't need. You're probably right. A lot of people would. But, like, if you take people's payroll tax and just get rid of Social Security, like we used to have in this country for the first 160, 180 years, there would be a lot of people, maybe not most of them, but there would be a lot of people who would invest. And they'd get a lot better return than Social Security gets. But my question I wanted to ask before I got distracted is I'm trying to figure out the math here. And I know Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. But I also know we have the biggest out-of-whack balance in that Ponzi scheme ever because you have so many baby boomers and so few Gen X, millennials, and Gen Z. Mm-hmm. Once the baby boomers rot to death, will Social Security get healthy again?
Technically, yes, but there is also this is the other double-edged side sort of the Social Security thing. The government always borrows that money out of there with we're going to do this and we're going to do that and we're going to put it back in. And then that second part doesn't always happen. So then they're all, oh, it's not solvent. Yeah, because you guys can't just leave it, again, alone.
Yeah.
Like, stop using it to fund your wars and your backroom deals as your little intermediary thing.
Well, but they're
and then while you do it, this is the other problem, not to interrupt you, I'm sorry.
No,
this is the other thing that pisses me off. With Social Security's a Ponzi scheme, it's insolvent. It's like, yes, and the military failed a $6 billion budget yet again.
Yeah.
So tell me again how it's all the Social Security's fault. Like, can we maybe have the military, I don't know, keep track of where their fucking money went?
Well, that's the thing about like government spending and all that. People pick out one program and they go, well, this is wasteful. I'm like, no. They all do it. They're all doing the same thing. It's the system as a whole. Like people keep wanting to pick apart this little thing or that little thing. Tear the whole house is rotten. You don't need to go into one room. So you don't need to go into one room and go, oh, there's mold here. The whole thing is moldy. It's all fucked. Don't worry. Like you don't have to pick out this one little thing. But as far as like the Social Security thing, they really do have a Lloyd Christmas approach to it. You know, they're like, that's just as good as money, sir. Those are IOUs. They've got a picture of a war on one of them. They're like, that one was to Boeing for airplanes. Johnny David says, no, millennials will take up Social Security. Oh, because are there a lot of us? Are we the big dogs, numbers wise?
Again, I feel like population wise, like we had a bigger generation that moves to a smaller one, but
let's see, population by generation. Population share by generation 2022. Here we go. Let's take a look. See, Gen Z is 20.88% of the population. Yeah, the millennials are the big dogs right now. Boomers are 20.58%. Millennials are 21.67%. So there are more millennials.
We got to start shaving those numbers down.
Gen X is only 19.61. So the boomers had Gen X and the millennials. And so the older boomers that had Gen X, they were like, oh, fuck kids, we're not doing that. And then the younger boomers were like, we'll have a couple. We'll have 2 or 3. And then Gen X said, nah, we watched our boomer parents. We don't want to be like those fucking people. And they had less kids than the millennials, or than the boomers did. But yeah, we are. Okay, we're the big dogs. Millennials are the ones with the big targets on our back. We're the leaders by about 1%. And that number is not going to change because they're not making, millennials are like $2 bills. They ain't making any more of them.
Really?
Nope. Can't make any more millennials. Can't make any more Gen Z either. They're 2012. So what's this current, I think they're calling this current generation, Generation Alpha, the one that's being born now. It's kind of a gay name.
I could go back to the 80s, cream pie some cunnies.
Would have gone back in time, taken some numbers from the boomers. What? Hey, you know what I say about weeding out the boomers' numbers? It's never too late. It's never too late. Coltrane says government also expands the eligibility for Social Security, so that will offset boomers dying. Oh, okay. Okay. They should call them this generation, Generation Alpha, because aren't they millennials kids? Yeah, those are the alpha kids because they're coming from us. I
also just realized something else, too. As a society and everything, regardless of age, Social Security also counts for disability. And we have more and more people that are like, well, I need to just be paid to live at home because I can't even. I'm so fat, I need to be given disability, or I have mental difficulty. Like, everybody and their mother's like, oh, this qualifies me for disability. Motherfucker, my legs don't move. Like, and I had to fight to get it for that. Like, but are you disabled, though?
Johnny, I have breaking news. Charlie's informing us that he's been calling some radio station in Kentucky that has one viewer on YouTube because they simulcast. And he's saying that they really like me and they want me to call back. To which I would say, go for it.
All right, man. Hey, you found a home.
Go for it. Charlie, I've always heard if you love something, let it go. If Charlie comes back. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm fucking up the Carlin line. If you love Charlie, set him free. If Charlie comes back, set him on fire. There you go. Dr. Silverwolf says, sorry to burst your analogy, boss, but the $2 bill is still being made. Fuck.
Yeah, actually it is. Strip clubs love the $2 bill.
Do they really?
Yeah. Because if you say, you want to throw some money at the ladies on the rail and you bring $20 to break down for that rail money, that's 20 dances that you can put a bill out there. But if it's only 2s, now it's 10. Okay. So now you got to make that money go further. You got to put more in.
So you're saying if I ever find a woman who has a lot of $2 bills on her, stripper?
Total stripper.
Total stripper.
Dude,
all right. Thank you.
If you find a $2 bill, the odds that bill has rested somewhere against a lady's parts is extremely strong. To the point at which I, as a joke, gave Jonah's son a $2 bill in front of Jonah because he knew exactly where it came from.
That's remarkably helpful. Sid Seraph says, not to be a hipster, but I'll miss Charlie. Well, if you guys missed earlier, there's the links in the chat to PayPal, Streamlabs, and everything else. If we knock out Tuesday this morning, we will. I'll even ban Charlie from the studio line as well. Not just the phone calls, but the text readings as well. So if you guys want to say farewell to Charlie, see, I know when we have something profitable on our hands, and never do it for free when it comes to Jake or Charlie or anything else. Fuck you, Joe Boo says, understand that the only people reading The Atlantic are salary-paid professionals living in an echo chamber, not flyover country folks like us. And like when people like us do read it, we read it like we did to laugh at them.
Yeah. Like, oh, you're dumb. Okay.
Yeah. Really stupid. Like remarkably dumb. Embarrassingly dumb, some would say. All right, we've got a story out of Tampa, which there really is no word that rhymes with Tampa Bay, but for pedophiles, is there? Because we have a woman who this might actually be worse than a sex teacher.
Okay, how?
It's school involved, but like at least with a sex,
like the lunch lady.
Well,
slap me, Joey.
Well, at least with the teachers, they're there at the school, like that's their job. So while they're doing their job, they're grooming and molesting children. This next story is, you talk about going out of your way. We'll get to it in a second. I'm going to take a quick break. Johnny, I want you to talk to him not only about Just Kidding LLC, about the Game Over podcast that's coming up at 2 p.m., but also about the rest of the week, your Friday and Monday shows as well.
Yeah. All right. So while he goes and exports some bread, we're going to be doing again the show this Friday. This Friday morning, we'll have the Twitch. So there'll be 3 channels that will be going in at the same time. There will be some changes to how I run my Twitch thing. So my regular Twitch viewers, just so you know, the soundboards won't be quite as available to you just because it'll get a little out of control. We'll also have Jonah Maddox joining us to talk about a lot of stuff. He's a veteran, and, we can't have those on when Aaron's here. So since Aaron's out, we're going to kind of throw out all the rules. Technically, I could take a call from Charlie. Probably won't. As for today, we're going to be doing the Game Over podcast at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time is when we start. We're fully funded through today, so we're going to from 2 to 5:30. It's going to be a collection of all of the latest news and just different topical events to talk about and laugh about. I don't think we really do the sports, though. I don't really fall for the sports stuff. That's more of Aaron's thing. And then Monday, I'm trying to get Corey and Oz. I have messaged Corey and Oz, and if either of them can come in on Monday, I'd really love to have one or both of them. I'd love to have both of them, like all 3 of us, just like the second mics hanging out for a Monday show, but haven't heard back yet.
Yeah, Corey's a weird one because
it's busy, man.
I text Corey to ask him to do shows and stuff like Friday and Monday, and like he won't respond, but then later he'll be like, oh man, I'd love to do a show sometime. Be like, well, how about the ones I offer you? Jesus. Well, at any rate, this story and with Oz, man, it's a fucking crapshoot.
Yeah. But like I said, if I can get either of them in on it, I will. And then the cowpote idea that you suggested, I'll see how well we can get that going. Because that could.
If you want me to help you with that, I can get in touch with cowpote post haste.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll help you with that. By the way, we have Ethan Ralph as our kind of go-away guest on Thursday at 10 a.m. on Rumble for the Rumble Thursday show. That's the other thing. Johnny's going to be on YouTube and all the platforms. We're going to do Rumble Friday on Thursday as our goodbye. So really, we have two. So we have So we have Tuesday morning and Wednesday morning goals, and that's it. Wow, I hope this week shapes up to be as awesome as it seems. So when it comes to Thursday, we got Ethan Ralph on the show. Somebody wrote in the chat, they're like, "Don't you throw softballs to Ethan Ralph?" It's like he's gonna be a guest. I'm gonna have him on. We're gonna talk about shit. You guys can throw in money and ask him questions and all that, and say whatever you want. Ethan has never been a guy who's been shy to respond to people or fucking yell at them.
Yeah, because you know what we're really known for here is softballing everything. Like,
yeah,
we don't want to be too mean. We don't want to be mean, we don't want to say that she says the N-word in her private life. That would be wrong.
Right. We're a real softball show. The reason we're here and not on radio anymore is because we're such a goddamn softball show.
We're just too soft.
That's really the problem. All right, let's go ahead and get to this story. I said that this is probably worse than a sex teacher because a sex teacher at least has a reason to be in the school.
Yeah, and now I've been racking my brain over how this works. So
all right.
I'm curious as fuck.
Let's take a listen.
Tonight only on 10 with this woman who officers say preyed on young boys in Tampa by masquerading as a homeschooled student.
In reality,
so she
see, she's homeschooled. She doesn't know what a dick is. You'll have to teach her.
Oh shit. Oh, I hate when that happens.
What did you do?
I picked something on my leg.
And now you're bleeding.
I'm bleeding. Can you?
All right.
Can you take it for one more second here? Just talk about old Alyssa Zinger, Finger Zinger's appearance and whatnot. Just be really misogynist, and I'll go clean up the blood on my hands and leg. What a pig.
I'm amazed it was red. After all the stories we've heard, I expected it to be neon yellow. At any rate, she definitely looks homeschooled, very homely. But I don't know. Would you? That's a good question. If it's too good to be true, she's homeschooled. She doesn't know what a dick is. I mean, really? I don't know if I'm going to get it by there. Damn, Aaron has self-samurai showdown himself? No. He picked a scab on his leg and he's bleeding. We have a bleeder. Yes, we do. Like I said, the surprising part to me was the deep red color. Expected more of a yellow hue. But,
bro, it looked like my leg had a period. That's fucked up. I've got a leg pussy, and it leaked all over the place. I'm sorry, you guys were saying? How do we feel about this girl?
Got an axe wound in my calf muscle.
Yeah, what the fuck? Oh, man, that thing is really going.
Do you got a tissue or a Band-Aid on it? Are you going to be okay?
Yeah, I'll be... Oh, that's not going to work. We'll just hold it like this.
Hey, you know what'll sop that up really good? Some bread.
Oh, man. Got any queso with it? So Alyssa Zinger was... See, this is what I mean by worse than a sex teacher, because she actually posed as a homeschooled student so that she could fuck school-age kids. Like, she invented a lie. At least your teacher is who she says she is.
She's also naked.
She's your teacher, and she wants some dick. She's not a filthy liar and a child-molesting whore like this lady.
See, but this is the problem where I feel a little bit, I feel a little differently about this. Like, see, with the teacher one, that's not cool. There's a power dynamic. You can feel a certain amount of responsibility either to make the teacher happy or just to avoid any sort of punishment or persecution. But if you just meet some homely homeschooled chick who's, I don't know what a penis is. I've always heard about one. Can you show me yours? Like, I mean, I feel like you have a lot more.
I hate
to
be the guy with shittier taste in the room here, but I don't find her homely. I think she's cute. I would. Am I a bad guy?
Yeah. I
think she's cute. I mean, she's got to stop making that stupid face. If she would let her bottom lip out more, it's fine. But, you know,
I'm not saying if
Johnny,
I met her at a bar.
Johnny, pending tit review, this could be okay.
Watch, she's a fucking beach ball from the shoulders down, and we're both just like, fuck it, never mind.
Yeah, that's no good. I don't mean to tell the news what to do with their pedophile story, but if you could show us a full body shot, that would be extremely helpful so we know how outraged we're supposed to be.
I can't be judgmental until I see the shape.
Yeah.
Homeschooled student.
In reality, Alyssa Zinger is a 22-year-old who worked part-time at Publix. Tonight,
what a winner. I'd rather be a homeschooled student than a 22-year-old working part-time at Publix. There's more potential in the homeschool.
Charges of molestation and battery on victims from 12 to 15 years old. Parents reached out to us concerned there are more children who could be victims, so we started asking questions. This is 10 Tampa Bay at 5. I'm Courtney Rabbit.
The first question we asked, quote, what the fuck? We have not gotten an answer yet.
Even if she says she's homeschooled, you're 12 years old, and that lady's like, I'm homeschooled. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. There's a lot of...
Hey, Johnny,
you're a homeschool, but you still look like a senior, right?
I have a question. Do you think that maybe they were confused and this woman's actually innocent? She never said she was homeschooled, but rather homely?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think you might have a point
there. She said homely. They took it as homeschool.
Yeah.
It's all on them.
And I'm Josh Sidorowicz. Police say she met at least one of those boys through Snapchat. 10 Tampa Bay's Eric Glasser tonight details how
she may not have been homeschooled, but she sure was whole-schooled. Right? Because she was fucking the kids.
Right.
She even went creepy ages too, 12 to 15. Not even like the girl fucking the high school guy age range where you're like, all right, shitty, but nobody's crying, tears for this kid.
Yeah, I feel like 16 to 18, and I'm like, all right, this is not cool, but
that kid's getting something out of it.
But that's the 12 part.
Right.
And I'm like, why? No.
If you can't drive a car, you can't fuck a grown-up. There.
And he's gonna ask you to put money on his video game accounts. Like, that's how you're gonna pay him. Like,
hey, hey Zinger, I'm out of Robux. Anything you can do? Just.
Investigators say it grew from there.
I want to buy a new package for Strongman Simulator, and I know Roblox games. I have children. I want to buy a second floor for my restaurant, but I'm a little short on Robux. Anything you can do? I actually have a My Restaurant. I did play with the kids sometimes.
Dude, I don't want my daughter to go near Roblox. Like, that's all I'm doing.
You got to keep an eye on that shit. I keep an eye on their I'm logged into their Roblox, and I go take a look probably once a week. They don't really go on there as much anymore, though. They're not really into Roblox. They're more into, like, watching YouTube videos and shit now on their tablets. But I go into their account every week, and I just kind of give everything a once-over.
Make sure nothing hinky's happening here.
Yeah, I sent some guy a dick pic, though, one time, forgetting that it was my son's account. And I fucked that up. But don't worry, I just logged into mine and resent it. It was fine. He understood He understood the misunderstanding, but once I told him I wasn't 6 years old, he stopped talking to me.
But he did agree in both pictures. Damn nice cock.
Yeah, he did say, nice cock.
To involve other kids.
Tampa police say this woman, 22-year-old Alyssa Zinger.
Take it easy. Take a fucking breath, buddy. Jesus.
Somebody just got done being a fucking auctioneer. Well, we got a pedophile. It's a lady.
Hey, she fucked a 12-year-old. 12. Can I get a 13? Got a 13 over there. 13. Looking for 14. 14. There we go. Looking for a 10 and a 5. 15. 15. We got a 15 over here. Looking for anal on a 16-year-old. No 16s. Can I get anal on an 11? 11 over there with the anal. Getting it in the balloon. Not at 12. 12. Can I see a 12? 12 right there for the oral. 12 there. Can I get a 13 for a hand job? Hand job at a 13. 13 for a hand job. Can I get a... Can I get an around the world at a 15? Learner's permit for a 15 all around the world. That means asshole, pussy, mouth, everything, maybe even a couple skull fuckings. There, sold to the man at the 15. The high school sophomore with the learner's permit.
Sold for a fisting with a 15-year-old.
Posed as a 14-year-old homeschooled student on social media.
More like a ho-schooled student, am I right?
All right, I'm sorry. I need a below-the-shoulder shot. 14 my ass. She posed as a 14-year-old?
Yeah, she posed as a 14. Well, if you're 15 and it's like your first time a girl touches your wiener.
Yeah, you're not asking any questions. My point is that does not look like a 14-year-old.
No, not in the least. But, again, if you're 15 and there's a girl sucking your dick.
How funny would it be, though, if she's, hanging around these schools trying to pick up kids and she's posing as a 14-year-old and a bunch of like older like pervy dudes are like, hey dude, it's a 14-year-old homeschooled chick, that's fucking easy bag money. So now she's getting perved on by pervs while she's trying to perv. She's like, hey, can you stop trying to pedo me? I'm trying to some kids here.
I'm starting to think this woman didn't realize the long range of damage she was doing, Johnny. I'm starting to think she was maybe selfish. And that's the greatest crime of all. More so than jacking off the 13-year-olds. It's that she was selfish.
And think of how good the 13-year-old must feel.
Befriended students at Wilson Middle School, then sent sex videos on Snapchat, and eventually, they say, engaged in at least 30 sexual acts with one and possibly more students.
Jesus.
Okay, I'm sorry. You don't engage in at least 30 possible sexual acts with one or more students unless one of those students is damn willing. You know?
And that's the tricky part because like 13, 14, 15, she's putting us all in a weird spot because we're like, yeah, at 15 years old, you wanted to fuck for sure. It was usually more a lack of options. You know?
More importantly, you're not thinking. Your dick's thinking for you. He's just telling you one message. I have a mission and we need to do this.
And you're not thinking this is a 22-year-old. This is where it's different than the sex teacher thing. The sex teacher, you as the 14-year-old or 15-year-old student know that that's an adult.
That's not right. There's an impropriety here.
Yeah, that's a grown-up. That's an adult. This girl was telling you, as you've got hormones raging and cum shooting out of your eyeballs, she's telling you, I'm a 14-year-old homeschooled student, and you're not going to ask any questions because you're not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. She's like, she said 14? We're good. So if those kids never find out that that girl's actually 22, can it really fuck them up?
No.
See, I don't think so.
Because they just, like, again, this is literally the kid's brainwave as soon as she's like, hey, I'm 14 and here's a sex video of me. You're like, I've scored. I don't know what I did, but I'm so glad.
Actually, some of the kids don't really know much about sex and they get a little too aggressive. One of the kids, she sent him a video and he said,
I'm gonna fuck his ass with a bad spear button.
See, that's not,
that's too aggressive. That's
yeah.
too aggressive.
Then she sent one of the 14-year-olds a sex video and he said,
I like to eat the pussy, otherwise I fuck her ass.
Whoa, we're skipping a part there, buddy.
Experts in the case have said, dude, really, this with all these, why would she do this? And so far, the only explanation we have,
wearing lipstick.
Actually, Johnny, I'm setting you up for a drop here. The cops were investigating the boys, and they were asking them about her, and they weren't saying anything. They weren't responding to the cops. They were absolutely shutting them out, and the cops asked them a follow-up question.
I believe it was this one.
Your mouth all glued up with Connie juice. I asked you a question.
And what if it was? What if it was? What if it was all glued up with Connie juice? One of the kids wrote a Snapchat. Now, see, the cops believe that this woman is some kind of predator, Johnny, but we did some private investigating, and we found out that the kids were kind of egging her on as well, thinking she was a 14-year-old girl. This is one of the text messages she received.
10-inch my cock.
I mean, that does seem like... Oh, one of the kids
found... For a 12-year-old, Jesus.
One of the kids found out she was 22 and said they were going to turn her in. You know what she said to him?
What?
Saw the message. Jumpy, beep, beep.
Oh, no. That's not good.
That wouldn't be very good. One of the kids, she even had a nickname for him.
A demon came with his penis and put it in my mouth.
A demon penis.
Oh.
She had a three-way. You know who the students were?
Who were the students?
A Methodist and the son of a bitch.
One of the kids actually... Oh, go ahead.
One of the kids came forward and said things got really, really weird when she asked him to
try to relax your anus.
Oh, no, that's not good.
That's going down a dark road.
One of the kids was mad when they found out there were other kids, and he said, but I love you, and I wanted to have a life with you. And you know what she said to that kid?
What?
Okay, faggot, what's next?
That's not very nice. That's not a nice thing to say.
Oh, no.
I'm looking.
Yeah, I have too many pages now. I know.
I know, me too. That's my problem. I know I have really good ones. We have a video message from one of the boys sending it to the teacher.
I like a nice shorn puss.
Yep. Yeah. That'll do
Actually, she apparently she was in a group chat with everyone, and she wanted to tell all of them,
brother, you got a beautiful cock.
Oh,
you got a beautiful cock, baby.
And that's how you get them.
It's very sweet. Actually, one of the boys came on pretty strong to this woman, and it's, some people are wondering, well, did she even have a chance to say no? He sent her a picture of his dick, and she just immediately responded back,
I want to drown in cum.
Oh, no.
Jesus, you whore. It's not helping. One of the kids said he was harassed by this lady to have sex with her. He rejected her, and she wrote back to him,
and I got news for you. That means you're gay.
That's taunting. Oh, we've still got a lot more left in this story. Let's continue on. Go ahead.
I got one last one. Ma'am, who are you alleged of having an affair with?
This cocksucker here.
That's not very romantic. Jesus. All right, here we go. Here's Alex Jones.
Fuck you, Matthew McConaughey, you goddamn drug addict.
That's just
you
Alex.
blackmailed piece of shit, meth head. Fuck you.
Alex Jones does not like Matthew McConaughey. Actually, one of the wrestling coaches at the middle school found out that the kids were fucking this girl, and he banned them from seeing her because
women weaken legs.
That's true. I found out that the whole not blowing your load before fights or wrestling matches or boxing matches is total bullshit.
Yeah, it seems.
It's not a thing. Like, it doesn't help you at all. In fact, there are some studies that show it can relax you and make you a little sharper and like a little less tense. So
you have a little less hormones racing through.
Yeah.
And then for some people, was it Mike Tyson apparently had to blow a load before a fight or he'd kill somebody?
Yeah, some guys just they're on both ends of the spectrum on what to do with your jizz before a fight. Let's continue on with this woman. So if you're just joining us, she's a 22-year-old part-time Publix worker who was posing as a 14-year-old homeschool chick so she could fuck 15-year-old boys.
And that's the high end.
A spokesperson for Hillsborough School says Zinger never posed as a student at any of their campuses. And so for now, they are not directly involved with the investigation. In a statement,
Woodrow Wilson Middle School, that's the middle school that gets involved in every other fucking school's business, even though they didn't ask them to. Sorry. Woodrow Wilson joke.
PD says in part, the incident did not originate at a local school, and Zinger posed as a homeschooled student to communicate with victims online.
It's actually, I hate to give this woman any credit, but that's really smart.
Yeah.
If you pose as a student at the school, you got to back that up somehow.
Yep, there's paperwork. People look into it. Now she's just a really creepy chick who's hitting underage pole, I guess.
Yeah. And also, she told them she was a homeschool kid, so all the 15-year-olds are thinking, oh, she's way more likely to give up the balloon knot. I can fuck her in the ass. Because, the homeschool kids tend to be Christian, and the Christian kids tend to give anal more because they want to keep their pussy pure for Jesus.
And she figured they're not going to tell anybody because what are they going to do? Brag about banging a retarded person? I mean, a homeschooled kid?
Right, exactly.
Zinger's defense attorney, Daniel Fernandez, tells me they've entered a written plea of not guilty and that she will likely be arraigned sometime in the next couple of weeks.
And actually, they've made a gimmick out of this Mrs. Zinger. She apparently insults each one of her would-be victims in the plea. She says things like, "Yeah, I wouldn't take my pants off for that tiny dick." And they're like, "What's she doing?" And they go, "Oh, she's giving him zingers." Let's see, because her name is.
Ma'am, you're accused of sexually assaulting this person near over 30 times. Yeah, and if you add it all together, only equals a minute and a half.
Zing. Actually, the one of the boys' fathers found out about this, and he was very, very upset. He said, "Wait a minute, my son had sex with a what? Oh, Zinger. Oh, okay. Oh, her name is Zinger. Oh, well, I apologize. I was really about to. I'm sorry that I blacked out for a minute. Apparently, I threw all of our dining room furniture out the window and shattered every. I'm sorry. I'm going to pay for that. That's my fault."
Years from now, that guy is going to talk to his son like, "Sorry, I forgot to put you back in the will. It was just a knee-jerk thing. I canceled you out when I heard you banged a zinger." And it just...
I lost it for a minute. It was my bad.
He says they haven't had a chance yet to review the evidence, but that they do take issue with the allegation that Zinger ever, in their words, was somehow masquerading as someone of a younger age.
Wait. So you took the one defensible part of this and are saying, hey, bullshit. My client told these kids she was a grown-up, told them she was an adult, and fucked them anyway. So the whole thing where it's like, oh, she's mentally ill. She thought she was a 14-year-old homeschooled student. We might be able to work something with that for your defense. Right. They're like, no, we're going to tell them that you totally know who you are. You're 22 and you preyed on teenagers. We got this. Oh, are you sure that's a good idea? Who's the lawyer here? Aren't you a public defender? Shut up.
That conflicts, however, with part of Zinger's arrest affidavit, which says she began dating the alleged victim in May and was involved in a shoplifting incident July 25th at the Nordstrom department store at International Plaza.
Oh, just a couple of middle school kids ripping off the Nordstroms as they're wont to do.
Oh, Jesus. They were dating. Again, this is where I feel bad for the kid, because the kid just thinks, hey, I met this really cool homeschool chick who's just hungry for my dick.
Yeah.
And like dating, like I'm really crushing it. No. It turns out she's a 22-year-old. She's really kind of fucked up. And yeah, you've been a victim of sexual abuse.
His buddies are like sitting at the table with his parents when the news breaks. His friends were all thinking he was awesome for fucking this homeschool chick. Then they find out she's 22. And as the table's just completely silent, his buddy's like, bro, you're saying that chick was 22, huh? Yeah. Yeah, she lied to me. It turns out she was a grown-up. And the friend just slowly reaches his fist across the table. Hit it, buddy. Boom. There you go.
See, and then you put the chain on it.
Yeah.
There, investigators say Zinger claimed to be 14 years old. They later showed her picture to a supervisor at this Publix store in Carrollwood, where they confirmed she worked and found out she is, in fact, 22 years old. According to the affidavit, the alleged victim in this case says Zinger told him that she had had sex with other students. Tampa police say this is still an open investigation, and while they can't...
Wait, the girl you were dating told you that she was the town pump and you just went ahead with it anyway?
Well, I mean, he probably felt like, oh, this is weird. It's going to be our first time. It's a shame. No, I've had sex with other people, so it's not my first time.
Yeah.
Again, this is where I'm like, this is not cool. This is wrong and all that. But at a certain point, I hate to be saying, how much blame do we owe the kid? Like, okay, so you tell me she's like, yeah, I've had my clam jammed a few times. Why don't you get on up in there? Like, dude, it's a little early in the game for you to have already, knocked. You claimed you were 14 and you've already got like a kill board. Like, holy Jesus.
Yeah, come on, kid. Put 2 and 2 together. She got the most rockin' body of any 14-year-old you've ever seen in your middle school days, and you're just, you know what? Maybe it's a thing where the students knew, but they're like, I don't want to find out. Like, I don't want to make it
part
real.
Of them, part of you has to know there's got to be something here at it. But she looks really, really good, and she's throwing it at me, and it doesn't smell funny. So I mean, we got to be okay, right? That means like, because you can smell AIDS, right?
Actually, particular breeds of dogs can actually smell AIDS. Yeah, coonhounds, I believe.
From the number of additional victims, they say
that's an actual breed of dog. I was not making any statement.
It is an actual breed of dog. I just didn't expect.
Are additional charges forthcoming? And ask anyone who believes that they were a victim to contact TPD. In Tampa, Eric Lasser, 10 Tampa Bay.
Hey, I mean, I ain't going to come forward. I don't feel like a victim, but I bet her pussy feels like one.
Oh. I ain't going to come forward because I already came on her back. Oh.
You fucking pig kid. What the hell is wrong with you? Don't you know you're a victim? Don't feel like one. Oh.
You know who the victim is? Her optometrist, because I glued those eyes shut.
Aristocock TX says, when telling others about this show, I say, do you like Shane Gillis? Aaron is like Shane if Shane had a chromosome imbalance. Do you understand, first of all, how much of a compliment I take that as? Shane Gillis is maybe the funniest guy out there right now. I mean, I'm the retarded version of the funniest guy out there. I'll take it. And you know what? Some people are going to hear Shane Gillis with a chromosome imbalance, and they'll be like, I have to see that.
You did. It's sitting right there.
The Optic Nerve says maybe the part where she picked him up in her car to go to the mall was a small clue that she's not 14. Right?
And that's the other thing. You're 14, but you've got your own ride? Like, or is she doing one of those things like, no, I took the bus to get here. That's weird. Your bus always parks around the corner and it waits for you.
Why does your bus say BMW on it? I don't understand. Hobo Chili says, straighten up posture. You look like a question mark with a belly. There you go. Aristocock King Yeti says, Shane Gillis with a chromosome imbalance is called Shane Gillis. Don't take that away from me. What's wrong with you?
He was counting that as a victory, you dick.
Yeah, that was a win. Aristocock says, calm down. It's like being the tallest midget, which also I'll take as a compliment.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but those fuckers hold that to account.
Yeah, look, Aristocock, you don't get to decide how low of standards I have. I get to determine how low my standards are and how low my self-esteem is. Thank you very much. And today I'm deciding Shane Gillis with a chromosome imbalance is a compliment. Thank you. Hobo Chili says, got both you fuckers. We both did straighten up immediately after he said that.
Well, I can't help it. My legs, with the way this is set up, I kind of end up sliding down a little bit, and I feel bad because my tits are bigger than yours, and it doesn't take much for them to pop off. And I gotta fix this every once in a while.
Everyone's making me feel good today. Shane Gillis with a chromosome imbalance. I don't have the biggest titties in the room. Today rules.
I mean, mine are shrinking, but yeah, they're still leading yours.
Matthew Jenkins says, you're more like a modern-day Opie. All right, here's what you're going to do. You're going to write, I'm sorry, 3 times in the chat in the next 5 minutes, or I'm banning you. You're fucking out of here. You understand me. Never will I be modern-day Opie.
Yeah, you're going to call him Opie? God. I mean, I don't even want to talk about it. I mean, God. What? I mean, he had a show like 1,000 years. Who cares? I don't even care him. God.
Don't make me bring my doggy down here while I drink my coffee. Don't talk like that. Don't talk like that. Hobo Chili says, Johnny, but you wear it well. You don't look like Aaron, this African National Geographic banana tits. Now, you have bigger tits, and Hobo still lets you off the hook. He's an asshole. Guys, if you want to knock out tomorrow, today, we're 2:10 away from Tuesday. Very cool. Thank you very much. Yeah, I can't be Opie, Johnny. I haven't been doing radio since I was 18. I've only been doing radio since I was 19. So it doesn't
Yeah, and
count.
that's weird because, Opie found a comedian that he brought into a show, and his show became a really, really big thing. You found a comedian, and your show got canceled.
Right. Well, in fairness, Opie found a, what do you call it? A sheet metal worker.
Construction worker.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was doing like mics and stuff too, wasn't he? An actual comedian too?
No, he was Anthony was just doing
something I've told myself that Anthony, just because he's funny, I'm like, oh, this guy's a comedian.
Nope, he was just doing heating and air conditioning.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah. Guys, we are at 190 for Tuesday. Thank you very much. We've got Gray Duckling with $5. He says, I'm only here for the big tits. Today's hosts have the best tits. Oh, thank you. Gray Duckling. Sid Seraph with 1999 says, Johnny had some solid one-liners today. That's why he's the second best co-host. Mersh. Oh, yeah. Did you see the Mersh clip?
No, I did not.
Where Mersh called April his favorite second mic on the show. And I'm like, wait a minute, Mersh, there's only 2 of them. You can't be saying that. Because then that,
shit.
by definition... Well, here, go ahead.
So Mersh likes her. You know what I think? I think my Mersh is allowed to like who he likes, and I don't give a fuck.
Call him a fucking
I've
asshole.
Learned a long time.
Call him a piece of shit. Call him a piece of shit.
Why am I going to call him a piece of shit? I hear every day, like, where's April? Where's April? Well, I've learned if you're happy with me being on the show, I'm good. And if Mersh doesn't like me, he can go fuck himself. So I just...
Oh!
You know what,
Shots
though?
fired.
I'm sure he won't care either. He does a bigger show for more people. It is Johnny Who.
What did you say? Wait a minute. What did you say Mersh can do?
He can go fuck himself. I don't care if he likes me or not.
Who can go fuck themselves?
Mersh from Revenge of the Sis and Nightwave. There. Have I called it out enough? Because April's his favorite second mic. Oh, my God. I'm so hurt. Mersh could go fuck. He has an opinion. Good for him. Who fucking cares?
You didn't finish the sentence, though.
Go fuck himself. He can go fuck himself. What sentence am I supposed to finish?
You said Mersh can go, and then you interrupted yourself with another thought.
Yeah. That's because I sleep deprived and there's like
what was the whole sentence?
Mersh can go fuck himself.
Oh, you gonna take that?
Oh yeah, I'm sure Mersh's like, oh, game on. The crippled guy who doesn't do half the shit he said. I go, oh, I'm gonna bury him now.
Why don't you get Mersh on Friday or Monday?
Probably after the go fuck himself line, I probably wouldn't get a positive response.
I think
Mersh would hang out with me on Friday or Monday. I'd do it. Absolutely.
MSO says, Opie says no goal. Well, guys, fuck Opie. We're only 190 away from tomorrow. You can do that. Mersh is to Aristocock says Mersh is to manliness as Aaron is to manliness. Wait a minute. That's not a comparison. That's just, you said we're the same thing. So we're both really big men. I get it. Dr. Climate Abortion says, Radio Wars. Pew, pew. Mersh versus Johnny. Battle of the second best guys on their show. Oh, you like that one? The Cuban is funny. Sorry. CK Benzona says Aaron got the Bambi parasite because April never washed after crushing deer skulls. Oh, no. It's not good. D. Trump says, good for you, Johnny. People are cheering you on like you're Spider in Goodfellas. Like, hey, don't take any shit.
Yeah, you don't take some shit, Spider.
Hobo Chili says, Johnny, don't worry. When Mersh is chasing you, he waddles. Well, see, now they're helping.
Yeah, and I roll, so, I mean, it's an even battle. We'll move at about the same speed.
Bishop says, I knew a man named Tut who looked like an Egyptian pharaoh. He died from a brain hemorrhage while piloting an underway replenishment from the port bridge while doing a U.S. Navy LTJG. That was the best fucking slamming on the brakes comment I've ever gotten in the history of the show. I can't go anywhere with that.
Yeah, actually, where is it?
That's the best fucking screeching halt I've ever heard. Honestly, I don't even think it was a skid. There was no break in skidding. He just gassed it right into the wall. Mark Atkinson says, Opie's goal is about 300 Facebook stars, and he usually doesn't hit it. We only miss ours like once a month. That's pretty good. That makes me feel great. Thanks, guys. Mark Atkinson says, then don't read it, dumb fuck. Fair enough, but I thought it was funny to just go ahead and try. Sometimes I like to challenge myself and recover from shit that doesn't make any sense. What do you
I have the problem with I don't actually like pre-read the stuff. I just read it and speak it in real time, and then I go, oh, wait, that sucked. Shit.
Carlos Cameo says, Monday morning drinking, it seemed. No, are you trying to hurt my feelings? Johnny hasn't slept all night, and I'm
dealing with bronchitis.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
That's why I didn't want to come in. I'm like, dude, I've got this thing relatively under control. I'm like, that'd be a dickbag move. Like, part of me wanted to come in and just cough on you for 2 days just to see what happens.
You get me sick for Las Vegas, I'll kill you.
Yeah, that's what I felt. Like, it's probably mean.
Legit, I will kill you.
I give it to you. You give it to April. You guys give it to Gino and Keanu, and then everybody hates me.
I'm so excited to get there Thursday night and just head right to the cigar bar.
I thought you were. I can't wait to get there Thursday night and go to bed.
That'd be kind of nice too. Oh, that made me sleepy. Oof, just go right to sleep. Aristocock says, can we stop with the platitudes and niceties? Steel Toe and ROTC in a vendetta war. Well, it can't be that much of a war. I mean, only one of us can broadcast it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? We shouldn't cock off the way our track record is. It won't be.
Actually, I can cock off more. I haven't been threatened, canceled, or even banned once on any of those platforms. I'm about to add Kick on it yeah, I have a small audience, but I'm on way more platforms. So
we're on Kick right now too. What's up, Kick? Throw us a like on Kick. Like us on YouTube, Rumble, and Kick. Like all of them. Twitter, Facebook. Like us on everything, and we'll feel really special. This video is hilarious. So, in New York, this trans YouTuber went to a pizza shop to get a slice. And
right after the doctor's appointment, where they got one there too.
This is my second slice today, and this one's not going to cost me a cock. Oh, my first slice was a sausage, but this one will be pepperoni. But the YouTuber goes to the pizza shop, and surprise, surprise, Johnny, the fucking immigrant working at the pizza place isn't hip to new pronouns. And instead of maybe going, perhaps this person who comes from a different place and probably hasn't interacted with people like me much, maybe I'll just let this go and not make a big deal of it. Or
yeah, that's what they do.
Yeah, or they could do something very on brand for the trans community and just scream and yell and shout and throw a tantrum at an innocent person for doing nothing wrong, just so they can say that they fought for their rights, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Check this out. This person's own chat even says, like, before this even starts, is writing, oh no, oh God, oh no. Meaning like, hey, I think what they're trying to say is don't die on this hill. I hope they're not
Don't
saying
die on this hill. Don't even go in here. I'm looking at the fucking sign up there on the back. Is it just from the camera angle or what?
It's flipped. Yeah, it's mirrored.
Backwards.
Yeah, it's mirrored. Let's see how this encounter goes.
You look like a girl.
I do not understand.
You don't? Do I look like a boy or a girl?
I am?
Me.
I think you're a boy.
No.
Oh, hold the fuck on.
What?
So this had nothing to do. I'm sorry. You don't go into a pizza shop and go, "Excuse me, do I look like a boy or a girl?"
No, I think no. Before they
like pepperoni.
Before they turn the camera on, he said,
Oh.
"Sir," and for
All
this
right.
gentleman, they misgendered the person. But again, some immigrant who barely speaks English, like he's gonna make an educated guess. And I hate when trans people do that too. They go, "Do I look like a boy or a girl?" And it's like, okay, I know you want me to answer a certain way, but if I answer you honestly, even though you asked me the question, I'm going to get in trouble. Like, you're going to film this, you're going to send it to my employer, so on and so forth. Don't ask the question if you don't want an answer.
Yeah, but how is that? Like, honestly, I'd like to see someone respond that way. Like, well, you look like a boy. How could you say that? You asked me what you look like. I gave
Right.
you an honest answer.
I told
It's
you.
not my fault that you look like a guy.
Right. You asked me what I looked like. My opinion is dude. I'm not being a shithead for doing that.
I am?
Me.
I think you're a boy.
No, I'm a girl.
Okay.
Okay. What do you think you look like?
Sorry.
No. Just ugly.
Okay.
What? We say sorry? Did he try to say sorry? And she said,
Yeah, he said, "I'm sorry," and then the person said, "No, you're just ugly."
what a piece of shit.
Because they asked her, like, "What do you think?" Or "What do you think?" Or "Do you know what I think you look like?" And I think the guy went, "Sorry," and then just, "No, you're just ugly."
What an
Again,
asshole.
I'm sorry. These people do everything they can to take away any reason I have to have any like
Right, like
respect for.
our
Just
whole
fuck
thought
you.
process about you is we'd like to just forget, go on, live your life, whatever. But then anytime we do have an interaction with you, it's so unpleasant that we're like, look, you know, it's the Milton Friedman thing. We're on your side. You're not. Like, quit going around being an asshole to people and just watch other people and do what they do. Mind your fucking business. Don't jump in everybody's shit and don't jump down everybody's throat when, you know, they don't know what gender you might be, when personally it's not apparent from first look. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No. Just ugly.
Okay.
Help me out with this nice pizza. Here, you could actually have my pizza. Do you like those? Yeah. He's so mean I'm not eating his pizza, so you should have it.
Oh, yeah?
Fuck him. You enjoy your pizza.
Thank you.
Bye. Look at him. He's so mean. Do I look like a boy or girl? He's telling me I'm a man. Come on. No. It doesn't take rocket science.
No one said you're a man. We said you look like a boy.
Yeah, he said you look like a boy.
You look like a man.
He's allowed to think you look like a boy.
I'm a man. He thinks it's funny. Right? It doesn't take rocket science to figure it out.
Well, I mean,
I wouldn't, if I were you, I wouldn't bring science into this.
Yeah.
You don't want, trust me, you don't like, it doesn't take rocket science to figure out. No offense, my friend, but you waved bye-bye to science a long, long time ago.
Yeah.
No. Thank you. Enjoy your pizza. Bye. Bye. I'm just
by the way,
telling
if you're a
you.
woman, that is the ugliest woman I've ever seen.
And also, you're right. It doesn't take science to figure it out because you need something else to figure it out.
Be more respectful.
Yeah, you are not.
You're not.
Yeah, he looks really mean.
Yeah, he's an immigrant who barely speaks English. He's like, yeah, you're a girl. And he goes thumbs up like that. And she's just being a fucking asshole to him.
Again, the trans community, once again, pointing out why they don't need any sympathy. You guys are dicks.
You're mean to people. Like, I'm sorry, you're being mean to this guy, and he's
I
just
think it's
trying
all
to
those
work.
hormones you're pumping yourself with to kind of fix a problem that's just in your head. So it's like, all right, here we go.
How dare
If
you,
we pump
Johnny?
enough shit in there.
How dare you? Those have no deleterious effects whatsoever.
Are you checking to make sure you're not dripping on the floor?
Yeah.
All right.
I had to look.
Do we have dribbles?
No.
We have dribbles. All right.
I am not good English.
I don't buy that for a minute. I think you speak English just fine, my love. Because you understood every other sentence we had.
Great.
I like this guy.
He is winning so hard. I wish I could read her chat.
Great. It's like, well, I'll speak to the manager. It's like, you want to see what a bigger homophobe actually runs this place? This little seedy fucking pizza. You really think a progressive's going to hop out with a Joe Biden t-shirt on, owning this joint? Are you kidding?
Okay, bye. Educate yourself.
You know, on the pizza.
What?
You know.
I would never eat your pizza. In a million years, you're so rude. How are you gonna tell me I'm a man? In a purse, and long hair, and nails. You can't figure that out for yourself? Fucking asking, well, what are your pronouns? What do you think my fucking pronouns are?
I mean, you're gigantic.
I think your pronouns are mentally unstable.
That is 2 words. I mean, that's a couple of them. I think your pronouns are mommy, daddy.
Take a fucking guess. Take a guess.
He did, and then you yelled at him.
Yeah, if we get it wrong, that's the part where you flip out, and I'm getting a little pissed off at this shit. Take a guess. Well, if we guess wrong, how about a little humility, asshole? It's not our fault that you change your gender every fucking 5 minutes.
She's like, take a guess. No, I've seen what taking a guess gets me. I'm not taking a guess. How about you just tell me? Because taking a guess
She said he needs to be educated. Don't worry. He learned one very important thing. Trans people are a fucking nightmare.
Some of them can be absolute dicks. Schmitty 911 becoming a member for their 17th month.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We are great news. We're 190 away from tomorrow morning. So if you want to help us with that, we do appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, and all that stuff. The links are in the chat. Thank you very much.
He couldn't have been nicer.
I know. Let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories and get to those. While we're doing that, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, vehicle breaks down, whatever, it just won't go for whatever reason. All Care Towing has a diverse selection of trucks and wreckers for motorcycles all the way up to heavy-duty equipment. Nobody's faster than All Care Towing. 320-253-5203. for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. And Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Of course, use the promo code SteelToe when you order any firearm or firearms accessories at midlandarmory.com and get great savings. Or check them out in downtown Foley, Minnesota. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. And for your Steel Toe coffee, how about our friends at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. You've got April's Magic Bean and Steel Toe Coffee at Crescent Mount Coffee. Again, that's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Grab your bag of April's Magic Bean or Steel Toe Morning Show coffee. Become a subscriber, and you can get $1 off each bag. You can hit subscribe when you get to the checkout section of crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Pick up your bag today. Johnny, you're going to have to take over for one more second. I'm emptying today. I drank a shitload of water. I'm trying to just completely clean out the system before Thursday. Oh, sorry, I muted you. Sorry about that.
Take over the show. Nobody can hear you.
I'm trying to just flush everything out. I'm trying to just drink a shitload of water the next few days, and it's definitely having its effects today. Thank you to JJ Lynn for becoming a member for their 6th month. We appreciate that, sir. Johnny, you take over for a minute, and then we got the Jussie Smollett thing coming up. He's I don't know why he didn't just go to jail to begin with, but he's going to go back.
If he went in, they'd kill him. That's why he had to tell everybody, I am not suicidal.
He's not. And he's still not, by the way. All right. Aristocock saying trans story, and then Aaron runs to the bathroom. He's rubbing one out quick. Aristocock,
that's a theory.
King Yeti says, Aaron, you can't pee and poop the gay out. Sorry. All right.
Well,
I'm out of here. Johnny, enjoy.
All right. We're going to have the links for all of the comedy show stuff that I actually just got announced to me. I've known about it, but I'm doing a comedy show December 30th. We're going to have links for the Silly Beaver comedy show on December 30th. I am not headlining. Matt Doima is headlining. I am going to be the second of 3 performers. It's been a while since we've been back at Silly Beaver in St. Cloud, so I'm going to be back at the Beeve doing Silly Beaver comedy this December. I will have the Eventbrite links and everything all ready for you guys tomorrow and today on my show as well. So if you're interested in getting out to the Silly Beaver comedy show this December 30th to see me, Matt Doima, and I don't know who's the third person he put on here. Son of a bitch, I should have left this open. I didn't realize I was going to be promoting it already. Luke Pauling, who I've not seen perform before. But Luke Pauling, Matt Doima, myself, hosted by Jonah Maddox, December 30th. We'll have the links for those tickets. Smollett continuously stepping on rakes. I mean, Smollett is kind of... The biggest problem with the Smollett thing is, what do you have to prove that you, like, I got to get a mistrial? This trial was thrown. What? No, the people you hired came forward. I mean, all of the evidence is out there. So why you fight the conviction is the biggest question of all. Because the more time we spend fighting it, the more you look like more of a piece of shit, the more you struggle. You're in the quicksand. Just let yourself go down.
Yeah.
Anyways, Aaron's back.
Well, no, I think with the whole Jussie Smollett thing, if he just would have went to jail when he got convicted, he would have been out by now.
He made it worse at every turn. He did the thing. He had to make a big show of it and everything else. And then the cops are like, hey, this guy's fucking with us, so we're going to hold him to account.
I'm starting to think that this guy might be mentally unstable. In fact, I think I just saw him yell at a pizza guy a minute ago. So Jussie Smollett might be up to his old antics. Bigot on socialist media over on Rumble, the pizza store owner, get out of my store fat. That's not, I don't think that would have made the situation better. Mr. Nobody with $9.99 says, this is for Johnny to buy a drink after or during the shows, not for you pineapple lovers in Sin City. Why am I a pineapple lover?
I'm thinking I might actually bring booze into the Friday show, too, if we end up going long and stuff. I'm like, all right, I'm going to have to nurse this wound.
See you guys Tuesday morning on Rumble. 185 away from tomorrow morning. We could, look, if we knock out tomorrow morning between this morning and tonight, that'll be 1 week of goalless days, which is fantastic. Thank you guys very much for deeming us worthy of such an honor. So Jussie Smollett's conviction has been upheld by the state Supreme Court in Illinois, and he is going to jail. But again, if he just would have went to jail right away, this all would have been over. Like you said, who thought his conviction was going to be overturned? Like the thing
the assailants came forward and went, yeah, this guy paid us to do it. And they are also completely not the description that you put in the police report. So,
I mean, they even undercharged him because they knew they had so much on him. They could prove all these lesser charges and they still got him and he still appealed. And it's just so stupid. Unless the Supreme Court reverses the appeals court ruling, Smollett must complete the 150-day jail sentence handed down in 2022. He spent only 6 days behind bars before he was released while he appealed his conviction. He'd be done by now. That's 5 months.
Yeah, it'd be over. If he'd just say, all right, I tried a thing, it didn't work, it'd be over.
He probably would have been out by New Year's 2023. He would have been out this whole year. But he had to... But he had to appeal because he thought he was going to get away with it. I have never seen a guy more deserving of all the hate he gets than this guy. There might be someone equally as appropriate to dislike, but
who? I'm trying to think.
Oh God. Hassan Piker. I guess Hassan Piker just has shitty political takes.
But that's one of the things too, where even almost with Smollett, but more like Hassan Piker and those are ones where it's like you got to go out of your way to find that person and not like him. Because I find for Hassan Piker, for all the people, I hate Hassan Piker. Let me tell you, I take no effort thinking about him, and honestly, not a problem.
You don't ever have to see him, right? I get it. Jussie Smollett was all over the place.
Yeah, he got thrown in your face, and then the whole time it's happening, it's like, all right, so this guy tried to pull. That's the other part. I don't know. I got annoyed about. You tried to pull a fucking MAGA racist attack thing.
Yeah.
They came at me because I'm black and gay. And it was all, again, to really kind of show that this stuff isn't the thing that it was all made up. The people who attacked you were black. Like
They
just,
did,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
They did it because I'm black and gay. Well, first of all, you're hardly one of those things. Sorry.
Actually, being one disqualifies you from
Right.
the other.
You're really one of them. I mean, one of them, totally.
It's called the one drop rule, and the drop is jizz, motherfucker.
The other one, I don't know. And that's what black people do. As soon as a guy like Jussie Smollett gets in trouble, they're like, "You got any like Indian or white blood in him? Like, can we find something else so this motherfucker doesn't have to be one of us?" Who's the
You look like you grew up in the shade.
Who's the person? Who was the actress who was defending him like the entire time? Wasn't Monique like on his side from start to finish, or did she turn on him? I can't remember. There were a couple people who, like, even after this was proven to be horseshit, they still like jumped through hoops to kind of defend the dude. It was no, it wasn't Bubba Wallace.
Wait, are we talking about Smollett or Jesse or Masterson? I don't remember.
Oh no, yeah, Masterson definitely had his defenders. He's black and gay too. Yeah, but Bubba Wallace is another one where he Smolletted that whole thing with the noose.
Yeah,
it was a pull string, and they still act like that happened though.
It's just one of those things. Bubba Wallace to me is like the new Danica Patrick thing, where it's like, I'm going to make headlines because I don't win races. Because I feel like would we be hearing about the noose in his car garage if he was, like polling first all the time and really locking up this year's championship? Well, he's a real contender in the points in this year to really take the cup and go all the way with the NASCAR shit. Like, no. He comes in, I think, middle of the pack. Like Danica used to come in last all the time, and so she started doing GoDaddy stuff. Look, I drive and I have tits. Yes, and proving women can't do it as good as men, you never win.
I mean, that's smart, though. I mean, she was brilliant. Like, she sucked at racing. She sucked at racing, but she was marketable. Who was the golfer who never won any tournaments, but she was super hot? So, like, we got to have her in everything. Wasn't it Annika Sorenstam? Was a golfer.
The new one is Paige Sporanic, isn't it?
And she's not even like on the tour though. Like she's just
she didn't make the cut.
Annika,
and then she's like, yeah, but look at my V cut, and everyone's like, oh, them titties.
Annika Sorenstam was a golfer. I think she was the hot one. I could be thinking of someone else. She didn't age well, that's for sure. Was it Annika? I think she was like considered the first hot golfer, but she doesn't look very hot in these pictures.
Yeah, dude, I'm sorry, but
did we used to think she was hot back in the
low
day?
Bar.
Well, that's old Annika Sorenstam. That's like 50 Annika Sorenstam.
I'm just saying, I'm learning things about you today, and I'm really making me realize that it takes all kinds. Different strokes for different folks.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was fucking up, dude. I got the wrong sport. Thank you, Sid Seraph. Anna Kournikova, the tennis player. Sucked
sweet
at tennis.
Jesus, man.
Oh, my God.
I'm sitting here, because I'm trying to be polite, and I'm like, all right, so I'm looking at these women, and I'm like, okay, so then why were you attracted to April? Because, no offense, because she's not that. And I mean that as a compliment to her.
No,
and
okay,
a really big question to you.
Annika Sorenstam was just a really fucking good golfer. 90 worldwide victories, 11 major championships, record number Rolex Player of the Year awards, 8 of them.
All right, so you had the hots for her performance ability.
She was just really good at golf. She wasn't hot.
You just wanted to hand her putter. Maybe wash her balls if you could. Or she'll wash yours.
I was thinking of Anna Kournikova, who sucked shit at tennis, but she was really hot. So they're just like, we got to put her on TV, man. People will tune in to see Anna Kournikova. Yeah, no, she was cute.
Yeah. Russia makes them that way.
But like dead inside, too.
Yeah, Russia makes them that way.
Russians are fucked up. What is it about that place? Is it the weather? Is it like the shitty governments they've had
I think
forever?
It's everything.
It's
literally it's everything all at once, and you're just destroyed from the inside out.
Yeah, if you want to be brought down, like if you're in a really good mood and you want to be brought down to middle, just tell a Russian really good news. You're just like, hey man, I got a bonus at work today. Well, the way the economy is, they could be cutting back any second. Yeah, you're right. Fuck. See, now I'm on an even keel again. Hobo
man, this lottery ticket paid off. Better hold on to that windfall. Next thing you know, you break your leg. Oh, Jesus Christ.
KF Sage says, we used to call an ace-king suited in Texas Hold'em the Anna Kournikova. Looks good, but doesn't play well. Oh, ace-king suited? You've always got a flush draw, though. Nice top 2 pair. Ace-king is fun. Or am I just a poker mark, and when I play, that's why I suck at poker, because I see ace-king, and I'm like, fuck yeah, that's a good one.
Well, it depends now. Are we talking like, so we're talking like, what? You're doing 5-card draw or stud or whatever, or you doing
Hold'em?
What's the one?
I'm a
Hold'em.
hack.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck me, I'm losing my shit. Hold'em. So if it's in the river, then I mean,
who's the river?
Yeah.
Somebody's got a
Oh.
river? KF, I know. KF say there's the flop, the turn, and the river.
Yeah, but if it's in the river that you hit, it's like, all right, you've got something you can work with. But if it's in the flop or the turn, there's still way too much to build. So you have something there, but who knows what they have.
Well, you've got to decide how good your hand is now. If you get something big off the flop, you either, you read that they're on a draw and you're like, all right, I want to buy them off this and just get the fuck out of here and win the hand. Or if you think your shit's good enough, you just slow play the shit out of them.
Or you're like me and you gamble and lose all your money. That's the way
Let's say you flop like a full house, okay, which is very rare. But let's say you do. I'd slow play the shit out of that one and let them play into me like they've got it, okay? But if I had like top 2 pair out of the flop, but there's like 2 hearts out there, I'm like, let's try to buy this one. Let's try to just get them the fuck out of here.
I'll just stick to blackjack. It's easier because I'm dumb.
Well, this is the part where everyone in the chat tells me what a retard I am and how bad at poker I am, so that could be it too. Angry Saxon says, we all came into this life the same way. We go out kicking, screaming, scared, and confused. It's up to you if you want to go out legend. Wow, bro. That's fucking crazy.
I've also heard he who dies with the most toys still dies.
Aaron is a retard and bad at poker, says the Optic Nerve. Yep, there you go. Zen Rhino says, or instead of flop and the river, 4th Street and 5th Street. Yeah, you can call it that too. Thank you, Jack Burton. He said 2 jokers beat a royal flush, right? Yeah, he just, you know what? There's my level. SC Motorsports, you're just bad at life in general. You know what? That means that my poker strategy is good because they're shitting on me for other stuff. If my poker strategy, yeah, if my poker strategy was shit, they'd be hammering me right now. But instead, they're just attacking me for everything else in my life. That's a win. This audience is full of such shitheads and mean people that when they're being mean to me about something off topic, that's my W right there. Thank you guys very much. Hit like, hit subscribe. We appreciate it. And apparently I'm a better poker player than I thought. Hey, interesting news, Johnny. You know how Joe Biden's been in office for like 4 years?
Yeah.
Well,
like
for the
6, but
for the last like year and a half, the Republicans have had the House, and amazingly, when the Democrats were in charge of the House of Representatives, they must have like overlooked all these financial documents. Because I'm sure they did. If they knew they were there, they would have showed them to us in the name of transparency, right?
They wouldn't have hid them.
Right. So it's just weird that the Republicans are coming up with all these documents proving, I'll use your word, hinky behavior on the part of the Biden administration, because the Democrats wouldn't just withhold that to protect the president.
Why would they?
No, there's no reason to. They're about honesty. A bank money laundering expert raised internal alarms in 2018 about first son Hunter Biden receiving millions of dollars from a Chinese government-linked business without any services rendered. An email released Wednesday by House Republicans shows. The document was drafted by a Bank Secrecy Act manager who expressed concern about the transfer of more than $5 million by a Chinese company in 2017 within days of Hunter threatening his father's wrath, with the expert noting that the funds were described without evidence as a loan. Which, businesses always do that. They always just give out loans to other businesses without any kind of
$5 million loan.
Yeah, without any contracts or banks or middleman involved. It's just, we know you're good for it. Since the initial funding of $5 million from Northern International Capital Holdings Limited in 2017 as a business loan, it was noted that there was no loan agreement document submitted, wrote the bank official. The funds in the account have primarily funded 16 wires to a Hunter Biden-owned law firm. These payments were indicated as management fees and reimbursements. The email author continued in the 2018 message. We find it unusual that approximately 58% of the funds were transferred to the law firm in a few months, and the frequency of payments appear erratic, the bank expert wrote. So this is like a really nice way of this investor going, this motherfucker's doing some dirty shit.
It almost looks like he's extorting these people.
Yes, it almost looks like he's threatening them with action from his father, and then they give him a shitload of money. And in return, his father does super generous deals for them. It was previously indicated that the initial funds recipient does not currently have any investment projects at this time, which raises further concerns as millions in fees are being paid, but it does not appear to have any services rendered by Owasco PC. The email adds that Hunter Biden's ex-wife, Kathleen, had alleged concerns about his extravagant spending on his own interests, drugs, strip clubs, prostitutes, etc., and that recent negative news indicate China targeting children of politicians and purchase of political influence through sweetheart deals. Well, I mean, that's all just a coincidence.
Yeah, it's ironic that we're being so buddy-buddy with China now that they gave so much money to the Bidens. Just coincidence.
It's all a coincidence. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry, but this is one of those Republicans and Democrats are serving the same masters type of deal. Because if they weren't and they truly were opponents, the Republicans would be shouting from the rooftops right now like, we have enough proof the motherfucker was laundering money for his dad. They just took straight up $5 million from the Chinese for no reasons, and they just gave it to themselves. We have enough to charge these assholes. But what we really have is we have the Republicans and the Democrats doing their Globetrotters, Washington Generals bit, where the Republicans sit there and go, oh, look at this bad stuff we have, and they can rile us all up to turn us against them and then get us to vote Republican. It's kind of like the lock her up Hillary Clinton thing. It's like shout it, yell it, scream it, get people thinking it, and then they'll vote for you. And then once you get in office, go,
don't do anything.
Yeah, shake hands with the Democrats and go, hey, good game. You know what? Fair one. Good work. We'll catch you in a couple of years. We'll do this again. That's what
2024.
That's what the China and Ukraine shit is. I mean, he instigated a war in Ukraine for fuck's sake, just so he could, pay back his buddies. The Optic Nerve says, do you think the success of this show is when we all ignore Aaron when he's boring and we just break balls in the chat? Yeah, that's definitely the success of the program. Death Proof says, I should just go back to bed. I stopped listening to Aaron again. Thanks, Death Proof. Appreciate it. All right, well, fuck that. We can just not talk about this. I'll move on to the next thing. I thought it was interesting. I apologize. I clearly fucked up, and it's on me. Sen Rhino says, Biden's wrath, otherwise known as his limp dick micropenis at the daycare center. Jesus, that got... Boy, you guys are either saying fuck this or you're going really hard in the paint. Matt Melt says they are literally pushing for a vote of impeachment in the House. Yeah, okay. They're pushing for a vote of impeachment, but they know it goes absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, because what did they do to Trump like 1, 2, 3 times?
Right. Well, and not only that, but the Democrats have the Senate where the trial would be, so they're not going to convict the guy. And the Republicans know that. They're doing this because it looks really good to people like us. And we go, yeah, fuck Biden. We hate that guy. This is awesome. This rules. And we root for it like it's a football game. But the guy,
they don't actually go anywhere.
Right. They're not going to do anything. And I think they all kind of know that this guy's done after this next year anyway. Yeah. So they're like, it's not like they're going to damage him too much or they're going to ruin his reputation. He's done. Casey O'Connor says it is interesting. Fuck them. Well, there you go. Angry Saxon says because nothing ever dies in the Senate, right? Mick Marshall says, what's the point of your dad being the leader of the world if you can't squeeze a few shekels out of Europe, out of our European proxies? I agree. But at the same time, then don't leave your fucking laptop at a Best Buy, you dipshit, and let everybody know what you're doing.
Also, I don't mind if you have your dad squeeze a few shekels out of European proxies. I do have a problem when that squeezing comes under the agreement that he will then squeeze the American people to pay back that debt. Like, that's just kind of, that's where the problem shows up.
Right. If Hunter was like a legit businessman and he was just doing some business dealings to make himself some money, but, you'd have to be the dumbest person alive to think that there's no favors attached to that money, you know? So, if Hunter was just squeaking out a few bucks, nobody would really give a shit. But the fact that his dad seems to be doing favors for every country that's given Hunter money, especially when one of them should be our biggest enemy, it's rather disconcerting. We are $185 away from tomorrow morning getting knocked out already. We only have Tuesday morning and Wednesday morning left for goals this week because Thursday is going to be a Rumble Link Friday, and those are usually, they are what they are, and those usually we don't need to keep track goal-wise. But and then the evening shows, we're going to clear out our prize closet before we leave, and we're going to give away we're going to do some sticker stuff and $5 here for this item, $5 here for that. We're going to generate what we normally would in an evening show, but while giving stuff away to people as well. That's the move for tonight and tomorrow. And then Wednesday night, we will not have a show because April and I need to pick a night to pack and get ready, and might as well be the night before, right? A big meal with alcohol can make your hangover worse, according to new studies from experts. What's with this Johnny-come-lately bullshit? Where, like, we get to do things a certain way for decades and decades, like our entire lives, and then all of a sudden one day they just come up to us and go, hey, you know that thing we've been telling you to do to help that really miserable thing? Yeah, it turns out we bottle fucked it and got it completely backwards. Like, people should go to jail for this. I mean it. I want people in jail for giving out the medical or scientific advice that eating a nice big breakfast or something can help with your hangover, if it's not the case.
I don't know how it would help or hurt. I feel like your body's just got more work to do.
Yeah, I mean,
this is one of those things where I don't know. I've never really had a hangover.
Well, you just feel like shit all the time. We've talked about that before, where you're like, I just feel like shit always, so I don't get hungover.
Yeah, I get up in the morning. This is about normal. My speed.
Yeah, Hawk Not Top Gun says eggs have been good or bad for you every year for decades. Yeah, we can't figure this shit out. But when it comes to the hangover, like, I know everyone has the superstitions. Like, mine is sweat. Like, when I'm hungover, I'm just like, if the gym sauna is open, I'm going to sit in there and I'm just going to melt this shit out. The only problem is it feels good to, like, alleviate that feeling of swelling and puffiness as the sweat just runs out of you. And there's nothing better than hangover sweats because you just leak from every pore. But at the same time, it's one of those short-term fixes to a hangover. Because you
feel really shitty after that?
Oh, you just feel like shit. You towel off, you put your clothes on, and you're like, I'm going to bed. I feel like shit. To me, the best hangover cure would be a sauna followed by a nap. You do the sauna, you pound a bunch of water before you go to bed, then you go to bed, you'll wake up feeling a lot better. But, like, everybody's got their theory, and one of them is, oh, yeah, man, just eat a bunch. But the only thing about that is, when you eat a bunch...
What if you get sick and you have to puke?
Well, not only that, but if you eat a bunch while you're hungover, doesn't all the blood go to your stomach to help digestion?
I don't know about all the blood goes into your stomach to help digestion, but I feel like if there's residual alcohol in your system, the food could soak it up and keep it there longer.
Maybe. I also kind of thought that it would be like the blood flow would slow down. And when you're hungover, your blood's already running like sludge. So I kind of thought that could make it worse. But either way, don't tell us that a big meal is so great for a hangover and then come to us years later and go, oh, yeah, by the way, we think that's actually fucking you up. Our bad. Experts explained that even though eating a lot of food while you chug cocktails may make you feel less drunk because it slows alcohol release into the bloodstream, it also slows your body in breaking down the alcohol and won't keep you from getting a hangover. See, that's one of the tips. When you're drunk, they're like, oh, you should eat something. You should eat something. In fact, eating lots of food might actually increase your hangover recovery time. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, it slows down your system.
Okay.
To the point where, because the only way you can really get over a hangover is to process all the alcohol out of your system.
Yeah, it has to get out of your body.
Yeah, so you basically have to piss and shit and sweat it out. So I guess the sweating out thing you can't do because alcohol's in your bloodstream. It's not in your sweat, right?
Well, I mean, you could exude some of it. Your pores and your sweat will exude toxins and things like that. But I mean, how much are you getting out of your system is the question.
You know what you and I should do is definitely be giving scientific advice right now.
Fuck it. I've been to enough hospitals. I'm probably practically a doctor.
Can you sweat out a hangover? Does exercise sweat out a hangover? No, the reason you can feel better after exercising with a hangover is not due to sweating out the alcohol, but rather the exercise causes the release of endorphins and also tends to increase alertness. Well, there you go. So you can't. So it can help address the symptoms, but not the overall problem, which is, of course, poison in your body. You got to get the poison out of your body. You ain't getting my money, says dry heaving helps. I didn't know that the dry heaving was one of the art forms to helping a hangover. Balls and Wiener says cocaine and or speed are the best hangover cures.
Well, that's just the hair of the dog at that point. Like, oh, I'm hungover. Better do some more drugs.
I could see cocaine. I could see cocaine helping. That's just,
again, never actually done it, so I'm on the outside sniffing in.
I think for me, the cocaine helping would be more, that's like you're just playing with your chemistry set, and you're like, oh, man, I've got a sludgy downer in me. Let's put a crazy upper in there and then see if we can balance it out. And ultimately, when you chase chemicals with chemicals or poison with poison, though, you're just extending, you're just buying yourself time until you actually have to deal with it.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's all hair of the dog is. You have to go get fucked up again and just push the hangover down one more day.
Yeah, but if you can ease it down, you know, you do just enough to wear it off and then step it down.
I always called that, I always called that bringing it in for a landing. You know, I'm going to bring this thing in for a landing. And every time you try to do that, you actually end up coming in with one engine on fire and a wing broken. You're like, all right, I think I got this. Ryan the Garbage Man says best hangover cure is liver, bacon, onions, greasy eggs, and Gatorade. That makes me want to puke. Just thinking about it. SH says, I'd eat a little bit before I went out and then get a burger in the morning. Worked good enough for years. One of the things that people have told me to do throughout the years, the one that helped me a lot, and look, usually you just have to go through it. Like you can do things to mitigate the symptoms, but you're going to have to go through it. For me, the one that actually did work pretty well was pickle juice.
I love pickle juice.
I do too, but drinking the pickle juice was the only thing that made me go, you know what? I think, I feel better. I'm still dragging ass a little bit, but I feel better this morning than I normally do. Scarface says, best cure for a hangover, bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich on an everything bagel. All right. I won't.
Different strokes, different folks.
Yeah, I won't knock it till I try it, I guess. You know what we should have done? We should have made sure, since our goal was already covered today and we're like halfway into Tuesday.
Yeah.
We should have made sure that one of us wasn't dog tired today.
No, dude, I really, really tried.
I know. I did
rolled
too.
in my bed for hours.
Look, man, I got a full night's sleep and I'm still wiped. I don't know what it. I think it was just running around with the kids all weekend.
I'm doing great. I ran out of coffee, and now I'm an empty cup, and it's like, and that's wearing off.
Yeah, no, I hear you. So you guys, we have less than an hour left in today's show, and you get two guys who are admittedly sleepy as hell. How's that? Willie says,
and I get a bunch of errands to run later.
Yeah, Willie says pickle juice is packed with electrolytes. Is that what it is? That's what the deal is. Ladies Man says there's a sickness going around. Yeah, they're trying to give us a new COVID, right?
Actually, I was talking about this the other day, the weird pneumonia thing. And I'm like, at first I was one of those people like, oh, COVID 2.0. But then my house is dealing with systematically weird pneumonia thing.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, that's how I got where I'm getting. It started with Ivy's mom. She had it for 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And then Ivy's grandma got it. Ivy had it. I had it. I'll shorten down the whole theory, but if you compare the amount of how long they were sick with certain procedures someone may have gotten, there seems to be a weird correlation. But
you're saying those studies that are finding that it may not have been as much of an advantage as they say might be true?
I'm just saying 4 people in this house, 2 of them no, 2 of them yes. The 2 no's are fine. The 2 yeses damn near dead and just fucking laid down on this thing. She took 1 day off from school. I literally didn't even take time off from the show. I just didn't show up in person because I didn't want to give it to you.
Right. Well, thank you for that consideration. Jennifer says alcohol stops your body from burning fat for 48 hours because your liver prioritizes processing the alcohol and quits processing the fat, but taking NAC and milk thistle helps things process faster. I guess if your body isn't processing fat until the alcohol's burned out, you don't want to put a big fatty meal in there.
Well, that would explain why alcoholics tend to be chubby.
Right.
Your body just can't fucking get rid of that stuff.
Yeah, your body's just holding on to your food for dear life. Yeah, I guess if you never stop putting alcohol in, it can't break down the rest of your fats. So that's how they get that big sack in the middle of their gut, that big beer belly, as they call it.
That weird swole.
It's because they can't break down the fat because there's too much booze in your system. All right, well, don't eat a big meal then. If you're, we really are we keep eliminating hangover cure after hangover cure, and you're just going to have to do the hack thing and just go, well, I guess the only way to avoid a hangover is not drinking.
And guess what I ain't going to do?
Yeah, guess what? Looks like I'm having hangovers from now on. Let's check. Oh, did you hear about Cynthia Nixon from Sex and the City? She's going on she's not going to eat until this Israel-Palestine thing is figured out. So you guys better...
Some skinny bitch doesn't want to eat? Fuck her.
Hey, you guys better get this whole Israel thing figured out. Otherwise, Cynthia Nixon's not going to eat. And you don't want Cynthia Nixon not eating.
I never thought I would cheer on a war before, but if it's a hunger strike, I'm like, let's see how committed she is.
These actors and actresses, man, these self-centered twats are so awful. Imagine you're an American actress who was relevant, 15 years ago, and you're going to sit there and say you're going on a hunger strike as though anyone's going to care enough to do anything different.
Or is she going on a hunger strike just because she's like, shit, I'm not relevant. I need a way to attach myself to this.
Well, yeah, and just the audacity of thinking anybody would care. Like, no offense, but if someone just it's kind of like you said, rich cunt doesn't want to eat, fuck her. Like, if you're sitting there going, I don't like this war. And I'm like, oh, well, that's understandable. Nobody really likes war. War is hell and war sucks and none of us want war. Well, then I'm not going to eat until they stop. And I'm like, I don't know if you understand war, but I don't think they're going to stop killing, shooting each other and trying to take each other's land just because, the ugly one from Sex and the City won't have a sandwich.
See, this is the thing, though. I want this to be a thing. I want it to keep going, and I want to be, just able to watch. Like, I want to hire, a professional bodyguard to literally slap food out of her hand anytime, day or night, that she tries to eat. Like, as soon as, bitch, are you anti-Semitic? Israel and Hamas are still fighting. You ain't eating shit until this ends.
A McDonald's drive-thru? What, do you hate Jews?
I just think it would be adorable just see someone run up and just slap the food out of her hand. Like, no, you promised a hunger strike. You are not eating.
Cynthia Nixon just going, everyone remembers, of course, when Adolf Hitler almost stopped World War II because he heard that Gregory Peck wasn't going to eat sauerkraut ever again. And then he pulled out all of his troops from Poland. People forget about this. Papa Dan says, you're so vain. I bet you think this conflict's about you. That's I like that parody. Angry Saxon says, dumb bitch, you're not Gandhi. Skeezy says, how fat is she? I want to know how much time we have. Yeah, she's she's little, though. Like, she's always been tall and scrawny. What's she looking like? Yeah. It's amazing. All these Hollywood actors, you would think, with the connections in Hollywood, you'd think they'd be a lot more pro-Israel, but a lot of them are just sucking Hamas dick. Go ahead.
It's really easy on either side. Just be like, look, I don't like genocide. But if you look at it, both sides are doing it. So,
right, I don't support genocide. Oh, you mean I'm not going to eat anything because I don't support genocide? Yeah. Oh, you mean like the rest of us who are going to eat? We totally support genocide. It's our favorite, as a matter of fact.
Tastes delicious.
Genocide is our jam, baby. Nixon, 57, joined 5 U.S. politicians this week in the protest. Oh, wow, so a bunch of symbolic cunts. That's nice. Demanding President Biden push for a permanent ceasefire as Israel battles back against Palestinian Hamas terrorists in Gaza. Some of the politicians are also doing different abbreviated periods over the time frame. So they can't even commit to actually doing the hunger strike.
It's our job, apparently, to make these guys get along. Like,
Well,
we armed both sides. What more do we need to do?
In fairness, good, because like we like get entangled in this shit and we help promote this stuff and we help kind of facilitate it. So yeah, good. I'm glad they're catching shit. If our government doesn't want to catch shit, like, hey, what do you want us to do? Stop them from fighting each other? It's like, well, you helped start them fighting each other. I hope that it would be wonderful if one time the government would take out of this that, maybe we should stop getting involved in all these countries, and then people won't ask us to try and stop the wars. But then again, the people that pay their salary aren't going to allow that, and I don't mean the taxpayers. Nixon said, none of this is normal, none of this is routine, and none of this can be allowed to continue. She said at a press conference outside the White House on Monday. She's at press. Cynthia Nixon still gets press conferences? Or did she just walk up to the podium and everyone's like, what the fuck? It's the Sex and the City lady. Just let her talk. Oh, okay. I mean,
her last name's Nixon. She should have just walked up and said, I am not a crook.
Nixon, who is reprising her role as Miranda Hobbs on Sex and the City. You have no idea how happy I am that I couldn't figure out what her name was on that show. This entire segment.
I am surprised. I was like, wow, one that escaped his radar. This
entire segment, I've been thinking about what her name was on that show, and I haven't been able to figure it out. And when I saw it in the story, I was like, yes, I didn't know. It made me feel so much less gay.
I just think when they talk about her reprising her role in Sex and the Cities, I'm like, why can't we just announce that she's now leading the remake of The Golden Girls?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that's where we're at with this one.
Remaking Sex and the City now is like they're in a nursing home and an orderly fucks them in the mouth while they're catatonic. Like,
no offense, but Sarah Jessica Parker is not that attractive. Never really was. And
I never thought Sarah Jessica Parker was attractive when it was Sarah Jessica Parker Day. I thought the only one who was decent was the dark-haired one.
I don't even remember it.
She's the dark-haired one that's not Gina Davis, but she reminds me of Gina Davis a little bit. What's her fucking name? The little mousy brown-haired one.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. You've watched a lot more Sex in the City than I have.
The actress. God damn it!
Don't worry, guys. He'll get it.
He's gonna bug the shit out of me. No, SH says same, Charlotte. Okay, your name was Charlotte in the show, but what was her fucking... I want the actress's name. That's going to really... No, Angry Saxon, not Peppermint Patty. It's not even close. Kristen Davis. There we go. Thank you. That's right, Gina Davis, Kristen Davis. I always thought she was cute. Not like hot. I don't think anybody on that show is really hot, but... God, they're coming back.
I thought Mr. Big was pretty hot. He looked like he had a dick on him.
I can do this. You mean Chris Noth?
Fucking yes! How do you know this shit?
Yes! I don't know. I pulled that one right out of my ass.
I'm almost positive that is Chris Noth. Oh, fuck.
No, dude, don't even look it up. I know for a fact that guy's name is Chris Noth. If it's not, I'll convert to Islam right now. I really fucking hope it's Chris Noth. Sometimes you get... What is it?
Chris Noth. Son of a bitch, you were right.
Yes!
Fuck.
There we go.
How did you know that? I only know him as Mr. Big from Sex and the City. I don't even know why he's called Mr. Big. I assumed it was a dick thing. I'm just like...
I saw him on a couple episodes of Law & Order SVU. And then he's been in a couple of other things that I've watched.
I'm not saying the guy doesn't get work. I'm sure I've seen him in a couple of things, but that's literally the only thing I know about any character. So I'm like, here's the limit of my Sex and the City knowledge. Now that I feel like it's an even playing field. Mr. Big. Oh, you mean Chris Noth? Fuck, I'm outdone again. Son of a bitch. I thought we were on a fair play. Nobody knew who these cunts were, but you.
No, it's, yeah, Aaron is right. I know him from one of the Law & Order series. Yeah, exactly. I can't remember which Law & Order he was on. He was either SVU. No, he was Criminal Intent. He was with Gorin and Eames, Catherine Urbe, and Vincent D'Onofrio.
Well, that one's Vincent D'Onofrio is pretty.
Vincent D'Onofrio, everyone should know, but Catherine Urbe, you shouldn't. The only reason I know her is because she was the tutor in Mighty Ducks 2.
That I didn't know. Again, this is this weird amount. Why do you have that?
I've seen a lot of movies in my day. What can I tell you?
Oh, Catherine Urbe was the one where I was like, oh, I thought she was cute for a minute, and then it really it faded fast.
Right, she's one of those tricky optical illusion hot things.
Well, she was hot for a second, but then it turned from hot to she looks really, really old. And so now I'm like, I don't want to be in GILF territory, but I feel like that's where we're floating. And
April watches Shameless now. She's watching Shameless back, and I kind of check in on it from time to time.
I loved it. I don't need to watch it.
I'm not really a big. I'm not really a
I'm
big
not even kidding.
I'm not a big fan of the show, but I think William H. Macy fucking rules. Everything he does in that show is awesome.
Yeah,
so,
his character, like, people are like, I hate the character of Frank. Yeah, but that's why he's an amazing actor. Is William H. Macy makes that guy so, like, oh my God, how can you do that?
I love him because he's just a giant, unrepentant piece of shit. Like, everything
he never changes.
I laughed my balls off. What was he doing the last time? Oh, he got, the guy who played Jimmy Barrett in Mad Men, he got his kid's liver. And then he, like, used it as a way to, because he was homeless, he used it as a way to stay at that guy's house because the guy was so obsessed with his kid. And then Frank just starts fucking with him. Not like fucking with him, but Frank's, like, eating leftovers out of his fridge. He's eating cold ribs, and the guy's like, he's like, you know, if it means that much to you, you know, I guess I could stay here, and you could spend more time with your son's liver. And the guy's like, oh, I couldn't impose. And Frank's like, no, it's okay. It's okay. And then he, like, goes up into the kid's room and he sees baseball stuff. And he goes, you know, it's weird. I've never been a baseball fan. In the last couple weeks since I got this liver, I haven't been able to stop watching the White Sox. And the dad's like, oh my God, he loved baseball. And Frank's just a piece of shit. The guy's like, you want to go play catch? And, like, Frank's using it just so he can crash at this guy's
drinking
house.
too, though? Like, he's on this liver and everything else?
Oh, yeah. And the mom is like, are you supposed to be drinking? He's like, I figure I got a good 10 to 15 years lifespan out of this liver. And he's, like, measuring the amount of alcohol he can drink. Like, he's literally got a ruler and he's measuring it. Frank, he's fucking awful. I love him. The show I don't really like because all the side characters I could give a fuck about, like the two people with the bar, I don't care. Emmy Rossum I've never liked. Emmy Rossum's another one where I'm like, she's optical illusion hot. Where she's,
no, I think she's hot. I just
really
feel like she's overrated in terms of the show.
Yeah, I don't like her. I'm not an Emmy Rossum guy, I suppose.
And then her boyfriend is the one that played Goku in the remake, in like the live action Dragon Ball Z movie. And I'll never forgive him for that. That's one of those things where I'm like, no, if you're an actor, you have a responsibility to turn down roles when you know they're going to crap on something that people care about. So fuck you. So I've never liked him ever since. So I'm just like, fuck that.
Oh shit, man. I just got an email and it said important information regarding your trip. And I'm like, you better fucking not. And it was from the airline. I'm like, you better not change the goddamn.
Gotta wear masks, everybody. We got this new pneumonia thing coming out. Look, maybe everyone should stay home for just a couple weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, flatten the curve.
See, people are saying in the chat, Emmy is super hot. Jennifer says, but Emmy Rossum's boobs are amazing. I don't find them amazing. I'm sorry.
I think Emmy Rossum is perfectly attractive. I
do want to check the early life segment, though, because she's aging like a banana.
Well, dude, her last name's Rossum.
Is that a thing? Is that one of the names?
Well, let's go.
Here we go. Emmy Rossum, Wikipedia. Early life. How is she? She barely has an Wikipedia. What the fuck, man? We're going to figure this shit out.
Directed and produced television series. Born September. To New York.
Spouse Justin Siegel. Here's
my friend. I'm sorry, but her first spouse was Sam Ismail in 2017. And
Rossum's mother is Jewish of Russian Jewish descent, and her father is Protestant of English and Dutch ancestry. One drop.
Called it, and I ordered a pizza, my friend. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the whole Emmy Rossum's boobs are amazing thing. I don't know. They're just kind of boobs that a small person has. I guess I missed it. I missed it on Emmy Rossum. I missed the bus. What can I tell you? Now she's 37 and she looks 60.
Emmy Rossum has the little Lemmy cute thing where it's like, no, it's perfectly cute. Yeah, nothing wrong with it, but Like I said, as far as the Shameless thing, I was always like, overrated. And as for the rest of it, I'm not like, oh, I'd turn that lady down if she, like, came my way. But yeah, I'm not like, oh my God, that's the hottest lady I've ever seen.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's definitely parts of Shameless that I'm like, oh, this is funny. I get why people enjoy the show, but I think you have to be invested in the side characters to thoroughly love that show. And I really don't give a shit about anybody but Frank.
Like I said, every time I watch that show, it just reminded me too much of the shit that I went through growing up. And I'm like, I don't need that. That's just PTSD is a thing.
I thought I would hate Law & Order SVU after Christopher Maloney left because we started rewatching it, and I stopped when it was on. Or I know it's still on, but when it was running at that time, I stopped when he left because I'm like, I don't give a shit anymore. Now I've been watching. I missed some solid Law & Order SVU. Although the episode last night, I was so excited to watch it because Will Sasso was in it. I'm like, fuck yeah, but he just plays an angry garbage worker whose daughter he thought had been murdered. But it turns out she was just fucking her teacher who turned out to be her actual dad. And I was watching that.
Why do they have to go that far?
I was watching that episode and I'm like, this just, I looked at April. I'm like, this one jumped the shark, didn't it? This episode got a little too out over its skis. See, she disappeared from a club. She was a 16-year-old girl. She was a piano savant and she disappeared from a club in New York City while she was on a trip with her music teacher. And they assumed that she died and this guy in the club killed her. And the guy's like, totally, I didn't do this. And then they found her in bed with the teacher at the hotel at the end of the episode. That's fucked up enough. We can just go with that. She's fucking her music teacher. But instead, the mom then confronts the music teacher and said, did you use the same lines on her that you used on me 17 years ago? And then she goes,
dun.
Yeah. And then she's like, that's right. Do the math. She's your daughter. And I'm like, and then they're holding Will Sasso back. And I'm like, let Sasso cook, man. Let him kill some people.
Yeah, I feel like one, did Sasso know it wasn't really his kid?
No, he found out in the police station right then and there when she confronted the guy.
Yeah, that's a pretty fucking dickbag move. Thanks, Mom. You're going to break this fucking bombshell in front of everybody, shatter everybody's world. Dad can't unsee that.
Right.
Her actual dad can't unfuck that.
Right. Now what do? Now you find out that
you know what? I thought her vagina felt familiar, but somehow strangely new at the same time.
Hawk Not Top Gun says, what show is this? Law & Order Special Victims Unit. It's season 19, episode 16 or something.
I love how they're not pushing a whole incest is the best message in Hollywood at all. No. Not squeezing it in every way they can.
Yeah, the episode is called Send in the Clowns. That's the name of because the guy they framed for the murder was dressed as a clown in a nightclub. A masquerade.
I thought they were calling it Send in the Clowns because much like a clown car, people kept coming out of her vagina. First they came in and they had to come back out.
Rexstart parody account says Sasso was also the mother's father, so he was actually the grandfather. I mean, they might as well have gone that far. April and I at the end of that episode were like, holy shit, we really didn't need to do this.
We really went a lot farther than we had to.
Yeah, this was remarkably unnecessary. Could have chilled out just a little bit, you guys. All right, we're heading into overtime, guys. Thank you very much. If you want to contribute to Knocking Out Tomorrow, you guys have already started that. We're 185 away from tomorrow morning. And if between this morning and tonight we knock out Tuesday, that'll put us 1 week with no goals the day of, which is great. Balls Deep with $5 says Steel Toe delivers a superior product. Thank you, buddy. 180 away from Tuesday. Thanks a million. Casey says the blonde on SVU is hot. Oh, the one who plays Rollins. Oh, what's her name? She is. She has every character she looks at. It's like, are you gonna arrest them or fuck them? Detective. What's her name? Detective Rollins. She's the fuck.
See, I always liked Olivia Benson on SVU.
Kelly Giddish. That's her name, the actress.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, Kelly Giddish can get it. That's
Oh, you know her from other stuff?
That picture's a little weird. I'm pulling up pictures right now and flying through them here.
What? She was in Fargo? Get the fuck out of here.
Recently, I could have met her.
No, Law & Order Organized Crime, Law & Order Special Victims Unit, Law and Order,
I'm
Law and
gonna
Order.
backpedal a little bit. There's a few of these where it's an angle thing, maybe. Some of the lighting and the angles on these, I'm like, I don't know.
She was in 18 episodes of a show called Chase, 9 episodes of Past Life, 14 episodes of The Berg. Yeah, she hasn't really been in a lot of stuff. Oh, she was in one episode of Law and Order Criminal Intent in 2007.
Still Team Better Be Benson. That's where I'm at.
Nope, she wasn't in Fargo. They, for some reason, this gallery says our favorite female detectives, and Margie's in there. Okay. You don't like Kelly Giddish?
I mean, I'm just saying, the first couple pictures I pulled, I was like, oh, she's pretty cute. And then I started scrolling. I was like, but there's some of these where lighting in the right angle. And I'm like, you're very crypt keepery. I don't know. I'm just saying, and then again, for me, I've always had a sweet spot for
Mariska Hargitay.
Yeah, of course I do. But yeah, I love Olivia Benson. And then there was an interview I saw with her where she was talking about like a new season or whatever, and she was excited that her character got a new gun, and she was talking about how it's a smaller gun or whatever. She's like, and I loved holding it in the shots and stuff. I thought, I look so cute with this. I even told my husband, like, I look so cute with this gun. I'm like, you know what? That just got me some more brownie points. I'm like, all right, I'm cute with a gun. Yes, you are.
The pictures I'm showing you right now are of a 59-year-old woman.
Yep.
That's a 59.
Not that bad.
She's going to be 60.
So what?
No, I'm saying like that's fucking impressive.
Yeah, and that's why, like I said, I'd sign on that book.
60 years old. You know, I'm such a Law and Order mark that I was kind of hoping she was married to Christopher Maloney. Because why?
I don't know if she could handle that hog. That's a lot of dick.
Optic nerve becoming. Oh, go ahead.
I don't know if you've seen Oz or not, but Christopher Maloney's reputation precedes him because it's been documented on film.
Okay. Oh, that's Ryan the Garbage Man. That's where I remember Chris Noth from. He was on the original Law and Order with Jerry Orbach and Law and Order Criminal Intent with Vincent D'Onofrio.
All right, then.
That's what it is. Optic
Still
nerve.
creepy that you have his name ready.
Look, man, I can access shit. I can't help it.
If you ever get onto like a movie trivia version of Jeopardy, you're gonna make so much money.
The Optic Nerve becoming a member for his 6th month, becoming a baby boot. Says, great job, Steel Toe and chat. Yes, of course, the chat. Thank you very much. And in response, chat, please hit like, please hit subscribe. We do appreciate it. I actually think I might have found someone, though, as autistic on movies as me, or maybe even more so.
Who?
We took the kids skating, and the Ricadas came along, and I think Nick might be more autistic than I am with movies. We were sitting there talking about boxing movies, and he threw a few names at me where I'm like, I felt like I was on the back foot a little bit. Like I feel like my dominance in knowing people is being challenged.
Uh-oh.
But then he hadn't seen Cinderella Man, so I felt like I got some of it back. I gotta be honest, if you're gonna talk boxing movies and you haven't seen Cinderella Man,
what the fuck are you doing?
I don't know. I gotta fucking see Cinderella Man. Dr. Silverwolf says his name is Aaron Imholt. He has weaponized autism, and he's Earth's final defense. God forbid we ever have to activate him. I would shudder to think about an alien invasion where it can be thwarted by knowing supporting actors in movies. I don't know. Brandon Melder says Cinderella Man, top 5, no doubt. It's one of my favorite movies. Forget just like sports movie or boxing movie. In my opinion, you ready for this? Cinderella Man might rival, like Rocky's kind of considered the undisputed best boxing movie.
Yeah, but it was like kind of the first. Was there ever really a big boxing movie before Rocky?
I think The Contender was made before Rocky. When was The Contender made? No, not that Contender. I'm talking about the one with John Voight and Ricky Schroeder. John Voight. Was it not called The Contender? Oh, The Champ. Okay, The Champ was 1979, not the Contender. 1979. So that was before or after Rocky. You're right. Wow. This is getting tough. We're boxing movies before Rocky. Not Raging Bull. That was 1980, I believe.
Yeah, that's not before.
Body and Soul, 1947.
No idea what you're talking about there.
City for Conquest, 1940. Do movies in the 40s even count, though?
Not really.
I don't think they count.
I mean, everybody was fighting or just like every movie that came out was just something to keep people to forget that, oh, yeah, by the way, we're still in war.
If
Awesome.
if Hitler was alive when your movie got made, it doesn't count. That's the rule. SH says only boxing movie.
Technically, they weren't allowed to be part of the movie industry back then, so you're right.
SH says only boxing movie I remember seeing is The Fighter. That's a great one. With Marky Mark and Christian Bale. That's right up there with Cinderella Man for me. SC Motorsports, Aaron would just be in charge of naming people we could sacrifice to the alien takeover. That's true. I could come up with some names. A lot of people are saying Raging Bull. Raging Bull was 1980. That did not come out before Rocky. So it doesn't count. Caliente says my favorite boxing movie is Diggstown. A lot of people like Diggstown that have seen it.
Have not seen Diggstown.
The Harder They Fall, starring Humphrey Bogart. Okay, The Harder They Fall.
Was it just because he was fat?
I'm seeing a 2021 movie, The Harder They Fall. Humphrey Bogart.
That's the other problem now. We can't look up, like, what were the great movies back in the day? Oh, they don't exist anymore because Hollywood took all their time redoing them.
Oh, wow. 1956 is a boxing movie. And Max Baer is in it, like the actual former world heavyweight champion Max Baer. They got him to play Buddy Brennan. They got him to play a fighter. That's awesome. Very cool. Southpaw is pretty good, says give me tips. Have you ever seen Southpaw?
Nope.
Kick in the dick over and over and over.
That's the Jake Gyllenhaal one, right?
Yeah. Where he's got the hot wife at the beginning and she dies. Rachel McAdams. It's a pretty ballsy movie. They kill Rachel McAdams like 5 minutes in. You're just like, hey, we got this big A-list actress. What are we going to do? Shoot her. Fuck her. Like, all right. This movie means business. No, you got Forrest Whitaker. You got Jake Gyllenhaal. 50 Cent. Rachel McAdams. Solid movie. Just really fucking depressing. Hey, you know how Nick Cannon has like 5,000 kids?
Yeah.
He's not just one of these guys who cuts a check every month and, you take care of my kids. He's in there. Like, he's taking care of all of his, like, 12 kids with 8 different women. I mean, Nick Cannon is in that shit. He's a dad, man. Jake Els, real quick. That movie is hilarious. They throw so many haymakers in it. Yeah, it's not the best, like, technical boxing movie. Mr. Nobody says, spoiler alert. Yeah, sorry about that. Great White Hope from 1970. With James Earl Jones as Jack Johnson, I didn't like that one very much. I thought it was a little over the top. But oh well. Let's get to this Nick Cannon thing. So Nick Cannon is like daddy-o. He, brings the kids out, takes them places. This motherfucker. Remember how many kids Nick Cannon has. And I know Nick Cannon's got money, but still. He takes them all to Disneyland multiple times a year.
Jesus Christ.
Could you imagine? I mean, just a family of 4 going to Disneyland, it's like more than a year's savings for a lot of people. Just taking a family of 4 to Disneyland. Nick Cannon takes his 12 kids to Disneyland multiple times a year. Listen to the number he spits out on how much he spends at Disney per year. Now, again, I don't care how much money you make. There are certain numbers where when you hear them, you go, I don't care if I had Nick Cannon's money. That's a big number. Let's take a listen.
I'm kind of, again, I'm all over the damn place, but it's fun. I mean, y'all see my IG. You see me like, I'm at the Grinchmas one day. I'm over here at, Candy Cane Lane the other day. And it's really like my kids are having an amazing time. And it's not to be performative. It's just like, yo, this is my life. And we fucking having a ball. Like, you know how much money I spend at Disneyland a year?
We can imagine.
Did he just say the F word and then they bleeped the N word? Really?
Did they bleep the N word or the F word?
No, they let him say the F word, and then after that, you can see it when you read his lips. He says the N word, and they bleep that.
We fucking having a ball. Like,
see, we fucking having a ball. And then right after that, he's going to say the N word. They're going to bleep it.
we fucking having a ball. Like, you know how much money I spend at Disneyland a year?
We can imagine.
I got 6, so I kind of know.
What? No, the crazy thing is because I used to host Christmas morning at Disneyland,
Right.
and so I used to get that Disney bag. Like it was like, and it was they were perks. So all of that stuff was free.
It's no longer free, huh?
It's no longer free, and I had 2.
Shit, you can't float Nick Cannon a couple of free tickets for his 12 kids? Damn. Disney's cold.
Well, plus when he's about to explain when he was getting it for free, he only had 2 kids, and that number has grown.
That's true, yeah. That's probably why they took the gig away from him. They're like, dude, you have 10 kids now. We can't give you more free tickets.
He's costing us unbelievably large amounts of money. Is he effing with the staff? No, he keeps procreating and bringing them here.
We're giving this gig to Ryan Seacrest or Wayne Brady. We can't afford you anymore. What, you mean the money? No, I just mean the comps. We can't afford it.
Free, huh?
It's no longer free, and I had 2 kids then. So like to be 12, so, and every birthday, like I'm literally at Disneyland at least once a month, and to move around Disney, like I'm probably spending $200,000 a year at Disney.
And again, this is a
I
guy.
could live off of that.
This is a guy.
Very well, mind you.
This is a guy who, again, makes a lot of money.
Look, he deserves his money. I'm not one of those count his money things, but goddamn, dude.
But 200 grand, I don't care how much you make, 200 grand in just that aspect of your life that's a lot. Like if we look, Nick Cannon, what's he doing now? Is he still doing America's Got Talent?
I don't think so. I think he was off of America's Got Talent, but I could be wrong.
He hasn't hosted it in about 7 years, apparently. Well, shit, what is he doing? He makes around $100 million per year.
Doing what?
What the fuck is he doing? Is it just like royalties and shit?
I'm guessing some of it's royalties, but there's got to be more to it than that.
When you think about my lifestyle, this article is saying he makes around $100 million a year, but what the quote is when you think about my lifestyle, I have to generate at least $100 million a year. So
this man is literally at $1 million, $100 million? He has to make $1 million a year?
He has to make $100 million a year, he says, to afford his lifestyle.
So $100 million a year for this guy is paycheck to paycheck. I seriously, I have never had a problem with Nick Cannon. Go fuck yourself, dude. Jesus Christ. Drop some of your needs. I need to make $100 million to keep my lifestyle going. Maybe your lifestyle doesn't need to exist.
Move your kids to Minnesota. Take them to Valley Fair. It'll be cheaper than Disney, I promise.
Good God.
By the way, Charlie checked in from a couple hours ago. He says, I'm watching a few hours back. No more Charlie texts. F you and your Minnesota hillbillies. I'm done. F you. No, I said if they knocked out the goal for tomorrow by the end of today's show, we would not take any more Charlie texts. So Charlie.
And they've only got 20 minutes left to make that happen with 180 to go.
We're 180 still away from tomorrow morning. So Charlie texts are still good. I'm going to write him right now and just say, nope. We said if they hit Tuesday, they haven't. You're good. All right, we'll see if we've soothed the savage beast.
Well, if you really want to sweeten the deal, you could always add, I can't quit you, boo. And then there you go. You're back in. You're right back in.
There you go. All right, so Charlie thought that we were done reading his text, but we said that we would only cut off the text forever if we knocked out Tuesday today. So technically, Charlie still in the game. Let's finish up with this Nick Cannon clip and how much he spends at Disney every year.
At Disneyland.
Yeah, because you got to pay for the chaperone.
You got all of that. Well, first of all, Disneyland is expensive off top. Like, if you're trying to stay in the hotel, and now it's not how it used to be. Like, you got to make reservations and stuff like so. I'm spending $200,000 a year at Disneyland.
They need to give you like a membership or something.
I used to be an employee. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm like, Mickey, can you hook up? Like, can I get my job back?
The mouse.
He called
You used to be an employee, but once you turn your back, you're out.
Once you wouldn't give us your kids, we said no. Get the fuck out of here.
I'll watch your children for you.
Mickey turned into the weepy voice killer kind of at the end there. I'll stab your kids with an ice pick. He's both.
Don't talk, just listen.
Once Nick Cannon wouldn't let Disney fuck his children, that's when they stopped letting him come into the park for free.
Oh,
you got to make deals if you're him. Aristocock says he needs $1 million for every kid that he has each year. I wouldn't doubt that. That's probably legit. He's probably got to make. I wouldn't be surprised if he had to make $12 million to break even.
Well, as he already said, he's got to make $100 million to maintain his lifestyle.
If so, but that's insane because in that case, then you're going to be broke in a couple of years because you can't keep that going.
Unless you're a big-time celebrity, your whole life forever.
What is he doing now? He's currently the executive producer and host of... he's the host of The Masked Singer. Masked Singer. What am I, a fucking idiot? Nick Cannon, Masked Singer salary. How much are they paying him to do that show? That's a pretty big show. More than $20 million a year.
All right. So he's got a fifth of his needed income already established.
And then I think he owns that Wildin' Out or whatever. And I think they're still doing that.
And he's got a lot of royalties from everything else he's been on. All of his younger stuff.
Yeah.
Any America's Got Talent shows that he did host, he gets, I'm sure, recurring royalties from those. Because they usually do those marathons when a new one's coming up. Like, oh, the new season of America's Got Talent. Wouldn't it be nice if we just did a short, condensed version where we took out all the bullshit? Wish granted.
Nick Cannon makes $5 million a year from Wild 'N Out, but the brand is worth $500 million. That's only if you sell. So we can say about $30 million between his two gigs that he's got. So that's a third of the way to what he claims he needs. I don't know. Nana's
investments.
Yeah, I hope you're investing your money well. Shit.
I've heard a lot of your talks about Zionism and stuff, but you have an accountant. Right?
Yeah, right. I know that they probably don't want to hear your thoughts on, the culture and whatnot.
But they can handle the books.
SH says, Nick Cannon is doing real life how I play bit life, just making babies as often as possible, trying for the high score. He's probably invested a lot in stupid, profitable stuff, too, says Schnoop Jimbo. You're probably right. Johnny, you know I love scams, right?
Mm-hmm.
I love scams. I don't blame the scammers. I don't dislike scammers. I really don't. I find that they're just putting a line in the water. They can't make a retarded fish bite. And by the way, the hooks they throw in the water aren't like well-baited hooks. They're hooks with giant signs that says you should be wary of this hook. But people still bite it anyway. I get mad at the people who fall for them. I feel like they deserve it. I feel like the way they fall for this shit is so embarrassing that they shouldn't even go on TV and talk about it, but they insist. This latest one, actually, this scam has a body count attached to it. So this one got pretty wild. It's usually Bitcoin and like dating scams that usually get people the best. Like those are the two that kind of that snag people. And this next one is a dating scam that may have actually killed somebody. So this is some next level shit. Let's take a look.
Two people from New Jersey charged tonight with scamming a man who was in his 70s. And then when the victim discovered he'd been swindled, killed himself.
The two people.
Oh. And again, you got to have your head on a swivel with this shit. I mean, you get gimmicked, you get worked over, you get screwed like this guy did. I mean, just take the L.
The problem he's pissed about is he didn't get screwed. He just lost all his money.
Not even a hand job. Jesus.
People are now facing charges in Tennessee for swindling the man out of $100,000 by telling them they were a well-known actress.
Talk about evildoers.
See, now, fuck you. Fuck you for falling for that. My sympathy immediately runs out when I hear what the scam is.
They were a well-known actress. Well, then I'm guessing meeting in person should be what you do before money changes hands. This idea, well, that person wouldn't lie to me. Well, what if they are lying to you and they're not who they said they are? Well, I don't think Susan Sarandon would do that.
Yeah.
But if it's not Susan Sarandon, Grandpa.
Hi, I'm Zoe Kravitz, and I really want to suck your dick. Oh, man, that's awesome. What do you need from me, Zoe Kravitz, super famous actress? Oh, shitload of money. Can you give me money? I need money from this pleb that I'm working over, and then I'll fuck you. Ugh.
Darla Miles here now with this bizarre and deadly ripoff. Darla.
Well, Bill, the two suspects briefly appeared in court in Tennessee this afternoon. That is where the victim lived. Both are being held on a $500,000 bond. Now, this investigation began 2 days after the victim died by suicide when family members found his tablet with those disturbing emails.
We don't usually find anybody in the United States. It's usually other countries.
Just say India. Oh, geez, look at those names, though. China.
They might have moved here.
Yeah,
but they kept the same game.
They wanted to. They wanted to do it a little closer to the target. China Goram Onwumire and Salma Abdal Karim.
Police say an email scam worth nearly $100,000 was cooked up by this couple from Piscataway. According to a criminal complaint between August and October of this year, 24-year-old Salma Abdal Karim and 34-year-old China Goram Onwumire devised a...
Nice, way to nail it. How many times do you think she practiced that?
At least a half hour.
She got it. How many times do you think she yelled the N-word afterwards when she would mispronounce it?
More than I can admit.
Scheme to obtain money or property under false and fraudulent pretenses. The couple arrested at their Piscataway home 3 weeks ago.
They were pretending to be the United States FBI.
Investigators.
Well, hey, look. Hey, if you're going to go big, right?
I'm on their side now.
Right?
Sorry.
They got big balls.
They pretended to be the FBI.
To the
they
police.
Drove somebody to kill himself. It sounds like they're very much the FBI.
I mean, that's true. The FBI would do the same thing to somebody. Once somebody figures out the FBI and what they're up to, they kill people too, allegedly. But did they say that they pretended to be the FBI to police? Like the police were like, hey, we need to investigate what's going on. Like, don't worry about it, officers. We're FBI.
I don't know if they said the police or not. Just the fact that they're willing to pretend to be FBI. I don't know if you know this or not, guys, but the FBI has a type, and you guys aren't it. Just overall.
I don't think someone named Abdal Karim is that welcome in the FBI quite yet. Give it a few years.
I'm not saying there aren't any people of color in the FBI. I'm just saying none of them look like they do drugs. So
the couple arrested at their Piscataway home 3 weeks ago.
They were pretending to be the United States FBI.
Right. When they were I believe when they were arrested, they were pretending to be the FBI. That's ballsy. They went down swinging, man. I like it. They didn't go down like a bunch of bitches. They were like the guy they scammed. They weren't like, oh, I'm so sad and melancholy. I'm going to kill myself. Instead, they went,
get down on the ground. I'm FBI. Let me see your supervisor.
Get down on the ground. You first, motherfucker. I'm FBI. Wait, what? What an odd standoff that would be, because you're like sitting there, guns pointed at each other, and he's like, I'm FBI. And they're like, no, you're not. He's like, yes, I am. I'm FBI. It's like, dude, come on. It's fucking, we got shit to do today. We know you're not FBI. This is ridiculous.
I'm a law enforcement officer. Stand down. So am I. Send you home in a box tonight, bitch. Oh, Jesus.
Investigators in Tennessee say pretending to be the FBI was part of the big squeeze. They say Abdal Karim emailed the 74-year-old victim telling him she was a well-known female actress and wanted a relationship with him.
And the 74-year-old... Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to take your tact with this, because I normally I have emotions and I feel bad for people. But how the fuck no. Gwyneth Paltrow's just going to find your email in the ether and reach out to you because she's realized you're her long lost love. What the fuck? No, I'm sorry. When they find your email, that is the biggest clue. Hi, I am a famous, well-known actress, which means you could get anybody, but you're going to pick the 74-year-old guy in Tennessee?
And
really?
Do you know how a famous, well-known actress doesn't start her emails? Hi, I'm a famous, well-known actress. Oh, Keira Knightley really wants to suck a 74-year-old's dick in Tennessee. Oh, but she really needs $100,000 first.
Getting him to send pictures back and forth. They say that's when Onwumire emailed the victim and purported to be from the United States FBI, telling the victim that he had entered into a sexual harassment lawsuit due to the conversations and that he would have to pay fines so the matter could be resolved out of court.
See, if you fall for this and you don't call a lawyer, this is 100% your fault.
If they're threatening you with a lawsuit, you'll be like, all right, well, I need the names of your lawyers so I can give it to mine.
Right. And then they'll say, well, we don't, I'm not really sure we have a, well, then you know what? Fuck off.
The victim was just scared and felt like they needed to pay the money.
Police say they got the victim to send checks for $4,500 and $5,500 and then up the ante, getting him to send 2 more checks for $41,000.
Oh, my God. So you kept sending these small checks to settle a lawsuit out of court, and they kept telling you they needed more.
You another one.
And then kudos to the scammers because they're like, it's $5,000, it's $5,500, and then they go, do you think he'll go for 40? It's 40,000.
And he did twice.
Yeah, and the guy's, he's your own personal ATM machine. Why not? Or ATM. ATM machine is redundant.
Washington County Sheriff's Office got involved after the 74-year-old was found deceased in his home with a gunshot wound to his head and contacted by the family who discovered the emails. Court documents say investigators believe the extortion of the victim through Abdul Karim and Anwu Mire led to his suicide.
Or maybe he found out
stupidity did.
Yeah, or maybe he found out he wasn't going to get to fuck Natalie Portman, and then. So wait a minute. So this guy fell for a scam where the people running the scam said they were a famous Hollywood actress, and he starts talking nice to her, and they start exchanging
and they start trading pictures and texts.
And then the FBI comes in and goes, "Yeah, we've been monitoring your behavior, and you're now part of a sexual harassment lawsuit." Because that's what the FBI does, is civil cases between people who got dick pics.
So wait a minute. When a famous actress seeks me out for online companionship, that's sexual harassment?
And
where's the sexual harassment part?
And the FBI needs to get involved, apparently.
The family was excited about us being able to actually pinpoint someone or some folks and make an arrest.
Investigators say the couple never denied getting money from the victim, but both of them gave investigators conflicting stories about what the money was to be used for. They're expected back in court in April of next year. Bill, Liz?
Infuriating as we
April of next year. Boy, they get to be
But first, a deadly stabbing rampage in Queens.
Nobody cares. I'm telling you right now, you stop it.
I'm just saying that house looked really, really nice. I don't think that was their only scamming victim.
Right, they had to be pulling off quite a few.
Yeah, because that house didn't look like, they're not looking like they're living, high on the teat, but definitely doing all right.
All right, we have about 5 minutes left in today, and we're 180 away from tomorrow. So it looks like Charles' texts are going to survive another day. So let's check it out. Before, when we last checked in with Charles, he had said, "I'm done, fuck you." Remember that?
Yep.
Charles has a new message sent to us. Aaron, at times, I know I come across as an ass. What?
The hell you say.
Look, you're being a little ridiculous. Evan Williams is destroying my life. If I can go 2 months without drinking, would your audience consider allowing me to call in? Thank you, Charles. Well, see, now that's just a bummer.
I feel like that's putting a lot of us on your life. I feel like you should straighten out your life.
Right, you straighten out your life and then maybe check back in with the audience and see if they...
And we'll see where we're at. But don't put doing what's good for you on us, man. Make it a you thing.
And also, you're appealing to our audience's human side, and that's not going to work.
I don't know if we have one.
Scarface, no. Ladies Man, nope. Dr. Silverwolf, no. T. Jefferson, nah. Amanda Hug and Kiss, no. Optic Nerve, whoa, Charlie needs help. Sid Seraph, the only decent person, says, I'd say yes. Ladies Man says, that's just rude. Amanda Hug and Kiss, drink more. Kotod, we can't prove that's Charlie, but if you drink a fifth and drive home, then we will consider it. Hobo Chili says, Evan Williams sounds black. JJ Lynn says, I have to agree with the chat and say no. Sad Boy says, no, N-word. NH says he should do it for himself. Alaric says, I'm amicable. Mr. Nobody says, Evan Williams, fuck no. Oh, it's the boost choice. Mr. Q says no. Fauci's Pangolin says 3 months. Hobo Chili says, hey, have you ever heard of the Owen Benjamin cocktail turpentine? Drink more, Evan. Drink better booze. I say yes, but he comes back on super probation, says Nana's Clams. Cheeseburger Pie says, I think he needs more to drink. Cheese is definitely
always go that route.
Cheese is definitely the guy for that. Aristocock says, hell yes, make Charlie the new co-host. Well, Charlie, you can call in to Johnny's show on Friday and Monday when he's hosting.
Yeah, no promises, but the option is technically there because I could take the call. I don't know if I will or not. Time will tell.
Somebody texting into the studio line, Charlie is a poopy head. Well, that's just mean-spirited. Charles also said, I promise to be honest. Thank you and your audience for their consideration. Sincerely, Charles. Well, there you go. So you guys did not hit Tuesday morning on Monday morning, so we will take Charles' texts still from now on. But he does want to get back in our good graces, and he wants to quit drinking. I don't think we ever made quitting drinking a prerequisite for him.
I didn't even know drinking was a thing. Like I said, I just always assumed he had a boring shtick. That was all I've ever said.
He's usually really shit-hammered when he calls, like, Keanu's show and stuff. Yeah, usually in fairness to him, no, he said he's been drinking Evan Williams this morning, too. So Dr. Silverwolf says 95% of us aren't considering it, Charlie. Nana's Clan says Charlie can call, but he needs to speak nicely of Gino. Fauci's Pangolin, I already have you on double secret probation. Hobo Chili, can you drink bullets? Just asking a question. It's an unrelated question. Egg Picker says, drink yourself to death. We don't like you. Jesus Christ, Egg Picker. For God's sake, I go to Rumble and we get that. This is why we don't go to Rumble that often. Sid Seraph says, full disclosure, I'm sober, so I have sympathy. Well, there's a decent human being. The rest of us drink and we're like, go fuck your mother. Learn how to control yourself.
I mean, I'm not gonna, but you should.
Mr. Nobody says, the only thing I like about Charlie is he shits on Gino. Now, why? Why? All right, guys, we're going to get out of here. Thank you very much for all your support. This is turning out to be an awesome week. $180 away from tomorrow morning. Tonight, we're going to give you guys a bunch of free stuff. So if you want to pop in, we're going to probably do 2 or 3 different drawings tonight for some things. So go ahead and show up to the evening show. We'll also talk about a lot of stories and be funny and entertain the shit out of you, and you'll love it. That's 7 o'clock tonight, Central Time. Johnny is going to be live on Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube at Just Kidding LLC. So be sure to subscribe to one of those services or all of them, and he'll be on at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Johnny, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure. We will talk to you tomorrow, and the rest of you, we will see you tonight at 7 p.m. Take it easy the rest of the way.
Bye.